and chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of NLC Aurora Open. I'm One Ring, and I am once again your host for the first 3 matches covering Group E here with the EUniverse. So I'm so hyped to be joined today by the fantastic Tom Kick and my okay co-worker Anifar.
Wow.
So welcome, both of you. How excited are you for today's matches?
Well, I am really excited. I'm looking forward to this, bringing in more hype for Chaos. I really hope they can get out of this group, but so far this has been banger first day. I'm looking forward to this concluding day.
Yeah, same. I think this group was very, very chaotic, and most of the games were extremely exciting. So I'm waiting to see what these teams can do now that they already know each other.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Now they already know each other. They already played together on stage shows, so they have that on their hands. Now, I want to take a really general look at last week's games. So what surprised you the most about them, Tom?
I think for Cabbage Family, at least, I think they were showing pretty good signs of being able to fight with the teams. It might also be a little bit because, for example, like 7 as number 1 at the moment are having a little bit too much fun, maybe. As we also heard from Viking on the interviews, they're just chilling and just having some giggles with the team. But I think Cabbage Family, if they have taken the things that I've learned from the first day into the second day now, I think they can be fighting with maybe Chaos and Eminem.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I do think that the edges of this group, like the 3-0 and the 0-3, are still able to either drop games or take games from most of the teams. And I do think that this group can basically become an all-out war if X7 show the same form, if Cabbage Family actually manage to fix most of their mistakes.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, for me, what I want is spicy picks and creative ways to deal with the skill gap, and above all, confidence, especially from the more inexperienced teams like Cabbage. Annie, I know that they don't have any wins, and as Tom already said today, he's expecting them to show something better for this week. I know that you love their drafts, so you want to talk a little bit more about those?
Okay, so I am a firm believer that mostly when you are the underdog, you should draft aggressively. That's why we see, like at Worlds, the VCS, the PCS, they usually go for aggressive drafts. They usually go for playstyles where you can catch your opponent slacking and like force them into plays that they don't want to take. And I don't think, I mean, I know for a fact that that's not what this team usually goes for. Cabbage Family aren't one of those underdogs that like to fight dirty, but they have very solid drafts all around if they can actually make it to mid to late game. The problem is they usually fumble before that, but they have great team fighting drafts, whether it's picking up on the Ornn, a very, very strong weak side, mostly from Zeta. I think QQR has had a few good performances as well, whether he's playing Akali or whether he's playing Victor. And the bot lane meta is great. Senna Seraphine, they convinced me from the first moment that I saw them. And I do think that Spark has a lot in him. The confidence to bring out the Vayne itself was very important from a player like him. But I do think that they need to adapt somewhat if they want to contest the rest of this group. But I do think they have a very solid foundation on how to play the game.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see what they can show today. Now, X7 are the clear favorites of the group, so I wanted to talk a little bit more about Chaos and M&M since they are fighting for the second seed. So Tom, starting with you and starting with Chaos, what can you say about their playstyle, their strengths and weaknesses?
For Chaos, from people who have been following the Norwegian League, it's pretty set when you see the style of Chaos. You have the weak side King in the top lane, Kulberg. You have the mastermind Sharp being able to just have the macro leading the team throughout the game. Sandhya with his crazy picks in the mid lane, the mechanical god himself. And then in the bot lane, Cert for Random, the young prodigy, finally being able to step up on the international stage with his also kind of crazy picks. He's playing a lot of different champions. And Eski, who does not need a title because his gameplay speaks for itself. He's just an insane support, and every Norwegian support fear him for sure. But now again, onto the weaknesses though. They are really good. I am hyped for the Norwegian boys, of course. But then again, they do lack to push their lead sometimes. Because of their style is also pretty refined, everybody can see pretty easily how they play and how to adapt to it because they don't really change too much. They do have the crazy picks, but their play style is still pretty same as they have been doing for a long while.
On the other hand, we have M&M, Anifar. So what do you think they are, their strengths and weaknesses, of course, and comparing to Chaos playstyle?
I do think M&M, first of all, given that they are one of two teams that come from NLC Division 1, they did keep all of the rosters, so they are playing at full strength as we saw them throughout the split. They are very, very capable in mid to late game team fights. They are very strong at knowing when and where to fight, and their team comps usually provide that kind of safety. They are basically a better refined version of Cabbage Family in the drafts that I was talking about. Usually they are a bit better at identifying which lanes can actually play as a strong side, because often a team that likes to play through late game forgets when to get their winning lanes, and the jungler kind of can't do anything throughout the early game. That is usually not the case for a team like M&M. They can have Kalem play champions like Renekton. They can have Mishigu play the Kai'Sa. Caracal can also play the engage supports. But as for their weaknesses, they usually need to get to a point where Mishigu can absolutely pop off, where Chimera can be a great supportive mid laner. They usually struggle getting there. They usually don't have the best laning phases. They don't have the best map movements, and they are easily outpaced. But I do think that they are very solid as a team, and usually their synergy comes out clutch if a game draws out too long.
Let's see if they actually fix some of those issues and come in stronger today. And let's take a look at the schedule. The first match today will be already M&M Gaming versus X7 Esports. So it is an important match for each team, since if X7 wins the game, they are already in for the next stage of the tournament. Now, last week, M&M put up a good fight, but in the end, X7 were the better teams, Tex and Drakes. What do you expect to be different from last week to coming into this week?
I feel like looking at last week's game, it was pretty obvious that M&M had a really good plan, but they weren't really sure how to execute that idea. So they had a pretty solid draft, and that's what you often have seen from M&M. But what is important now from this week onward into this day, it's important to talk about, okay, what do we actually play for and how do we play for it? Now for X7's part, they're just playing individually better and just having fun. So you can actually punish them a lot on their macro because they're not really trying too hard, as we heard from the interviews that they have had. I don't know if they're shifting a little bit on day 2, but I would assume since they're still in a comfortable position, they would still be chilling, slacking maybe a little bit. So this is the day to take a game of X7 if you have the ability to do it.
Yeah, I think that the game on the first round robin was close despite everything. I do think M&M really had a solid plan, even though they did fail to execute it. And I do think that they can still take a game out of X7, especially because, as you said, Tom, it's probably a tournament that X7 aren't really playing to their fullest. We do know that they have 4 out of 5 members completely renewed from the academy team. So I do think that X7 will probably show a lot of weaknesses. They won't play the macro to their fullest. They are very good individually. Yes, Slowq and Icy Gale, they're absolute gods. But I do think that M&M, with a solid plan and punishing maybe an over-aggressive draft, maybe an over-aggressive playstyle, can make it out on top.
And where are you going to keep your eyes on? Is there any specific player or matchup that you can't wait to look at for this upcoming match? Starting with you, Tom.
I think in general, when looking at the specific players, I know Viking was actually looking for some more spicy picks. He talked about the Blitzcrank, but then he was told, no, that the changes are for 12-19. We're playing on 12-8, so you can't play Blitzcrank jungle. So we had some chats about that. Maybe there will be some Ramus or Rek'Sai, so I'm really looking forward to some spicy jungle picks.
What about you, Annie?
Well, I think KT and Michigo are going to be my players to watch. They are both extremely good as team fighting carries, and I do want to see what ends up happening with these two.
Okay, without further ado, let's head on to the first match with our caster desk and with the champion select.
Hello and welcome. I knew I was muted. It always has to happen to someone on the day. Today it is me, but we are moving on from now on. Thank you very much to the desk for introducing us into this game. Dino, how are you doing? We got M&M, we got X7, we got game 1.
I'm doing very well because I don't think this group is as cut and dry as the standings are like showing us right now. I think this first game is going to be really important into the day. If the caster disc that we are, I mean the analyst disc, of course, if they had it right and M&M can maybe like temper the beast of X7, maybe X7 gets too sloppy, maybe they go crazy and Blitzcrank in the jungle and they take a win here, then the day is just pushed wide open. So I would love a good showing from M&M. No bias, of course, but it would be so much more fun to watch the day unfold if they win here the first game.
Well, we'll see how this champ select goes. So far, M&M going to decide to ban away Kalista, Renata, and Silas. It's going to be the Tarek, Maokai, and Swain from X7. And that is an Aatrox locked in. It has been such a menace champ across the whole region, worlds, this Aurora Cup, everywhere. It's a strong pick.
But instantly, the reaction we want to see more on the world stage as well, where you just go head-to-head against the Aatrox, you go for the Fiora, and you try to outplay the champion. Yeah, okay, so they're just baiting me. I didn't see any animation there, but okay, they go for the Fiora, so that's what we wanted to see. That at least allows me to make the point of this is something that can go out of control for Aatrox really quickly. We see on the ban list Swain appear a lot against M&M. Aatrox is one of those as well, but now they left it open with a clear plan of attack of we're going to play a strong topside Fiora into there, and once Fiora gets 1 or 2 kills and 1 or 2 items, the matchup is doomed.
And this is a pick that they've had before. You know, last week they did play that Fiora. Icy Gale has piloted it once. Misfortune as well has been a very comfortable pick for them. They played it twice already in their 3 games. X7 liking this kind of team fight style. We may be seeing a Renata. Oh no, we're not going to see a Renata because she's banned. But we could have potentially seen it with this comp. It would have been very fitting for them. But Seraphine going to be locked in for M&M. So maybe bring some team fight for themselves as well.
The Seraphine goes to the mid lane more often than to the bot lane for the comp of M&M. So they are making sure that the team fight is there, that they have a supportive champion, and that Michigu and Caracal can maybe go for an aggressive bot lane into the MF. Because as you said, MF Renata Glass, something that X7 played a lot. They already banned the Renata Glass, so they're paying attention to what X7 want to play in a bot lane. And it's along with the Viego, it's starting to evolve into a top side where X7 will have no choice but to go and look for some fights. And it looks like Viking, even though it might not be too spicy, needs to think about his jungle pool and needs to think about what do we want to play into this. They opt for the Jarvan, and this is in reaction to Seraphine, who has lowest capabilities. Nothing of the sorts except for the flash. So if you get the flash early game in the mid lane, if you even get maybe a flash out of Aatrox, having the Jarvan to just hammer down those ganks and maybe even dive a Seraphine is going to be huge for X7.
Yeah, and a very comfortable pick for him as well. It's in his top 5 in OPGG. He likes that early jungle pressure style, so very fitting to play the J4. And as you said, that Seraphine is going to be a little bit caught out. Now, on to the second step of bans. We're going to see the Samira removed, so maybe targeting some teamfight ADCs for the side of M&M. What are M&M really looking to pick to close out their comp?
Yeah, the Samira is a big one, along with the Kai'Sa. Those are two champions that Michigu really pilots to perfection. I think going for a frontal attack against MF, the Samira would have been a good one because you also have that AoE wind wall in your kit built in. So in that regard, really good for X7. I think M&M, you need to play a strong side bot. You need to play a very aggressive bot lane champion. We can look into stuff like maybe even the Caitlyn, but it's a little bit out of Michigu's comfort zone. The Twitch, a very good shout there from X7. It's like, hey, this champion can get out of control, and Michigu likes to play really aggressive and maybe roam on the champion. So for X7, I think they did the due diligence in regards to planning. For M&M, I think a ban towards slow queue, maybe the Akali wouldn't be too bad, and the Orianna that recently got fixed also reached the ban list because Orianna Jarvan is still pretty scary.
Yeah, it is a pretty nasty combo. One pick that I feel like we haven't really talked about that has been left up is Yuumi. It's become a bit of a menace. We've seen so many tweets about it. I know Medic popping off on Twitter about this champion. Do you think maybe we could get either side picking it up here?
The comps don't really scream Yuumi comps right now. I mean, you have hard engage on the side of X7 with the Jarvan, you have the bullet time, and now a Karma that can be flexed between mid lane facing the Seraphine or support and try to poke out the bot lane. On the other side, Yuumi's a bit better if you put it on a Viego and an Aatrox, but still not too grand. So I just pray alongside with you that we don't get Yuumi. Maybe the Lissandra flicks that Seraphine to the bot lane, Eminem maybe showing up with some new tricks and being like, okay, we don't need to play the Seraphine in the mid lane as we have shown in this tournament, and they actually do lock it in, which is a good adaptation because now the Karma mid lane is really uncomfortable. You don't really have that gank pressure of the Jarvan anymore because diving Alessandra is really scary. You get Seraphine Senna because it was left open, and now for X7 it's back to the drawing board. It's like, okay, what champion are we going to give slow queue?
Yeah, and the Senna is something that actually Caracal Jr. has played quite a bit for M&M. It is one of their playstyles. Obviously, last week we saw a lot more tank focus. We saw some Maokai, we saw some Galio. This time, they're switching up the script. You know, they said we went 1-2 last week. Let's change it up. Let's try and go 2-1. And that just got dropped in Kassadin X7. Were you expecting that one?
I mean, slow queue has been around for quite some time, but the Kassadin, that came a bit out of left field for me. It's the problem solving that they had to do. It's a good draft from M&M there, pivoting the Seraphine to the bot lane, going Seraphine, Senna, playing Lissandra, and you have a really strong top side that can gather around the Aatrox, around your Viego in the jungle. And then looking in the Kassadin is just saying, okay, we're not going to deal with this Lissandra in the mid lane. We're not going to care about it. We're just going to scale, and we're just gonna make sure that we're a menace on the map and that the Kassadin can go impact bot or top lane along with Viking. It's a beautiful pivot, but it's a big risk because more times than not we've seen a Kassadin fall flat in pro play. It's not the menace that it used to be, so we need to see some proficiency on the champion from slow queue.
I normally like to ask, okay, what are we expecting? Which team's on a timer? We don't need to ask this question no more. Set your clocks to level 16 because that is what X7 are playing for. Kassadin obviously looking to get that third level up on the ultimate and become an absolute menace. With that being said, for M&M, what do they kind of need to set up? Do they need to get an early lead, or is their comp actually, because it's based around team fighting, going to be worth playing into that mid to late game as well?
They don't need the early lead. They will need a lot of control. You have a lot of lanes that can go really badly. Let's say the MF gets 2 or 3 kills early. You don't really have a lot of power to really hard engage onto the MF. You have a lot of skirmishing power, but it's really hard to shut this champion down. So then the Seraphine Senna become a bit obsolete. In the mid lane, if you give Kassadin a free lane, we all know what can happen. That's why we're always scared when we see the champion locked in. When the champion reaches level 16 with a few items, the game feels like it's over 9 times out of 10. So in that regard, that's also an important matchup to keep under control. And in the top side, the same thing goes, because with the Fiora, X7 have this threat of like, once we hit 1 or 2 items, the top side is ours. And we're just going to split push with a Kassadin and a Fiora and a Jarvan to dive whoever that wants to 1v1 the Fiora, and you come into big issues. So for MNM, yes, as you rightfully said, their team fighting is beautiful, but you need to get there. And that's the biggest fear that was hashed out on the desk as well. It's like MNM has issues with getting there. And against this comp, if one of those 3 lanes slip up, it might be game over for MNM and a good game for X7. So that's what I'm scared from.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how Eminem do kind of pilot this, because as you said, okay, maybe they don't need those great early leads, but they will need to find some sort of momentum going into this game, because as we said, the split push pressure, the late game scaling of that Kassadin is a little bit scary. And if we go back a little bit to when they played against Natives in the promotion tournament, Natives picked a really late game comp in their final game, Game 5, and Eminem weren't able to really etch out those leads and get that control across the game. So I do wonder if they've had a bit of time, maybe they can kind of find it in this game, because it does seem a little bit scary if we do go on to those later stages. But I'm also excited to have a look at this Jarvan, right? Viking is setting up his team for success. If he doesn't get the ball rolling, X7 could get put in a really deep deficit.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's the player you should have your eyes on in the early game. If you look across the comps, they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I mean, Eminem's team fighting is really scary. Resets for Lissandra and a Viego in combination with the AoE healing and damage they get from a Seraphine and from a Senna can really spiral out of control in those fights around objectives. But on the other side, you have that looming 1-3-1 of a Fiora and a Kassadin that are untouched in side lanes, and then just the rotational power of having Karma MF in mid lane. So in that regard, the question is like, how do they get to those points? Because those points are 2 and 3 item spike points, and then you look to Viking on the Jarvan, an early game jungler that can set his team up for success. We want to see him have creative pathing. We want to see him have very good, successful early ganks, because what Eminem do have is good team fighting. What they do lack is that control in the side lanes and good disengage. And if Viking can get the ball rolling for X7 like they're trying now, it can be a very tense game.
Talking about this, they're going to go for the late invade. They're able to push away Eminem from their red buff, and Viking trying to steal away this red, but Soft is there. They might contest this.
Yeah, so can look for the steal. Ooh, big root.
Viking's going to get it. Level 2 now. It's going to be a Collapso from Chimera as well. It's going to be a 4 versus 3, but they take 1. Soft going pretty low as well. Can they turn this one around? They do take 1 back, but it's going to be another trade over to Eminem. 2 for 1 so far. Red buff onto Mishigu as well. Maybe he can get some autos down. Tabby going to try and get away. Is just about to get the slow off onto Eminem's bot lane and will walk out of that. And is it all worth it? X7 with an aggressive play, but it's Eminem to take the lead.
I don't think that's worth, and it's just because X7 maybe overextend a little bit. This is what Disco's talking about as well. Like, they're playing with 4 out of 5 new players on the roster, or players from their academy team is what we have to say. And they don't really seem that seem to look like they need to pay a lot of attention to the games here. And this is a very risky invade. I mean, Viking gets a smite off, that's all fine, but look at the positioning of Chimera. He just pushed out slow Q, and having Lissandra passive and Viego resets in an early fight is so scary. So going for that all-out brawl in the jungle after you force an invade on Vision, it's a big risk, and it's a risk X7 was willing to take, but it bites them in the butt.
Yeah, and I think the biggest blessing for X7 there was that Soft died as well. I think if Soft had not died, it would have put Viking really far behind. But before we talk about that, again, come through, but Chimera, very, very smooth, able to get away.
Yeah, that's it's not easy to gank Lissandra. I think X7 would have loved for the Seraphine to be mid lane after they locked in the Jarvan, but the Lissandra really good at escaping those ganks. He makes it look easy, makes it look smooth, but you still need the proper timing to get your claw off on time before the knockup lands. He does that perfectly, and it gives Eminem some tempo now because they know exactly where Viking is. Caracal level 1 on a rotation though, that's It's a bit deep. It's a bit scary for the M&M lineup.
Like, Tabby is also level 1, so both supports have just not been in lane, they've just not been getting XP, and we are going to see Soft claiming that bottom scuttle, now potentially going to be looking for that top side as well, putting behind Viking, but the good thing for X7 is that Viking isn't a champion, he's on Jarvan, he doesn't need those farms, like those high CS numbers, he just needs to be able to be proactive in the early game, but going to get stunned up here. Could be a potentially dangerous play here. Going to go aggressive though. X7 looking like they want to fight once again, but it didn't work out too well for them earlier.
X7 just wants to throw hands this game around Vikings, Jarvan, and it's showing pretty. I would say. You could call it aggressive. I think it's rather careless how they're playing the early game and just trying to force stuff around Viking. Now, it doesn't really come back to haunt them in that play. You still had MF solo against the Seraphine, so KT actually is building up a lead in the bot lane, and it does put some pressure on the rotation that Caracal had to do from that river through to the bot lane to make sure that the early game safety that X7 has, the MF and the Karma, that they're actually set up for success, because it looks a bit weird, it looks a bit wonky, you don't really get a gank off, but at the same time, you're making sure that your MF Karma get farm leads and they're never really in trouble, and those are the champions you're looking towards in the early game to make sure that the Kassadin and the Fiora can reach that mid to late game power spike.
Indeed, and so far X7 are definitely keeping up pace right now. They're going to get the slow though onto Mishigu, and there's the route onto Caracal. It's an easy gank for the job and a bit more damage, and goodbye to Caracal. Junior KT finding a kill, and this persistence from Viking to find these fights is now starting to etch out wins for X7.
And it's huge wins because it's wins on the sides of the map where you need it. And it was beautifully set up. The first gank put some pressure in the bot lane. M&M was trying to shove out that bot lane because it got bounced by X7 underneath the tower. Time that was bought as well by the jungle movement, and then you just go for the repeat gank because Caracal still didn't have his summoners. Soft at the same time didn't really find an answer. He did go for a small invade, looking maybe to gank this top side. Icicle shouldn't really be in trouble here.
Yeah, and it does feel like X7 are playing quite loose. You know, we talked about how they're maybe not taking this super seriously, but right now we're going to see actually an engage from Slowq, getting a lot of damage onto Chimera. Level 6 to the level 5, really using that Riftwalker. Now the Kassadin is going to become a little bit problematic.
Yeah, he's going to become problematic. He felt like he could go in there because Chimera wasn't level 6 yet, of course, and he just lands the pokes, which gives him some control over the lane. And if you're looking to Slowq, he's renowned. Oh. This is aggressive. This is just a shove out the wave. Okay, I was like, if Viking goes for this, that's really over-aggressive, but they're actually keeping it a little bit cool in the top side. I'm
saying that they are posturing. They're like, okay, yes, we are keeping it cool, but you know what? We could maybe go for this. I think they will just back away, although saying that Slowq is there as well, so it is 3v2. But I think Soft's presence is just going to ward them away. They will walk back to lane. They got the push in, they allow Fiora to reset, and it's all good for X7. But in this bot side now, Tabby looking for this root. She's going to get rooted up herself, and now here comes Caracal Jr. getting a bit of damage down, but KT is pumping out damage already.
Yeah, KT is already online, so these bot lane trades, they will go into the favor of X7 in short trades. Don't forget that M&M have a lot of sustain in that lane, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. What happened in the top side, and what I want to zoom in on a little bit, is we get 2 Division 1 teams here, and it kind of shows, because in the top side, you had that posturing, and it was all for X7 to be able to get that bounce, so Icygale can go for its reset, and then M&M do response, Soft is there, so that the wave doesn't really get pushed completely under the turret, and it was able to be caught before it had turret aggro, so that Calum could pick up those last hits. So as long as they make sure that Calum doesn't really get into any issues with Viking pathing topside, yeah, you had a cheater recall for Icygale, but he also had to TP down, and it's not like the Fiora is already winning that topside. So good response by M&M to make sure that even though the bot lane is spiraling out of control a bit, the top side at least is still under control.
Yeah, indeed it is. And you talked about it's all about getting key kills onto key members for X7. If they get that Kassadin ahead, if they get that Misfortune ahead, maybe even if they get that Fiora ahead as well, then problems can start to rise for M&M. But right now, it is a very even map. I will say bot lane definitely slightly favouring the X7 side, but no catastrophes just yet. And it looks like M&M going to be able to pick up the Rift turret as well, so give themselves a nice injection of gold, potentially in the mid, or maybe into the top side.
What I want to see from X7 is to unlock this MF, because as you said, we have an even map state now. The big differences are that MF has a big lead over to a Seraphine, but Seraphine doesn't really care too much about that money, still has a lot of utility in fights. And on the side of M&M, their lead is now centered in the jungle, 2 assists, 85 last hits on the Viego, but the same goes for X7. He's up against the Jarvan. Jarvan doesn't really care that much about that money. He cares about the utility he brings in a team fight. So for X7, I want them to unlock this Karma MF, use the push forward, threaten the dive, and then play for the dragon, because you already lost a neutral objective to the top side of M&M. So you need to find something to trade that for, and an early dragon would be a good call, and that's why Viking is going there.
Yeah, and Soft reading this play, also going to the top side. If they get a kill onto Icegale here, it would be absolutely massive. Getting some plates over to Caleb on this Aatrox and getting a lead onto this Aatrox is just so doom and gloom for X7. We've all seen the problems that this champion can cause, and we'll see if they can unlock him. Dragon, they're going to go over to the side of X7 as here we go. We're going to go for this gank. Icegale going to get stunned up there, and it's a lot of damage, gets pulled back and will riposte, but it does not make a difference. Viego going to pick up that kill, and now they're going to push in that wave.
And this is huge for M&M, because they finally found a wave and a lane to play towards and to play through, unlock the lead that Sof already had, made sure that Caleb on the Aatrox in the early game doesn't have issues against the Fiora, and it's going to delay the split push threat that X7 has, and it's going to snowball the early game for M&M. They're taking 2 plates, they're spawning the Rift Herald, this entire turret is going to go down, and it's going down to the 2 champions that need to dish out the damage.
It is right there. Charge from the Herald gives Caleb even more gold in his pocket, building a decent lead over Icegale. And we'll see if M&M can kind of start to rotate that as the mid game comes around into some good team fights. One dragon over to X7. Is there a potential threat with the side of X7 having that good bot lane, that strong winning lane, that they could maybe start snowballing towards those souls? And if so, how should M&M respond?
I think for X7 the lead isn't big enough to really secure those souls. If you look at what just happened in the top side, you take all the plates of a top tower, you give it to the Viego, to the Aatrox. They both hit their mythic power spike already. So if you look at the next dragon that's going to spawn in 3 minutes, M&M is a really, like, their team fight is just stronger. They have Seraphine, Senna just sitting in the back. They have the team fight control of Lissandra, and then you have a Fed engage in the form of SOF and Kalen that can just run forwards, banking on that encore, banking on that straight up 5 extra health bars they get from a Senna Seraphine. So in that regard, X7, I think they need to be really careful about how they approach the map. I think they need to find a play around Viking first before they even dare to go for the dragon. It's all about controlling the vision now and seeing if you can rotate this MF that has Kraken Slayer across the map to maybe make some plays, because right now it's a waste to have the champion in the bot lane, but if you group up 5v5, M&M is going to win the fight.
Indeed, we'll see how they do decide to play that around that. As you said, 3 minutes until the Drake, so it's not a pressing issue just yet. But this top side is looking pretty dangerous for the side of Icegale. Push under that tower, not very much tower left either, so a dive could finish it all off. But it looks like Caleb just able to freeze the wave, keeping him at bay, getting that small CS lead, and making Icegale's life pretty rough.
Yeah, even though I was really hyped for the Fiora to come in, it's not like Fiora wins the early game. Aatrox is still a drain tank, and all.
Here comes that dive we talked about. It's going to be a 3-man Chimera here as well. Icegale trying to last a little bit longer, but it's going to go only one way. A goodbye back to base with you, and probably first brick over to M&M.
Yeah, it's going to be first break. Michigan needs to kite back a little bit because they just had a play in the top side. They just found someone there, but look at Viking. He's wrapping around trying to set up this dive.
Oh, we're going to see Seraphine drop that ulti, but it's not going to land. And now we're going for more Viking in the backline. We'll be able to pick up the Seraphine kill, and Caracal Jr. now underneath the tower. It's no man's land. They've also brought down Soku. It's 4 versus 1. It doesn't sound like fun. Goodbye to the Senna, and another kill to X7.
And this is a bit of a misplay for M&M. They even rotate SOF and Chimera to this lane. So Sof and Chimera, they want to try to respond to dive, but you shouldn't really be in a position where you get dove with the Senna Seraphine. When you make that play topside, it should be that you just back off that tower. You still have 5 plates. You can maybe sacrifice 1 or 2 plates, just play back, because you already have this huge lead building in the top side. You just don't want X7 to get a foothold in this game. But X7, they read the situation of the game pretty well. They forced the dive in the bot side, and because you had Michigu already taking trades before the dive happened, they were low in HP and they were stuck underneath their tier 1, and they just fall to the gank of Viking, which was well executed, but kind of sad that MNM got caught with their pants down in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it felt like a little bit of an early on-call there, coming out from the side of Michigan. But, you know what? It happens. It's not going to put them in the dumpsters just yet. Gold still in favour of M&M. They're up by about 2k, but that dragon is starting to loom over their heads. 37 seconds until that comes onto the rift, but it does seem like M&M are starting to prep for it.
Yeah, and even though it was a bit of a slip up in the bot side, MNM still have a huge lead. Soft does need to use the ulti, the Heartbreaker there to get out, but you still have a big lead, you still have better team fighting. So in that regard, as long as you know where X7 is and you make sure you have first rotation of your Aatrox going to the bot side, you can fight over this dragon. You can also leave it up, because you could just play for mid prio, try to take the tower there and open up the map. It's all in MNM's favor to make the calls, and they are the team that are making the first moves, and it's up to X7 to show us what their response is going to be.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Right now, it looks like we might be getting a 5v5 team fight. TP going to be coming for Fiora. There is the Jarvan going in. The bullet top over the top is huge. They've already taken down 2. And now we're going to see Caleb return fire. Picks up the kill onto M&M. He's in the backline, but is he going to be able to survive? He will not. The grand challenge from Fiora. Too much. The A's coming out from X7. And they just absolutely crush M&M around this dragon.
They crush MNM in a situation where MNM should not be crushed, and it's a hands diff, it's a team fight, if you can call it what you want. X7, they have the confidence to go for that fight, and they clean up house. It's MNM that have control over the game. They have first move, they have first rotation, and they know where everybody is, because people are just clearing waves. The big mistake they make is they pile up in a 5-man with their squishy backline, looking into the eyes of a Jarvan, barely maybe taunting him even to go in, and then you just run into KT that has a lead that can just pump the bullet time up over the Jarvan engage, over the Cataclysm, and by the time that you get KT down with your Kalem soft backline dive, it's just slow Q coming in for the cleanup. It's a really sloppy fight for MNM. They should have pressured their lead forward a bit. They should have pressured Viking out of the pit before going so hard on the dragon, and it shows that X7 has better control over the team fights, and that's a bit scary, because that was supposed to be, if I recall this correctly, one of MNM's strengths.
Yeah, indeed, it definitely is so. And once again, we're going to be getting right into a team fight. We are going to see the encore comes up Viking. They're not able to get the damage down. And now, this is going very much MNM's way. This is exactly what we expected before. They're able to turn this one in their favor with those powerhouses of the Aatrox and the Viego.
And that's the risk of having a Jarvan against this comp. If you go in and not everything is completely in place for you to dish out the damage, if you don't have the MF ult, if Icy Gale and Slowpoke aren't in position to threaten the backline, you go down pretty easily right now, and it's the first reset for Lissandra and Viego. And good for MNM to not let that dragon fight take the wind out of their sails. They go for the top side, they look towards making some plays around the Rift Herald. X7 bite in the bait, and they actually get outplayed or outfought in that small skirmish. So for MNM, this is huge, because they had the tempo, they lost it completely on Dragon, but they're taking it back.
Yeah, X7 built themselves back into this game, but now they have to redo what they have just done, as that play going to give a lot of momentum to MNM. They got the Herald, they got the mid tower, and they still haven't used the charge yet, so they can look for all other towers. They could maybe go for a tier 2. They could potentially go to the bot lane and try and get that tier 1 as well. But in that bot lane, Ice Gale is starting to split push. And at what point does this Fiora start to take over versus the Aatrox?
I mean, right now, the 1v1 is already getting a bit dicey for Calem. You don't really get a pullback on your Infernal Chains if the Fiora plays it right with the riposte, and then in general, you have the Fiora that is scaling up now with the Divine Sunder to just take a short trade and almost out-heal you. What Calem does have with, of course, the Eclipse Aatrox is that he's a drain tank now. He has like 3 to 4 HP bars in a long fight. So it's not like Icy Gale's taking it over, but Calem doesn't have that 1v1 threat anymore that you have in the early game. So it's not a takeover yet. We wait till the second item, and then you can start maybe even diving Calem. Right now, I think Icy Gale would still need some help, or Calem would need to misplay the 1v1 for Icy Gale to get the kills. But it's starting to get out of control, as expected from draft. And if you look at the mid lane, and you see that Slowpoke is 303 already on that Kassadin, and he's already level 12, and he already has a mythic and another item finished. That's the thing I would keep my eyes on. This Kassadin has been untouched the entire game, and by the time he hits level 16, if Michigu or Caracal is even like a pixel out of position, he will just one bang one of those champions and the fight is already won.
Yeah, it's not a fun way to play League of Legends. I'll say that when you're against the Fed Captain. As you said, absolutely untouched in this game. 4 more levels before Doomsday does hit for the side of M&M. How can they kind of change the tempo of this game? You know, is it that they need to focus to Kassadin, or is it that they need to just take objectives across the map elsewhere?
I think M&M, the biggest issue they have right now is that they're getting split apart. Ooh, Viking looking for a play.
Kamira, nice dodge away though.
Yeah, in the end he survives. It should be fine 9 times out of 10, but Slowq can follow really aggressive plays really quickly. Oh, Ice Gale.
It's going to be caught out. We'll push away. They're going to use Shelly on that bot side. They take the tier 1. Potentially going to look for a tier 2 as well. In the mid lane, we do see a push being had by the side of X7, but also in the top side, they are looking for that tier 2 in return. So just going to cross map for these towers. But is there potentially a world where we get a 3rd charge here?
There might be a world. It's not even a potential world. It's actually happening because there wasn't really a response from X7. I think M&M, they called the play because it's a bit too far forward to actually go for that. Oh, Chimera.
Talking about 5 forward, Lissandra was slightly out of position, but has managed to get themselves away with a good flash. Chimera able to stay alive, and Frost also putting in a lot of work. It is going to end up being just a 2-charge Herald there. The tier 2s will be traded across the map. Dragon coming up in 2 seconds. This would put X7 1 away from Seoul if they can secure it.
Yeah, and the biggest issue I had for M&M, because circling back to your question, is how do you go on in this game? Like, how do you deal with that 1-3-1 threat? And what you don't want is that you're trying to overforce 5v5 fights and that X7 isn't really biting the bullet. That's what makes a 1-3-1 hard to play. It's like the ownership of the macro gameplay is on the 1-3-1 team. When do you push forward? When do you fall back a bit? Do you have enough vision control? When are you forced into a fight? When can you disengage? But X7 is navigating that really well, and they're making sure that both the Fiora and the Kassadin are taking up a lot of resources and pushing lanes really far forward. So for M&M, the only real good place you have right now is make sure you control vision so that the side lanes aren't safe when they're pushing up, which is something they haven't really been doing to great success this game.
Ooh, wow. Beautiful dodge from Slowq on to that encore, and here comes Caleb. Already used the world ender looking for this fight. Slowq is going to get caught out, but once again can jump away, but a good Frozen Tomb does buy a little bit more time, but they're not going to be able to kill him off here. It will be Viking that they take instead as a sacrifice, but a lot used for M&M there and only getting 1 kill.
M&M now need to go towards the Baron, make sure that the Fiora can't split push that bot side, but they need to make sure that they pay attention to their positioning and that they don't get caught off guard by a TP from Icy Gill or Slowq. They will probably pick up this Baron. There are no really big ultis on the side of X7, so X7 need to force this fight with some important ultis on cooldown.
Indeed, they do. Caleb over the wall, waiting for his time to jump in here. They're pushed all the way to the back of this Baron. They don't want to get caught by Slowq. And right now they're looking for this fight, but will they have the damage? Here comes the TP coming through. Chimera able to get the stun up onto KT. Now in big trouble, but a good flash away gets him out of Aatrox's range. Now it's going to be the Kassadin in the back of this fight, able to do a lot of damage, but Caleb has been split. He will be dropped by the team, and it's going to be Ice Gale picking up another kill. Baron was taken by the side of M&M, but they've lost 3 already.
Yeah, Michigu is going to get hunted down by Slowq, so that's 4 Baron buffs that you lose, and that's the really difficult decision-making M&M had to go through there. You get the pick on Viking, but you don't really have Icy Gale or Slowq in the Dead Chamber, and at that time, you need to make sure that you either take the Baron really fast or are able to collapse on the EMF and the Karma that are buying time. The problem is you're running into a range disadvantage, and Calum is going for that flank, but nobody really comes through the jungle because they just TP into the fight. The mobility of X7, the TP advantage, made sure that there wasn't a play to be found from Calum in that push, and that ended up into them making a risky Baron play that you have to do to try to take the tempo again. As I was explaining, that 1-3-1 is really hard to break open, so it's a good call, but the subsequent fight goes really horribly wrong.
Yeah, 2 tier 2s picked up there after the fight as well. Or sorry, Fiora got the one before the fight, and then they got another one after the fight. So 2 tier 2s plus a whole team fight for only 1 Baron buff doesn't really seem that worth. Although saying that, Icy Gale might be donating a little bit more gold there with his own life as he's being chased by the rest of this team. Chimera in a bit of a weird situation, able to get the slow, but Icy Gale able to get out of there. Now in the frozen tomb, though, may not make it out alive, will go down. Bullet time over the top, though, from Misfortune. Katie trying to turn this one around, and Slow Q going to be able to get a bit of damage down with Tabby and pick up a kill onto Viego. Maybe, just maybe, X7 might be going for the play themselves. Chimera in a lot of trouble, gets the stun up, but will go down, and now they're just running straight through this team. Caleb is the next target and will fall down, and it's just X7 all the way every single time Eminem try and make the play.
Slow Q is cosplaying an immortal Kassadin skin that has not been released yet, because this guy is just playing forward, using and abusing the lead he had in the early game. Yeah, he was untouched in the early game, but the problem that the lineup from Eminem has is that they just can't really seem to catch Slow Q out. They can't really seem to hammer him down in one of these fights, and then you see Solve going really far forward for the reset, but when we get back live, there's already a Seraphine in the chamber.
By Mishigu, they've taken that kill already, and now it looks like they're just going to back away. Immediately I thought they maybe go for that tower as well. Caleb still dead on the timers, but will be coming back up, and they don't want to risk giving Eminem a win back into this game. Dragon going to be spawning up in 58 seconds. Is this a must fight for Eminem?
I don't think Eminem has anything to say anymore in this game. I think they're just reduced to reactionary gameplay in League of Legends right now. It's not really a must fight. I mean, I think you don't really fret too much if you give over soul points right now, because you're so far behind. The gold lead, it doesn't really tell everything. I mean, it's just, you could say it's just a 4k gold lead, but if you look at the Kassadin 707, 10 stacks on the Magi's, he can just run into a lane and be completely fine in a 1v1. So you need to send 2-3 people to the Kassadin at the same time. You would need to do the same towards the Fiora, and that gives X7 so much control over the map, while Eminem's teamfight composition can't really find a good team fight. So this Dragon, I would say, leave it to X7. You have no control. You don't really need to contest it. Try to get as much gold as possible, because you probably only have 1 or 2 good fights left in the tank, and then the game is over.
Yeah, indeed. You talked about the win conditions for X7. Get that 1-3-1 online. They have definitely done just that, with also the Misfortune being pretty strong themselves. They're now pushing for this Dragon, and Eminem questioning whether or not they should go for this play. They're actually going to decide to walk away from it and give over this Drake. 1 more added to the tally for X7. That would take them to 3. 1 away from Soul. But I don't know if we're going to see that one run.
This is really aggressive from Eminem. They TP into the top side, and they are trying to catch out people from X7. KT doesn't walk up, uses the Make It Rain to make sure that he knows where Eminem are. And now Eminem is in trouble because they're at the wrong side of the rift.
Split, and Slowq now on the back of this fight does get hit with the Frozen 2, but able to jump away with the Ripple. But there's the bullet time! There's the knock for the Jarvan, and they're able just to take down the Seraphine immediately. They're in, they're out, and they're going back once again. Chimera tries to pass over the wall, but it doesn't get him over. Zhonya's will buy a bit more time, but he is going to go down. Now it's just all Slowq once again. Another kill onto the Aatrox. Icy Girl going to pick up one on the backline with the Senna, and it's just X7 showing so much power in game 1.
And this should 100% be it. This should be X7 securing the fact that they go on to the knockout stages of this tournament, because it's just looking so dire for Eminem and it's looking so good for X7. They don't make the mistake of face checking there. Eminem go for a desperation play with like a bait TP of Caleb in the top side, and they try to catch people off guard in the jungle, but it's them that get caught. And I mean, yeah, their play was already lost there. You try to go for the really hard flash on a too big distance and you don't really get it off, but maybe they can try again, try to get KT or Tabby down here.
Ooh, Tabby could be in trouble, as you said. They're trying to go for it, but they don't get the kill. It is now going to be Chimera who gets the stun off. They will finally pick up that one. It looks like they almost got away, but the combat will be removed. But Fiora just pushing on the other side of the map takes the tier 3.
I mean, Tabby, she's having a stellar game. It's sad that she gets caught there, but they did push in.
Hello, Eminem. That's going to be Chimera gone down. They tried to fight Slowq. He's level 16. The timer is over. The game is done for you. Caracal Jr., you are gone. Stop. You might be on the next one out on call. It's going to go wide. It's going to be Slowq picking up another kill. And Soft, you're going to join your teammates in the base in a quick pace, because Slowq is just going to finish you off real easy and he does that simply. He takes that kill. X7 in the base. They TP just for the lols. They're going to end this game real quick.
11-0-10 R5 Kassadin has entered the building, and Eminem is about to leave it with their heads not really held high after this game, because it feels like X7 never really was in trouble. And SlowQ, he's dominating this game along with his team, and X7, they secure the knockout phase in a dominant fashion, you could say.
Yeah, indeed. Taking themselves to 4-0. They are going to make it through to the playoffs. But what spot will they take is still up for contention. They still have to beat Chaos to ensure that they can take the top spot. But what a way to kick off the day.
Yeah, I mean, the Kassadin came a bit out of left field. I was thinking about more along the lines of champions we've already seen from SlowQ, but then you almost forget that guy, the amount of time he spent in Europe dumpstering kids on a lot of different champions, and now on the Kassadin in this game, it looked really clean. And to think that this is X7's like academy lineup for most parts, you have Viking and then the 4 academy players. It makes X7 a really scary organization for the future of the NLC, that they can field a team that looks this strong against an ex-NLC Div 1 team in the Aurora Open. Because for next season, if you're looking at these players, I mean, there's a lot of good names there for other teams to pick up, but also X7 showing that the depth of their roster goes really, really deep. Because if this is what the academy team does on like a 1-3-1 that you almost execute faultless, then yeah, the future of the organization is really bright.
Yeah, and there were some question marks for X7 at the start of that game. They did hand Eminem a few victories here and there, but Eminem weren't able to really turn it back around. That Dragon really came in clutch, that big fight, giving it back to X7. Are you maybe worried about Eminem's future in this tournament? Do you think they can maybe pick up 2 wins later on?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried because this draft, they really didn't have a fallback plan. And yeah, they really need to shore up those weaknesses if they go into the next 2 games.
Okay, well, with that being said, we're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk to break down what just happened.
Thank you, J-Real. Thank you, Dino. And what a fantastic game from X7. Yes, they had some quite some off moments here and there, but it was an overall pretty convincing game. Now, I would like to start off to talk about the draft. Anifar, I know that we had this Seraflex adaptation, and I know how you love this kind of Sera adaptation. What was the impact, or at least what were Eminem trying to do with this flex?
Well, I don't think it should have been flexed this game. I think it should have stayed in the mid lane as it was picked originally, because in the moment when X7 were drafting a very solid topside with the Fiora, they wanted the Jarvan to secure that early game. They were obviously going for the 1-3-1, and Seraphine shines a lot more when the enemy team needs to face her head on, which wasn't the case for X7. So as long as the Seraphine is picked, she's still fine. She's still great. Just shoving down mid lane, playing the side lane if necessary, especially since she can keep her range against Fiora. And yeah, I would have liked to see a hyper carry here for the side of Eminem. I would have liked seeing Mishigu with a bit more agency. He had the Kaisa open, even though the Twitch was banned alongside the Samira. He didn't pick the Kaisa. He ended up taking the Seraphine with the Senna. The bot lane was a weak side to a team that had to play through top, and that's fine. Had to absorb pressure. But even in lane, the Seraphine didn't work. She had no control over her own wave. They kept getting completely caught off guard, and Viking just took advantage of that.
Yeah, and now, Tom, when this Kassadin appeared as an R5, we were questioning it, but Tom said, okay, this Kassa is going to carry. So how did this happen, Tom, and why did you say that from the start?
First of all, it's SlowQ. It speaks for itself. He's just an insanely good mid laner. But now looking also in the draft in comparison to the Kassadin in that particular spot is that they have a lot of crowd control and they have a lot of things to lock down the Kassadin. But all the problem is, like, if you use too much on the Kassadin, then everybody else on the team is actually going to take over the game. And I feel like because of the team composition that Eminem has, it's going to be too slow early. So then it's going to be easier for him to just accelerate through the game and get to the 16 power spike. And even before that, he was taking over the game.
Absolutely. Now, we are joined here by Tabby to talk a little bit more about this game. So first of all, congrats on this victory and on heading further into the tournament. It is quite a leap from Div 3 to participate in this cup. So how does it feel to play and win in this tournament, given your journey from X7 Academy?
It's definitely different. I mean, it's been really fun. But I'm playing with really good people, so I don't know. It's just been really fun.
And about this match, I have a specific question about this Karma pick. Since Amomo and Leona were open, why not going for an engaged support here? Was Karma supposed to be flexed into mid lane?
Not really. I just felt comfier playing Karma in general into that, just because it was just a good disengage pick versus Viego and Aatrox, so I'm just comfy on it. I mean, I could have. I prefer playing Rel to Amumu, for example,
Okay.
but yeah,
And
not really
that's, that gave you the comfort you needed to a brilliant performance. Now, Tom Kick, Annie, I know that you have also some questions, so maybe starting with you, Tom.
Yeah, of course. Like, since we spoke with Viking last time, he's been prominent about you guys having a lot of fun and you guys just enjoying the time on the Rift. Now, he was talking a little bit about some spicy picks he wanted, for example, the Blitzcrank jungle, but it's wrong patch. Have you guys been speaking about some other spicy things now that you're locked for playoffs, and maybe try out some more exciting things for the coming games?
I'm not too sure what could be too spicy on this patch, because like I feel like all the spicy stuff's in the live patches, but we might change it up a bit for later games. We'll see.
Yeah, and on a different note, since you did make the leap from Div 3 into this cup with a brand new team, basically, how have you been adapting to KT as an AD carry specifically? He also doesn't have much experience. Do you think he is also a pretty good AD carry? Do you think you guys mesh well? How do you feel like your whole synergy as a bot lane has been going throughout this cup?
I feel like we play reasonably well considering we kind of just met. Like we don't talk that much, but like we kind of both seem to know what each other wants. So for me, that's normally quite a good sign. So I'm quite happy. Although it's a shame we haven't gotten to see him play Callista, because I'd really like to play like Callista Renata or Callista Rel or something like that. But I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh, that is sad. That is something that I would love to see you playing. Now, for the last question, Abby, is there any team you would like to face further along this tournament? Or
for me, I'd like to play versus Rate, who I think are in the group that we might end up facing like next. Because they're in
Next
F and we're in E.
Yeah.
Because one of my friends is on it, and he's like my rival, so that'd be kind of exciting for me.
But do you think you're favorites to win it all?
No, probably not. I don't. But I'm still gonna try.
Okay, and try you will, and I'm sure that if you keep on doing what you're doing, you're gonna do great, Tabby. Thank you so much for your time in this interview, and congrats on the victory again.
Thank you.
Now, still about this game, I think it would be interesting to talk about the way that Eminem was supposed to have a stronger mid game, and X7 got an advantage on the second Drake fight. So how did the game develop from there, Tom?
I feel like early game was pretty even overall. It was a lot of fist fighting. It was to be expected of X7 having a little bit too much fun. But it was looking kind of good for Eminem. I feel like after that fight, it was more like X7 just getting in the right gear, taking over just in the individual strength and finding the right moments to catch people off guard. And that's where it started to snowball.
Yeah, I was just expecting Eminem to have a different approach to that team fight. They didn't really take control of the dragon beforehand. They were still with a man's advantage in the fight, but the moment Viking came in with the Cataclysm, no one could react, and most importantly, their biggest team fight tool was not available. The young core was not available because there was a
Yeah.
dive previously on the bot side. It was used. So the moment that Encore is not available, you need to buy time. And for that, you need to take control of the area beforehand. It just seemed like M&M skipped too many steps. And because of that, X7 actually got rewarded for their greedy early game because they actually managed to create a snowball from there.
And then there was that Baron fight from M&M that was also, they were trying to take advantage back. They were trying to take control again of the game, but that went, it was too risky and it was unnecessary. But let's see how these teams will face. Before anything else, we'll head into a small break, so don't go anywhere. We are back to talk a little bit more about Cabbage versus Chaos, the upcoming match. Now, last week there were nice team fights, but they slowly bled out with scaling composition. What do you expect to happen this time around, Tom?
I feel like this time, I'm hoping, at least for the sake of Cabbage Family, that they have prepared some new stuff. What it felt like from last week was that they had some good plans, but weren't really in a good position to actually execute it, and they didn't really know what to do with it. So for Chaos's part, it's more about chilling, playing their own stuff, and their individual strength would just outmatch Cabbage Family. So I want some more creativity from Cabbage to be able to maybe match Chaos.
Yeah, same. I want to see Cabbage Family, even if it's really hard for them to get out of the group. I do want to see them contest about in front of most teams, and I think Chaos is a good start. I do think that maybe Chaos are one of the most aggressive teams in the group, and maybe that's bad stylistically into Cabbage Family and the slow drafts that they've been showing and the will to play from the mid game onwards. But if they have adapted their team style, if they have adapted their drafts, and if they actually know how to defeat their enemies now, I think that's a great point to start. Of course, individually, they might still be outclassed, but I do think that Cabbage Family have a shot.
Yeah. Is there anything in particular, any particular matchup players that you're looking forward to watch in this game?
I think it's always about the mid lane. I think Sandhya is the one who brings the spicy things, and he always wants the fist fight. So if Cabbage Family wants to do something and they want to try to get a small lead, it might be Sandhya overstepping a little bit in the mid lane, and that's something you can actually punish early on.
Yeah, I do agree that this mid lane matchup could be very interesting, but I am looking at both junglers, since they're probably the players with the most experience in the Rift from both teams. Sharp has played in the LVP before. We had a chance to talk to him actually last week, and he was saying that, yeah, he's focused on work and studies and stuff like that, but he is still such a high-level jungler. He is such a high-tempo jungler, and I do think that he can cause trouble to a team like Cabbage Family, but I do think Pop is a very smart jungler as well, and I do think that Pop, as a player, can be the glue that actually brings Cabbage Family to a steady place in the mid-game and can actually make plays happen if Sharp doesn't get those leads.
So is the mid-jungle duo the duo, the players that is going to unlock the game?
I guess
Sure.
so.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Tabby said that there were also already all the picks, the spicy picks from this patch were already explored. However, I need to ask you if you do have any champions that you would like to see appear on this upcoming match. Starting with you, Annie. You are laughing, so I know that you have something in mind right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would have liked to have seen the Blitzcrank last game. I do think it was a great place for him, even though the Karma did a great job applying that pressure in the bot side and controlling the waves. I don't think there is much room for experimentation. I do think the patch is pretty much figured out. But as we saw last game, there was a Kassadin out of the blue, so you never know. For me, I like to see mages in the bot lane. I would love to see mages in the bot lane. And if there's anyone that can bring them, it might be Certified Random, since he did bring the Yasuo last week. So maybe Chaos will bring a little bit of spiciness in that bot lane role.
Sorry, Tom, I will ask you already, but what kind of mages would be fit on the bot lane?
I would love to see Veigar specifically. I do think he's great into most hard engaged bot lanes that are being thrown around for free, like Kai'Sa and stuff like that. I do like Syndra, but I will keep my eyes on her for the next patch when she'll actually be very valuable in the bot lane.
Fair enough. Now, how about you, Tom?
The thing I would probably like to see the most is something spicy from Pop or an Echo mid from Sandhya. I feel like that's the two things to look at, because Pop is, as we spoke about, the one to maybe carry the team and to be able to find these angles to look for something that can surprise Chaos. And then on the other side, I'm also a fan of something on the bot lane. Now we're talking about the mages, and what goes well with that is the aggressive supports. And I know they have been playing it on Chaos side. For example, Swain Pantheon or Swain Pike bot lane. That is something they actually play and could be spicy. Now, if we're able to see it, that's a good question, but we'll have our hopes up and see what happens.
That is actually a really interesting thing. But Tom, you mentioned Pop and spicy champions. What kind of champion specifically you think would fit on this particular playstyle?
Karfus.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like the Carper shot. Another thing is probably Kindred. Kindred can be pretty flexible and do a lot of damage on the map. One thing that has sometimes been banned and sometimes been picked, like people have a very different approach to the champion, is maybe Udyr. And Udyr is quite exquisite in this patch, and I think that could be something to maybe surprise Chaos a bit.
I do think Udyr is disabled, if I'm not mistaken, though, so I don't think we able. I mean, if it is for Worlds, I'm guessing it's the same tournament realm.
I think I've seen it once.
Oh, you have? Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm completely wrong. But
we'll see.
But I don't really like Udyr. I think Udyr is a very streamlined, straightforward champion that is just not fun to watch whatsoever. But honestly, speaking of the jungle again, I love seeing assassins specifically. I think the Talon and the Zed fell out of favor, but they can still be pretty useful. I don't like champions like Kha'Zix. Maybe they're a bit more. They're harder to execute in general, but I do think that they can still bring a lot of value to a team. But AP burst mages in the jungle are very, very good, like the Karthus that I mentioned, and that is one of Pop's picks. It's been banned again against him, actually, if I'm not mistaken. But I would like to see like Morgana jungle that we have seen in the LCK. I would like to see stuff like Brand and Syndra that have functioned to an extent in that jungle and that could appear eventually. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just throwing it out there. It could be a thing. And to finalize this, maybe Mordekaiser. I do think he is very viable as a jungler. And sometimes when he is picked in the top lane, it's for very specific matchups. But if you really want to have that big potential inside of team fights and actually make sure your objective control is a bit better, I do think Mordekaiser jungle is a go-to pick.
Hey, that is interesting, Tom. You are smiling, you are laughing. You have a couple of things to say about that as well, no?
I think it's quite interesting. I totally agree with a lot of the picks that we've been talking about. I think there is room for them to be picked. If it's likely or not, I'm not really sure. But I feel like, but it's always the thing about the second day. And I feel like if there is a day we see these kinds of picks, it is today, because some of the things are already locked. So, for example, X7, who's already comfortable in first place, they're going to be happy and can do a little bit more interesting things. Now, for these early games, I would imagine we're onto more standard things. Maybe Chaos, that is a team that can do spicy, would bring it out.
Yeah.
But if we want the really crazy things, maybe in the end of the day, it could really happen.
Okay. True. Yeah, that makes more sense. And I wanted to ask you a question about the ways. I mean, I don't know exactly, that's why I'm asking, but what do you feel there would be ways to deal with the skill gap, to deal with the lack of confidence that some teams might show, and that's, you know, the lack of experience, not of confidence?
I feel like if you want to do something about that, it's more about just taking away the nameplates and just having fun playing League of Legends. If you're Cabbage family, you're coming here with not the highest expectations.
Yeah.
But then again, you got to remember, you have nothing to lose. Because there is no expectations, you have everything to win. And then it's more about just having fun. Because when you're enjoying playing, when you're playing things you're comfortable on, that's when the crazy things happen and upsets may happen. And it's all about just knowing what kind of position you're in. Now, if you're X7, it's more about you have a reputation, you have a name for yourself, and it's more about you need to win. But Cabbage family, just have fun. I want to see spicy things.
Yeah, that's something I touched on the pre-show as well. I do feel like Cabbage family are playing with a little bit of too much respect of their opponents. I do think they are very, very capable as a team, as a whole. As I've mentioned before, Pop is obviously experienced to an extent. Spark has also shown some pretty good things, but I do think that the team as a whole would benefit from that unmeasured aggression, from confidence, from just playing what they want and enjoy. Because at this point, you're 0-3. It is very likely that you're going to drop a game and just not make it regardless. So it's way better if you actually try to not to play the meta, not to try to prepare for the meta or whatever for your opponent. No, nameplates off. You're just going with 4 buddies into flex queue. What do you want to bring in? And that's it. I want to see them play comfort. I want to see them play with that aggression. I want to see them play with early leads, because we do know that maybe sometimes teams with less experienced teams coming from the lower divisions actually don't have as many. It's not that they don't have the macro notions. It's that they're a bit slower to take decisions, and that can hinder them. So if you're at a point where it doesn't matter what decision you make, that you can probably force a fight and just win, that's probably the place where you want to be as Cabbage family, as any underdog whatsoever in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's also the thing that probably they don't have other teams that actually punish those mistakes, so they keep doing. But if they are together and they all go and do even a questionable decision, if they go and do it together and actually, commit to it, they sometimes can surprise. They sometimes can stay on top and like pull it off. It happens. Now, you mentioned comfort, Anifar, and you mentioned that you really want that for the comfort. Okay, never mind. Now, because there was a delay, there isn't anymore. So, as I said before, I really want spicy picks. I really want creative ways to deal with this skill gap, and above all, the confidence from Cabbage. So let's see what they can do and head on to Champion Select with J Real and Dino. Take it away.
I'm just joking, I'm not muted. I got you guys at home. I already know you thought I didn't remember, but I did. And what I also remembered is that this game is a bit of a banger. Chaos versus Cabbage Family. Cabbage Family, obviously a team that's basically formed up of UK players from unis. They played in a lot of tournaments. They even won at Insomnia recently versus Ruddy, but with enough shoutouts for them. Let's get into this game. Dino, we got the Lucian, the Sidus, the Maokai band away, also the Hecarim, the Kindred, and the Poppy. Aatrox first pick. It's like we're seeing the same game from the last one.
Yeah. I mean, if it's open, you lock it in. If you're a top laner, you can't play Aatrox right now. I don't know what you're doing on this patch, but you're just probably refusing to play what is really, really broken. So you blind pick the Aatrox. I'm a bit saddened by the Kindred ban because... I mean, the desk hypes it up. We're gonna see spicy stuff. We're gonna see new stuff. Maybe go think outside of the box, and then you blind pick Aatrox into Caitlyn Sejuani, and I'm just looking at the same games over and over again.
Yeah, indeed. And I believe... Okay, we've got it now. Chaos is on the right-hand side. They are on the red side of this map. It's going to be blue side for Cabbage Family. And yes, as you said, Sejuani locked in. It could be a flex. It could be jungle. It could be going to the top side. We'll have to see what they do decide to lock in a little bit later. But the Caitlyn pick, it is such a popular one. It is the most banned pick on this patch right now.
Yeah, and we've already seen Random play it in the bot lane, so it's not weird to see it go to its hands. I think that Cabbage Family is probably prepared for this. The Sejuani was played in topside for Coolberg, so again, as you said, can be flexed to the jungle, but by picking up the Trundle, you already picked the hard counter. Sejuani wants to go for the engage, you get a pillar in your face. If you finally find the engage, you get dominated by the ulti, and your stats just disappear like snow towards the sun. So for Cabbage Family, I think they were ready for these champions, looking in the Trundle so fast, and they took some time to think about it, but they went for the Lulu. It's sort of a takeaway. I don't think Lulu Caitlyn is really that popular, but you make sure that you don't have a Lulu on the other side to buff up the Caitlyn, and you make sure that you yourself can pilot that Lulu with whatever carry you maybe want to face the Caitlyn off with. We've seen answers to the Caitlyn right now be the Jhin, because you can match the range, and then for the rest it's basically you suffer and hope you don't die. So Lulu can help any carry that would fall in that later bracket of carries.
Yeah, Jhin also a really cool flex pick, as Tom Kick learned yesterday. Can apparently be played jungle. So who knows? Maybe we see that. Maybe that's the spicy pick that we get to see in this matchup. But Victor, going to be locked in there. A pretty standard one from Zandia there. And you know what? So far, I'm quite liking Chaos's draft. They got a very standard comp, but it is one that is effective. On the flip side, Cabbage, I feel like I like their top two. I like that Aatrox, I like that Trundle. The Lulu, a little bit surprising. What ADC are you thinking they might go for the pairing with that?
It's a bit of a tough one, because if you look at what Spark likes to play, he doesn't really play the Jhin that often. So I think they are trying to cover their bases and going for an AD carry that has a rough time maybe in the early game against the Caitlyn, but then in the mid to late game is really good in team fights, and thus locking in the Lulu already. If you look at what Spark has played this tournament, you have Vayne, Senna, and Xayah. I think Vayne is way too scary against the Caitlyn in general. So I would want them to go something like an Ophelia, something like a Jinx that needs the Lulu, because otherwise, as you said, Lulu is just like this curveball out of left field that you never really needed.
Could we maybe get Kokmore as well? Right now we're seeing the Nocturne being hovered, so that could be a little bit of a problem for that Kokmore to get locked in. But it's going to be Mordekaiser. Okay. It looks like on the desk, Mordekaiser has risen and still keeping these two as flex picks.
And I think it's a pretty standard draft with some spicy stuff happening, like the Lulu on blue 3, and then now you have the Mordekaiser going to probably the top side, not the jungle, because the game still really matters. I mean, Chaos, they are 2-1, Cabbage are 0-3. If Cabbage take this game, they keep their hopes alive of securing a second spot with a 4-0 already for X7. It's a really tight race, and we actually do see the Kog'Maw. It's a huge risk. I mean, if you look at the other side of the map, yeah, Kog'Maw has the W to kind of match the range of Caitlyn. It's not the same, but you should be a little bit safer. But you already have the hard engage of Sejuani. You already had a Mordekaiser that can just take you out of the fight. So you know you have to build a QSS if you want to do Kog'Maw things, but they still go for it because they are confident that Spark can pull it off.
Yeah, and I was getting heavily baited when they were hovering that Vladimir there, and like they would have gone for the most late game team comp in the world, but they've decided to go for the Corki instead. I'm not the biggest fan of the Corki personally. I saw it played a lot actually in Group D that I casted yesterday. Azir's really good into it. Admittedly, into Victor, I think maybe you have a little bit of better time because obviously Corki needs to get to those later stages. But all in all, are you happy with how Cabbage Family have drafted?
Yeah, no, I'm waiting for the support pick of Chaos. I think this would be okay. I love this. Okay, so this adaptation makes me even more scared for Cabbage Family. So they're just locking in the Pyke. You have Pyke Caitlyn bot with support of a Sejuani. So even though you have Lulu Kog'Maw, you are in big trouble if that Bone Skewer just lands once. Definitely once you hit level 6. And what I like about the draft of Cabbage Family is the confidence they had in picking certain champions. Like blind picking the Lulu, knowing you're going to go for the Kog'Maw and having faith in your player Spark. As you said, they have been playing in the university esports scene of the UK, and they have been doing good there. They're a team that's kind of feared in the lands as well. So in that regard, I like seeing it. But you're running into a Mordekaiser, and you're like, okay, mid lane, maybe take a Corki, 2 carries. So if Mordekaiser ults one of them, the other one can take over, and then you get the Pyke. And it's just like, are you taking over, or are you going to get bone skewered to death before the fight even starts?
And we talk about the Kog'Maw, we talk about, okay, there's potential for that late game scaling, but I don't feel like they really want to go to the late game, to be honest, because on the flip side, you then have to deal with a lot of damage, and I've completely forgotten the draft because it's gone off my screen. But it's like, from what I remember, the Victor, exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking about when I was talking about late game damage. One Death Ray, maybe a Chaos Storm, and you're gone. You know, you're an ADC, you're squishy, you're playing in 2022. This is not fun for you, you know? So it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to play this game. I feel like mid-game is where they have to spike, right? Cabbage have to kind of take the control of this game and really try and push it to the end early.
Yeah, 100%. I think you blind pick the Aatrox because it's just the flavor of this patch. You get a Mordekaiser, which is a counter matchup you don't really see a lot. It's basically a matchup that can survive pretty decently because your wave clear is pretty insane. And then if they want to gank you, if they want to dive you topside, you just have the ulti. You just take the jungler into the death realm, and suddenly the Aatrox is just sitting there. It's like, oh, my champion is pretty busted, but I can't do anything with the Eclipse I just bought. So in that regard, it already spiraled a little bit in draft. And then if you look at what they want to do, as you said, mid-game power spike is a big one. Late game is even scarier when you have the Kog'Maw and the Corki. Both are hyper carries in the late game, but positioning is going to be key, and surviving that Caitlyn Pyke in the early game, because if you don't, then you're never going to see 2 to 3 items, and the other side is just Chaos is just going to run away with the game. So for me, I'm really looking towards that bot lane. Can you keep Pyke Caitlyn under control? Can you even get Kog'Maw to 2 items? And then in the mid lane, if you keep the Corki alive, you might have enough in the tank for the mid to late game teamfights, because that honestly is really scary as long as you don't walk into choke points, as long as you don't walk into dark visionless sides of the map, and you can set up a Kog'Maw and a Corki. You have 2 hyper carries in the late game. That does sound scary, but on the other side, I mean, the control, the hooks, the choke point fights of a Victor, it's a good draft for Chaos.
It is indeed. They have some early game, they have some late game, they have a lot to deal with, but we'll see if Cabbage Family can find their first win as we get into game 2 of the day. Chaos looking to secure second place. A win here will put them on that road. Cabbage Family, though, looking to cause some upsets here. Well, with this being said, no crazy stuff going out in the early game. Everyone playing it pretty safe.
Yeah, no crazy stuff maybe in the early game, but like a draft. I mean, I don't agree with any far said on Disc, where the patch is figured out. I mean, we're looking at a Worlds where they played over 100 champions. I love to see that, and I think these 2 teams embrace this, because we get Kog'Maw Lulu. That's a blast from the past. But then on the other side, they're just like Mordekaiser into Aatrox, Pyke R5 as the surprise pocket pick, and I love to see this. It's a huge risk you take as well as Eski, because like if you get into those mid to late game fights where it's just vision control from Cabbage Family. You don't really get to flank. They know you're coming. You'll just get barraged from range and die before you get in range to even flash E somebody. But right now, Eski has the playmaking potential, along with Random on his Caitlyn, to take complete control over this early game, and that's what I want to see them do in that bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see how they do play for that one. And with that, you could also bring the junglers down too. They're both starting in the top side, so they will be going down to the bottom lane for their first clear. Potential fight at that 315 Scuttle Crab, but we'll have to see how that one does work out. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get the Zap more on the Monster Tamer Lulu, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed by the skin selection in general in the bot lane. It's not too crazy, but I do like the fact that Spark just runs up for the first trade. If you look at his summoners as well, he's going typical flash Ghost for a Kog'Maw, because Ghost and Kog'Maw is something really scary. It does make it so they don't have exhaust, but if you look at the comp of Chaos, you're never really using exhaust. I mean, you have the heal already on Lulu, because that's what Lulu does. It's a very good enchanter support, and then you, like, the exhaust would only be for situations where you get ulted by Mordekaiser and try to survive that 1v1, as Tatu is trying.
What about the 1v1? This is just going crazy. Coolberg and Tatui just fully slapping each other up there, and it is going to take them both low. No one going to go down just yet. We'll see how that one does play out. And I feel like the quest to find someone that beats Aatrox has been one that many top laners have looked for. The only solid solutions that I've been told are apparently Irelia. I've personally played Kled into it and it seemed okay, but is there anything that really, really slams this Aatrox home?
I mean, I'm surprised we don't see a lot of Irelia, because Irelia into Aatrox is such a fun matchup to play for the Irelia player, and I really expected a lot of Irelia and Jax coming into Worlds as well from the Chinese and Asian teams in general, because they like to throw hands on top side. But yeah, Mordekaiser doesn't really slap up on Aatrox normally. I think Coolberg played that exchange really well. He knows the limit of the champion, and that's a bit scary for maybe Tatui, because you don't like a Mordekaiser that knows the limits of the champion, because then they just dish out a few Qs and your HP bar is gone.
Oh, talk about HP bars gone. Spark taking a lot of damage. A good dodge though on the hook does stop SK from getting the pull back over a trap, which could have potentially ended in the Kog'Maw going back to base real quick, as Coolberg once again looking for that trade. Tom Kick described him as the top weak side king, and he is definitely putting some pressure down, but might actually be receiving a gank very soon.
Yeah, this is a very good gank for Sejuani. You have two melees, you have a stacked wave. It's a bit risky, but definitely when Pop is there. Oh, this is a big risk now.
This is a huge risk indeed. They're going to go straight for it. Tatui going pretty low there, but able to get away and taking so many tower shots. He's going to go down. It's a 1-for-0, and Tatui just walking away easily.
And if you're the king of weak side, maybe you shouldn't try to dive so early and play the strong side, because it looked easy. It was easy. Tatui early flash to reposition. Sharp is not tanky at all if it doesn't get his aftershock procced, and it looked a bit sloppy from Chaos, and that along with Pop already being in position for an eventual counter gank, or maybe even catch the play if they do get the first blood, made it so that the pressure of Coolberg that he had in the early game with the Mordekaiser against the Aatrox didn't. Wow.
Eski going to be able to pull back Spark, and that's a lot of damage coming out from the Caitlyn. Good block on the trap from Heathen, though. Will keep Spark alive a little bit longer, and now able to ghost away. But flash forward! Right, trying to get the kill. He does get the auto in the shield, almost saving the life of that Cog. But now Heathen in trouble, gets caught out, will go down. 2 kills to Gales in the bot side, equalising the play that happened in the top. But another play in the top side. Paul making his way up to the top side, gets the kill onto Coolberg once again.
Let's go, J-Real. We are looking at a I don't know, a barn fight, a bar brawl. You can call it what you want, a street fight with no rules. It's getting sloppy, it's getting messy, and for both teams, this is a really important game to try to have something to say for the second seed of the groups. Here you have a late flash of Spark trying to actually get out of the situation. Basic attack of Random will still hit, and it's kind of sad because I thought Spark was maybe playing around this passive, playing really aggressive, trying to get Random out of position. Oh, we're going back into the...
No, Coolberg is just getting repeat ganked over and over and over again. Will survive this time, but Tatui has World Ender, and that is exactly how Coolberg is going to be feeling. Tom Kick, my guy, yeah boy, he's getting absolutely slammed in that top side. The weak side is not going well for him this game.
The weak side 404 not found in this top side is just repeat gank after repeat gank pop, just setting up a tent in the top lane, camping as if his life depends on it, and it's Tatui that gets all the benefits from it. He was already level 6, Coolberg was level 4, and they just go for the dive, kill him again, and even though this Mordekaiser in the first 4 levels had really good traits against the Aatrox, it now looks dire times. You're down double losses. Oh, Sharp looking for the play.
Ooh, on the flip side, though, bot side of this map, it's now potentially Spark in trouble, gets flung back. There's the root, there's the kill, and there's no answer from Cabbage Family. Pork now trying to get into range, but not going to be able to get close to the random. And although they've been able to find success in the top side, the bot side of Chaos is winning very, very strongly, and it's exactly what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it's exactly what I want to see from Chaos, but you hope that the top side is under control a little bit, because now it's pretty much an even game. There's a 500 gold discrepancy between Cabbage Family and Chaos Esports, so in that regard, it's a pretty even game. No neutral objectives going over to either of the teams, so it's now up to Chaos and up to Cabbage Family to use their strengths in this game. You have a Caitlyn Pyke that is getting the ball rolling at level 6. Don't forget, Pyke really good at distributing gold across the team and making sure you snowball out of one fight, so that's what we want to see from Chaos. While at the other side, just keep hammering down that top side. Make sure that Tatui, he's level 6 against a level 5 Mordekaiser, is level 7 even right now, two level lead. Just make sure he pushes in the wave, they can play for plates, and then roam the map and see if he can maybe make Zandia's life a misery as well.
I really like that play from Chaos there. They go into the jungle, they roam, they take that blue buff away from Pork. Yes, it's maybe not going to be the biggest change, but giving Zandia an early blue buff is pretty nice for this Victor. We're going to have to see how Cabbage Family now play, as we are going to see the Rift Herald spawning up. Dragon is still on the map as well, so maybe we see a trade of the objectives.
Yeah, this would be a logical one. You're not really beating bot side, so you have nothing to say about any Dragon play that Chaos can do, but you're dumpstering the top side right now. Just make sure you leverage that advantage and take the Rift Herald. It's gonna be uncontested probably, because you don't want to contest this top side at the minute, and at the same time Chaos is not being quick with his Dragon play, because they maybe want to look for a dive in the bot lane, and that is something that the Cabbage Family needs to be very careful about.
Yeah, the dive would be very clean. They are going to be able to pick up the Rift Turret in the top side. I do wonder if they follow it up with a gank up top and open up this tower, maybe move around Aatrox across the map, because Coolberg, as you said, is still 2 levels down. It is not close at all. This Aatrox is becoming a bit of a monster, and we'll have to see if they do continue this. It's going to be the Rift Herald drop there, even more gold. If we could maybe get a look at how much gold difference there is between these two top laners, because it is feeling pretty absurd.
It's feeling absurd, but this dive is also happening in the bot lane.
Oh, he's been caught out here. A lot of damage coming from the Caitlyn, and Spark as well. One more shot will do it. There's the net, and beautiful play from Random there. Ace in the hole, finishes it off with a 90 caliber and the headshot to kill off the Lulu. Very clean play from Chaos, keeping their bot lane very strong.
No chance to defend that dive, and that's the thing that Cabbage Family needed to be very afraid of when they went for the Rift Herald and made that play topside. Ensure you're not in issue bot side, but the Sejuani snuck in behind Vision. They never really saw it coming, and the dive was clean. Rift Herald charge here on the 3rd tower as well, like the tier 3 taking a beating already so early on in the game, and I favor Cabbage Family's position right now. Yeah, you have a Caitlyn that's pretty fit. The sad part is Eski wasn't level 6 yet for the dive, so there wasn't a lot of gold distribution going on, and you have a top side that completely spiraled out of control. Now, the biggest issue that Cabbage Family has is it's really hard to start playing around this top side now. So what you have to do is you have to rotate your bot lane to top, make sure that they just start freezing the wave, that they don't push the wave up too far, so that you can use the Trundle and the Aatrox to start barreling down this bot lane, because you don't want to push a tier 3 turret at this moment in the game. That's way too risky.
Yeah, indeed it is. Right now, QQR, God sidesteps there. Good play from him, getting away from Eski, doesn't get pulled back, will stay safe. The Dragon was finally taken by Chaos as well, but they're looking for a bit of a fight here. Paul maybe caught out, so Sejuani going to dive forward, but they don't really have that much damage, and this is a lot of damage coming back from Paul. Gets the kill! The Subjugate plus the Chomps were just too much to handle, and now the rest of the team could be in trouble. Zandia going to have to flash away from Pork. They will make it out alive, but Cabbage Family starting to move this lead into that bot side.
They're gonna dive maybe. Oh man, I would have loved if they went for the dive there, because Pyke's ulti is on cooldown, but you still have the flash and the heal for Random. Very good reaction there for Cabbage Family. Oh, Oh, that's just mean. That's just mean. He was working so hard for that blue buff. Zandia would have none of it. Wants the blue buff for himself. Coolberg now maybe finding a kill.
Ooh, Sparky, big trouble in the Death Realm. There is no fighting the Mordekaiser. Goodbye, Cogmore. Coolberg's going to find himself a 1 kill and a little bit of gold back. So now it is definitely a game of bot lane versus top side. Who are you favouring? Aatrox or the Caitlyn?
Well, let's just wait until this play unfolds.
We are going to see the director fight here. Tattoo trying to get in onto this Lulu. Onto the Pyke. Gets the pull back, but now Pop taking so much damage. Going to have to flash away. Now they're on the chase. Will they be able to find some more into this game? Random looking for some damage, but not going to be able to do anything meaningful. And they will force them out of the wave and potentially get the bot lane tower.
Yeah, so right now we're favoring the Caitlyn because they just won that skirmish 3v2. They're going to push in the tower as well. Maybe a bit too far forward. Killer.
The killer was used. The tower should go down here. They will be able to secure it. Couch finally not able to stop them from doing any more. But good signs for Chaos. They win that 3v2, but it is going to have to come down to those team fights. Obviously, the next dragon not for 2 more minutes and 40 seconds. So I don't think we're going to get anything just yet. Although saying that, Tatooine now stepping forward, going to go into this fight, but that's a lot of damage. There's a lot of CC, and there's the Gale Force, but a good wild growth will keep him alive. Pop now jumping forward, and that's so much onto the random, but he gets away with the flash. Still staying alive, and Cabbage are looking for more. There's the Lulu going forward. They get the kill. They're going to be able to take the Kaden, but will they lose for it? There's the Victor making his way down, and goodbye, Tatooine. You are gone, my friend.
Heathen had blood in his eyes. He just flashes forward for the kill, tried to get random down, and it does cost the Caitlyn 2 sums and the HP bar, but in the end, it was a clean fight for Chaos. They are able to keep Tatui off random, and they almost kill him. Their second ulti of Eski's Spike, not really getting an execution, which is kind of sad, because you would love to get that shutdown money of Aatrox onto random and yourself, but at the same time, in the end, after Heathen flashing in, making sure they secure the kill, it's the collapse of Sandia, who has been really untouched this game as well, making sure that he picks up that kill, gets his Ludens online already, and I'm favoring the composition of Chaos just because if you look at Cabbage Family, they have a strong side top. It's like out of control how far ahead that Aatrox was. But Coolberg is catching up because he was just pushing in top lane and he even got a solo kill because Spark ran out of position. And the problem is, you have your early game pressure with Tatui. He has a lead. At the other side, the flip side, Random also has a lead. He's also the early game pressure. But your scaling options are so far behind. The Kog'Maw is a 0.4083 CS. Until that champion comes online, we're waiting till 2 to 3 items. We're probably 30 to 40 minutes in game. While at the other side, yeah, you put a Mordekaiser behind, but he still has the utility of his Death Realm. So for Chaos, this game state is actually really fine because it's an equal game state. They have a dragon lead and they don't have the issue of their big hyper carry that they're looking towards being 0-4 and almost no losses in the game.
Yeah, and we saw how the fight goes when it is Caitlyn versus that Aatrox. Caitlyn very much able to do the damage that they need to and get away from both Pulp and Tatui. So it is posing a little bit of a problem for Cabbage Family. We'll see how they can kind of temper this matchup because so far, Corki not been that active. You know, we are waiting for that 2-item power spike for them to get into the game, but also getting that package, getting around those objectives, having a proper 5v5 team fight, maybe things start to change in their favor.
Yeah, and with taking this Rift Herald without contention from Chaos Esports, they do have a lot of options on the map now. They can try to break open the mid lane tower and get some vision control, which will be important for them if they want to navigate the chaos that Chaos Esports can manifest in this game with the Pyke, with the Mordekaiser. In any case, Sandia is just pushing out the bot lane using the ulti to make sure that the dragon might be safe, but there goes QQR.
Ooh, getting a lot of damage onto the random. He's actually going to have to try and flash away from this one, but is in trouble. Gets taken down by Tatui. Then now Eski looking for a return fight, but the wild growth keeps up QQR. That's a lot of damage going down. Pyke is removed as well. Coolberg trying to help out his jungle with Zandia to try and take this dragon. They will secure it, but for what cost? Coolberg is going to take Pop into the Death Realm, but I don't think it's going to go too well for him. He comes back out. The team swarms, and Cabbage Family pick up 3 for 1.
And Chaos, they are not really paying attention to the map rotations of Cabbage Family. They are trying to force that dragon to make sure that they pick it up. In the end, they do have it, but they expended way too much. I mean, Zandia even used his ulti here to just push out the Kog'Maw, and they didn't pay attention to the package timer of QQR. And QQR, he finds the kill on random. He's like playing an assassin Corki by that point. Tatui actually secures it, but it's the way that the Corki was played that made sure that they split up Chaos and they were able to go for that play. And I think Goldberg, it's a little bit too late with the Death Realm there. If you can catch maybe QQR after he goes in, if you can catch maybe one of the carries of Cabbage Family, then it's a great ulti. But right there, you're just buying time, you're stalling, so you actually get the second dragon. But Cabbage Family get a huge lead of that play, and it's an important one because at the same time, Spark was never really there. So if they don't need the Corki, then the Corki can scale comfortably into the late game because Cabbage Family can just carry him there.
Yeah, indeed. So, and admittedly, it was actually a 3-for-0. They didn't even lose anyone from Cabbage Family there, so a really nice fight for them. And we talked about it. We talked about maybe they have a different time when it is a team fight, when it is the Corki package. All of these things do align, but we'll have to see how this game does continue going because that Victor is going to start to get scarier and scarier and scarier. We're still very early in the game. They haven't got the scaling items just yet, so it is still tentative for Cabbage. I feel like they still need to keep their lead going. Right now, only about 2k. In this next 5 minutes, what would you want to see them do? Is it about pushing towers? Is it about setting up for objectives? Or is it trying to find small picks here and there?
I want to see Cabbage Family have way more vision control than they have right now, because you see Chaos just walking up. They have the entire river under control. They're even pushing vision into the jungle of Cabbage Family, and Chaos has some scary pick potential with, of course, the Pike, but then also Caitlyn being an early game damage threat. Cabbage Family walking up against Sharp.
Sharp able to jump away with the Arctic Assault, gets out of range of Porp and Heathen, and now it looks like Chaos are just using the map rotations to their advantage. They took the tower into the top, they got the tier 1, now they're looking for the mid, and Chaos are just able to do so much, and there's no response from Cabbage.
Yeah, Cabbage, they are stuck in this 1-3-1 where they have no vision control, and you have a Kog'Maw that needs to be careful because Goldberg can dive him any second.
Oh, talking about careful though, Zandia in big trouble. Tatui able to do so much damage, but Flash had to be used, is able to get away for now. We'll see if that does lead to more. There is Aatrox picking up that kill, but in this mid lane we had a little bit of a scrap, but Chaos just doing a bit of damage over to the Lulu. Nothing major going to occur.
Yeah, it's just a flash of the Lulu, but at this moment it's a Tatui diff in this game. I mean, the guy at level 10 minutes was already just hitting on your tier 3 tower in the top side, and you have that 1-3-1 that should be an issue for Cabbage Family to deal with, because you have Spark trying to farm against a Mordekaiser, which is already really difficult, and then you have Zandia, who should never really get into trouble against Tatui if he uses his range advantage, but that doesn't happen. He gets caught out, they both expend their flashes, and it's just Tatui finding that pick, finding the difference that Cabbage needed, because if this 1-3-1 just keeps on going, with the power of a Pike trying to collapse on side lanes, with the ulti of Caitlyn being able to be thrown out halfway through rotation, it's a really scary proposition for Cabbage Family to answer that 1-3-1, definitely because the Kog'Maw, again, against the Mordekaiser doesn't really stand a chance, even though they're both the members that are behind in this game in regards to their team. They solve it by just outplaying, by just Tatui finding a 1v1 solo bolo, and that's enough to keep the tempo in their hands.
Yeah, it is, and they very much need it, you know. As we said, the late game probably not going to be in their favour, so they do need to start ramping up. And we talked about how they have had some sort of success in previous games. They have looked pretty strong, and they've never been able to really convert that into the win, and that is exactly what I feel like we're seeing here, where they've got a bit of a lead, they have got a stake in this game, but they need to convert that all the way for the win. Now, Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Cabbage Family starting to set up around it.
Yeah, and that's why I want to see more vision control for Cabbage Family, so Tatui can actually look for flanks, because the lead of Cabbage Family is on an Aatrox, and even though that is huge, I mean, look at his items. He has 2 items finished, the Eclipse is already there, so he can be that drain tank, he can be that burst damage you need on just in a 1v1 against a Caitlyn or a Victor, but he needs to be able to get into position, and to get into position, you probably need a flank. If you stick him in a 1v1, Mordekaiser is just gonna, the Mordekaiser is just gonna buy time. You can't really TP when he's looking at you, because then it's just gonna ult you or pull you back even. So in that regard, for Cabbage Family, I want them to push the vision line so they can actually flank Chaos instead of just walking into this front to back 5v5s.
Okay, CP going to be coming down. There is the Frozen Tomb, though. Looking for more. They're going to be going forward. Zetui is buying some time, though. There's the package into the backline. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage onto Zandia and onto the Sejuani. They take down so much damage, but on the flip side, Chaos have been able to get a lot of damage for the random. He's able to stand up, and Coolberg now going to slam down onto the Kog'Maw. Porp trying to run away. His team is absolutely slaughtered in front of his face. It looked so good for them on the left top side of the fight, but in the bottom side, the Kaden just putting in that work.
Under the tower, Eski and Random keep their heads cool, they keep calm and collected. Yeah, they expend some summoner spells, but they take down Tatooine, and that's the gold lead of Gabbage family just being taken out of the fight. And this is the biggest issue I have with how they are approaching the map. They are forcing a little bit. They are running into the 5v5s, and it makes it that Tatooine needs to fight a front to back, and it's easier for Chaos. Look, he gets onto Random, but it's so late, and it's in the safety of the tower that he just flashes out along with Eski with the ulti of the Pike. They take him out, and by the time that X marks the spot, the entire Cabbage family has already been wiped off the map. Only their tanky frontline survived, and everybody else got taken down. So I don't. It's small mistakes. If you look at Cabbage family, they are playing certain aspects of the game really well. I mean, Tatooine is playing his lane really well. They instantly analyzed, like, okay, our top side is actually strong. We caught off Coolberg. Let's repeat gank him. Let's take a lot of towers there. Use that as a crutch for our early game to have a lead. But it's these small things like controlling vision, like setting up for flanks, that take a lot of thinking about the game, that take a lot of macro decisions that they are just not really doing, that is biting them a little bit in those fights. Because if you don't walk into those 5v5s, Tatooine is way stronger if he can be creative with his flank pathing, with getting into the backline.
Talking about finding picks, walking into things, Porp is found himself in a rough situation. Gonna have to use that subjugate to get that extra armor, get that extra health, and walk away. But I have to draw attention to this. 3 dragons on the map have all... Oh my days! Okay, X in the Hall doing a lot of damage to Heathen. Jeez! You better step outside of that one. But the dragons are all Chaos, right? They're 1 away from Soul. Ocean Soul at that as well. A really big pickup for people like that Mordekaiser. And also for Sharp, it would be pretty nice on Random too.
Yeah, it doesn't really help with Tatooine if he's on the backline, because he just does so much burst damage. But if you look at Cabbage family, they don't really have a lot to say in the late game right now, because the Kog'Maw 050 only has a Blade of the Ruined King. It doesn't even have the Trinity Force finished yet, or whatever mythic he wants to go for. So in that regard, he's still waiting on a lot of items.
He's going to get frozen up there. They're just looking for this blue buff, but a lot of effort for this one. And now we're going to see Tatooine step forward. He drops the World Ender. Already looking to get away, though, because a lot of damage and a lot of control around that area with that Victor, with that Caitlyn, able to really lock you up and not allow you get through that choke. And now they force them back, giving Chaos a lot of map pressure, especially in that top side of the jungle. And it looks like they're just going to go for the Baron.
Yeah, for Chaos, this is an important time in the game. They're using their vision control to push out Cabbage family. Now they're just rotating towards the Baron. Coolberg is the guy that is stuck behind enemy lines to try to catch somebody off guard.
He is going to go into the death realm. Was getting caught out himself. Gonna go down to you are. But he did buy a little bit of time for his team to walk away. They didn't get the Baron, though. So this is actually a huge play for Cabbage family.
And I think if you look at this, I think Eminem still has a lot of chances to get out of this group, because this is looking sloppy, this is not looking perfect, and I know the pressure is on these teams, but there's a lot of small mistakes happening on our screens. I mean, Chaos, very good sequence of play around their vision. They push out Cabbage family, they take the blue buff as they've been doing this entire time. They actually make sure that they have the perfect Baron setup. But then Goldberg with the misplays. He's been behind this entire game. He really wants to make that play happen. Instead of disengaging out of the bush, he wants to get somebody into the death realm, force that 1v1 so that his team can collapse and then maybe win the entire fight and then go for the Baron. But he bites off more than he can chew. He ults QQer, who already was the one beacon of hope for Cabbage family in the late game, and the Corki just 1v1s him, because then after ulting, Coolberg even misses the skill shots, doesn't really get any healing online, and he just gets dropped before the fights even start. So Chaos, they kind of dropped the ball there. They had the big prize in their eyes. They could have went for a Baron play. They could have maybe pushed this game forward and start pushing on the tier 1s of Cabbage family. But Cabbage family, they managed to stem the bleeding by having that outplay of QQR versus Coolberg in the Death Realm.
We're going to have to see if they can bring themselves back together, kind of fix all their problems that they've been having, because Dragon is up in 57 seconds, and if Chaos secure this, the game does become increasingly more difficult for Cabbage Family. Yes, it will give a 6-minute time onto the Elder Drake, which could give Cabbage Family a way into the late game win potential, but Ocean Soul is not to be joked about.
No, Ocean Soul is going to be a big issue. Chaos, they didn't get the Baron, but they're still pretty much in control of this game. If you look just at ward placements, you now have vision. Finally, of Cabbage Family a bit further up in the river around the Baron, but again, no vision around the Dragon. And for Chaos, they want these 5v5s, they want these front to backs because they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of utility, and as long as they can keep Random alive, they should be fine with Coolberg just ulting one of the carries of Cabbage Family out of the fight, and with Kog'Maw being so far behind.
We'll have to see how this one plays out. Chaos now just moving towards the Baron. They're saying, you know what, we don't really care about this Drake. Yes, we're on Ocean Soul Point, but we could just take this objective instead. And they're forcing Cabbage Family to come in and check them. But a ward in the Baron pit is giving all the vision that Cabbage Family need.
They do spot the ward in Scryer's Boom. Coolberg is instantly ulting QQR.
He's going for this play in the death realm with QQR, doesn't have the chance to drop the package just yet, and he's taking quite a bit of damage, but there he goes outside of it, but immediately gets one shot by Zadia, and it now is going to mean that Cabbage have to play this fight a little bit slower. They do have the world in order, they're trying to run in, but Certified Random just able to buy some time, and there is the trap onto Tattoo. He's trying to get to the backline, but he won't be able to get there. A lot of damage is raining in, and he's going to fall down. Hawk now could be the next on the list, as Spark trying to do damage, but it's just not strong enough. He's taking a lot in return, but actually stepping forward, and Spark 2 more, but it's not going to be there. Bulldog going to find the Lulu on the side, and it's once again going to be Chaos bringing the win in these team fights.
Beautiful fight for Chaos Esports because they actually get the ball rolling around Coolberg this time. It is the play you need to make on the Mordekaiser. That's why I had more confidence for Chaos going in. The utility is still there. You just dead realm the Corki. The 1v1 is awkward. He can't use the package, and you drop the big carry of Cabbage Family in the beginning of the fight. Yeah, you still have Tazui to worry about, but it's easier in the front and back to avoid this. Random is just testing limits. He knows the limits of this champion, has shown this the entire game, and Chaos, they finally get that Baron that was promised. Cabbage Family may be able to answer with this TP to quickly pick up the Dragon before it's all point, but look who's already there. Eski is already on the play around that Dragon. But before we go there, look at this replay. You are already in a 4v5, but you're still trying to get some damage down. Random is untouched. Just blow up Tattoo in the front to back, and Spark, even though he has that spark of craziness flashing over the wall and trying to go for at least one of the kills and getting his first kill of the game, it's not gonna save the fight. The fight was already doomed. You were already out of position.
Talking about doomed, Heathen taking a lot of damage from Random immediately as we get back into game. Things have not changed since we last watched that replay, and the Baron powered minions are just pushing down this mid lane. They've gone for a 4-1 setup here, so they're not going to allow Cabbage Family to get in onto any free plays.
Well, things have changed. The Cabbage Family is somehow, even though I saw Eski on the minimap collapsing on the Dragon, they still walked away with the Ocean Dragon. So in 4 minutes 20 seconds, it's a new chance for Chaos Esports to go for that Ocean Soul. But in that regard, Cabbage Family kind of keeps the game alive a little bit. They don't have to deal with the Ocean Soul yet. They just have to make sure that the Mastercard Baron power play doesn't spiral out of control. And that's what they are doing right now. They still have a lot of scaling. I mean, you have the Wit's End now picked up. Rage Blade for Kog'Maw is going to be next. And then you're probably looking into a 4th item, Mythic. Probably the Shield Bow. Maybe, as we saw Spark play, maybe he likes the Gale Force to just go in forward after a while. So as long as you can keep your base alive, you have some sort of foot in this game.
Yeah, indeed. Until you get that extra 50 gold from the Nexus, the game is not over. But right now, Chaos are trying to make it difficult for Cabbage to be anywhere near thinking about getting into this game. They're going to take that blue buff once again. A repeated movement from them, and they're looking for this tier 2 in the top side. They've already taken the tier 2s in mid and bot. This is the last one to complete the set, and it is so much gold for them. Oh, Glacial Prison going to go slightly wide with Season 2 with the World Ender staying alive for now. A lot of damage actually being taken by them, and is able to still be up as Pork moving forward. But I don't know if you want to fight this one. So much damage from Random coming through. Gale Force, and that's going to be one more shot to end it all. Goodbye to Aatrox and goodbye to the chance of this team fight, because Cabbage Family, you need to just get out of there. They're trying to go back in, but it's all chaos all the way. This tower is going to go down. They win the team fight, and once again, another fight going their way.
They just have issues with getting onto Random, and Random is playing a stellar game on the Caitlyn, dishing out so much damage in those exchanges that it still surprises Tatooine when he's stuck in those fights. And it looked like they were buying time for some big play, Cabbage Family. Maybe they had a way to defend the tower. I was looking like, does Corki have package? Do they have some surprise? No, they didn't. They were just stuck in that top fight for way too long, and Tatooine goes down without them being able to respond. I understand that with the flank of Bob coming in with heat and supporting you, maybe Tatooine is like, okay, we can actually make this play because Spark is on his way there. But I was expecting that, like a Corki package or something, to bail you out because you're just taking damage, you're eating it on your face. Random is just hitting shot after shot from a bush, getting his headshots back faster, and you're not really getting that backline access. Again, as long as it's a front-to-back 5v5, Chaos is going to win those fights 9 times out of 10. And the one time they lose is when Random suddenly flashes forward to try to do damage. So for me, Cabbage Family, they really need to shore up vision control, and I just want to see one flank maybe from Tatooine, maybe one TP behind enemy lines. You have some vision maybe behind Chaos around the next dragon. If they're not paying attention, we can maybe finally see Tatooine get on the backline before they see him coming.
Yeah, I normally ask, okay, what is their way to win this game? To be fair, you said it all game long. Vision, get the flank. They need to do those two things. They haven't been able to do it just yet. We'll see if they can find any sort of glimmer of chance to do that in the next fight. Right now, they're waiting in this bush. They're waiting for Zandia, and this could be doom for the big guy. They're going straight onto him. He's going to have to flash away. He does drop the Chaos Storm and buys a bit of time with the Gravity Field, but now the team are here to maybe turn this one around. Cabbage Family on the run, but here comes Coolberg. But so much damage! Go to the Mortifier. He goes down immediately, but they trade 1-for-1 so far in this team fight. In goes Aatrox onto the backline, but here is Random. He's joined the team. He's got the damage, and snipe away he will. One goes down, but it's going to be traded with Spark. They've gone 3 versus 3. Who will come out on top? In goes SG looking for more damage. Almost losing their certified Random. They lost at the pike, and now it could be more. Spark is online, shredding through the team. He brings it back. The Cabbage Family.
And finally, we see a play around Vision. Cabbage Family, they camp a bush and they wait for somebody to overstep, and it's Zandia to befall that fate. And this polymorph was so huge. Coolberg is going in with the Mordekaiser, looking to repeat what he has done in the past. Take one of those carries out of there so his team can win the fight. But the polymorph makes sure that that never happens. The Death Realm never really gets called, and that makes sure that Cabbage Family have a fighting chance. But you still have to capitalize, and Spark does in such a beautiful way, playing forward on the Kog'Maw, finally getting to play the game because he has the backing of the Lulu, and the fact that you have 2 hyper carries wins them that fight. Summoners get burned on both Spark and Heathen, but it secures time in the game, and time in the game means a chance to actually win this and go to a 1-3 scoreline.
Indeed it does. We've talked about it all game, how the Kog'Maw hasn't been able to really do that much damage, hasn't had the items, hasn't been in a position to do damage, but they are now there. They're 3 items deep, they're looking very strong, and in that team fight, they cannot be left alone. Certified Random got a little bit low after the initial team fight, and then was cleaned up by this Kog'Maw, and once they were gone, there was no one left to do the damage, and they have to now be very careful of Cabbage Family's team fight.
100%, and even though we see Spark jumping in all the time and playing forward, he did go for the obvious shield bow choice, and he's now completely online with Kog'Maw. You have your 4 items, your mythic is there, and he's going to dish out a lot of damage. And suddenly this changes the entire dynamic of the game, because front to backs aren't that big of a deal anymore as long as Spark isn't out of position.
Cabbage Family now going for this Baron. They are going to walk away. They don't want to get caught out, but there's Glacial Prison. Going to be able to pull Corp back, and they are going to be able to stay alive. Those subject giving him a lot of health, but there is Coolberg on the side, looking for a place to get him, but they're going to find it. Spark is doing damage. We talked about it earlier. You cannot ignore this Kog'Maw, and he's able to start rinsing through health bars, but Corp also going low. The Caitlyn is still no joke, and there's the pullback. There's 2 more. Chaos find the opening to this fight. They're going to remove the Kog'Maw again, and they said RADC is better than yours. They pick up the team fight win, and now they're running it down on the mid lane.
I'm confused. I thought Kog'Maw was a late game hyper carry. Apparently Random's Caitlyn is as well, even though you have 4 items versus 4 items. It is the Caitlyn coming out ahead. The TP of QQR gets cancelled by the Bone Skewer. He's stuck behind enemy lines, even though this is his own jungle. And Coolberg, oh, nice flash there to get out of the pullback, but you're still just being held back while the enemy team is finishing the game.
He's going to go aggressive onto Coolberg. He will be able to pick up that kill, but as you said, the team are running it down mid. There's 9 seconds on Porb. They're looking for the potential to get back into this base, but the damage from Kaylin and the Victor is just too much. They've taken out one tower. They've taken on the second. They're going for the Nexus. It's not going to be enough time for them to get back. Cabbage family are not going to be able to pick up the win here, and it is going to be Chaos that take their 3rd win of this tournament.
Oh, Chaos securing the win there, knocking out Cabbage family as well, because they now can never catch up to those teams that have 3 wins, and that team is Chaos and of course X7 that were already placed. So it got really tense at the end, and I understand Cabbage family. After that last fight, you feel so good. You're like, okay, finally Kog'Maw is online. We have 4 items. Maybe we can do this. I said it. Front to back isn't as big of an issue as it was before. But maybe flipping the Baron because you have the package was a bit too much. And I think it's just that small mistakes that show that Chaos Esports is actually able to punish those mistakes and instantly finish the game. And it's sad for Cabbage family, but it's very good for Chaos Esports because they show up big in this group and they maybe even secure 2nd place just off this win.
As you said, it's not all over yet. M&M could come back. They could win against Chaos. It's one that you have to watch out for. But that is going to be all from us. I'm going to be saying goodbye for the casting. I believe you're saying goodbye as well. But we're going to hand it back to the analyst to break down what just happened.
Thank you so much, Jay Real. Welcome back after this chaos and quite chaotic win over Cabbage family. What an intense game. I want to start with the draft. Chaos was favored since they had 3 winning lanes. However, Tom, we talked backstage about the Mordekaiser that would probably have some issues, and that's what ended up happening. You were talking maybe flex Sejuani and pick a Nocturne would make more sense. Why?
I feel like in the position that they are in, I feel like the style that they usually play is just easier to put Kohlberg on the Sejuani top lane. Yet still a very rough matchup into the Aatrox, but as you talked about earlier, Kohlberg is the weak side king, and even though you're a little bit behind, Sejuani is still going to provide what you need in a team fight. And we also see here, because they don't have that backline access, it's really hard for them to team fight later on. But then again, that's why I like the R5 a lot, where the Pi comes in, Eski special, which really cemented everything together. It was a bit of a rough mid to late game. Some decision making that wasn't really up to pair, but I feel like if they round up a little better on the R4, it could have been cleaner.
Yeah, I agree. It felt like Kohlberg wasn't really used to having the attention from the jungle. It didn't feel like they knew how to play around that top side. From the moment that dive happened on the Aatrox and everything went south, I could tell that Cabbage had a way to win the game from then on. But I do think the Pike kind of salvaged the draft, because even though the Mordekaiser didn't go well, even though they didn't need to risk it in that side of the map, they managed to pull it back with a great bot side that got individual leads.
Absolutely. And Tom, you were talking about this Spike backstage, and as soon as you saw it, you were confident. So please do tell us more about this Eski nightmare.
Yeah, Eski, he's just so good at support. I don't know what it is, but he just knows what to do at all points. When you look at like the kind of different ranks of the team, you see a bunch of diamond players. You kind of question it a little bit. But I saw Kohlberg actually posting like a few minutes before the game that he just got master, like his first time in like 6 years. So I don't know if Masterberg is just changing him a little bit. But Eski, consistently challenger, the best player on the team and providing what they need all the time on the Pike, on the Pantheon. Even when he's playing Yuumi, he's just playing everything so well.
Oh yeah, he really showed up a lot. I do think he was basically the reason that bot lane went so well. He really outpressured the Kog'Maw and the Lulu, which isn't that easy to do. Yes, you usually see Kog and Lulu being a weak side response sometimes. They can still be pretty oppressive inside of the laning phase because of the way that Lulu can actually empower the high range that the Kog'Maw gets through his W. But the way that Pike works in that lane is he has to put himself in auto attack range. He has to trade health with the enemies to make sure that his AD carry can actually hit them. And I think he did that perfectly. Yes, he did miss a few Qs here and there, especially throughout the mid game. He had a really hard time piloting this Pike into a Trundle and an Aatrox, a huge front line that actually makes Pike's job even harder to execute. And he still did a wonderful job.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I found interesting is while Chaos bot lane was winning, Cabbage tried to take the fight to the top lane, and we talked a little bit about this, and it was really impactful. And Anifar, I would love to hear more about this creative way that Cabbage tried to, and what happened in this with this try from Cabbage family.
It not only did it felt like they had that as a plan from early on to play around that top side, because Tatui has a lot more experience and he's played with a pop in the NLC Div 1. It just felt like the synergy was there, and they chose willingly before the game even started. Okay, we're gonna play around this Aatrox.
Yeah.
It's gonna become a complete monster. And still the circumstances let it be so that they didn't even need to start allocating resources there. It just happened because the Aatrox survives a 1v2 that never should have happened. And from then on, the Aatrox actually starts getting a lead onto Mordekaiser, because Mordekaiser depends on those resources to actually get ahead on the lane. The Aatrox has attention from his jungler, as I mentioned previously. One Herald completely destroys the entire lane. So much gold on that one piece that can completely take over team fights. And yes, we did see Chaos trade sides and play around the bot lane and completely negate this Kog'Maw from resources. But this Kog'Maw is always going to be useful. The Mordekaiser, not as much. So that ended up being part of the reason why Cabbage family managed to stay in this game for so long.
And was that the reason that the fight because there was a fight into Baron from Chaos that almost won the game? Why weren't they able to do so? Was it because of that Kog'Maw and the Mordekaiser?
Well, at that point, I mean, they did win the fight very convincingly, and they did take the Baron, and it looked like a sure thing. But the problem is with that draft, with Chaos's draft, it was very high risk, high reward. And yes, they did manage to get part of the reward from very early on, but they never got to capitalize on it because of the way that the sides were traded. You're not supposed to trade sides in that composition. You're supposed to win both sides. And from a point where you don't actually win both sides, it gets very hard to play the comp. And that fight was supposed to be the nail in the coffin, but the Kog'Maw really got into his items, and it ended up being a lot harder than it should have been.
It was indeed. Now, we are joined right now by Kulberg for an interview. First of all, congrats on this victory. How are you feeling after this game? Are you happy with your performance?
I mean, what a game to play top lane, right? So enjoyable. Yeah, I'm really happy that we won, though, but wasn't the best of showings for me.
Yeah, I would like to hear more about your point of view from this Mordekaiser pick into Aatrox. How is this matchup supposed to go, since you ended up falling very behind?
Yeah, so if my jungler and I don't fuck up the dive early, I think it's a good matchup for Mordekaiser. Straight up 1v1, Mordekaiser wins almost at every level in this matchup.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, Tom, I know that you are really willing to make a question or two, so go right ahead.
I gotta ask, was it a mistake to rank up the master now? I'm kind of missing the Diamondberg. Was it a mistake to get master right before the game? Getting too cocky?
Yeah, definitely lost the underdog buff. I've been diamond for 6 years now, so starting the game as master made me a bit cocky, made my jungler a bit too trustful in me, and then we almost lost the game at level 3. So definitely not the smartest to rank up to master today, I think.
I just wanted to ask very specifically, since you did pick the Mordekaiser, of course it is a great matchup into Aatrox, but since the way you've been playing around your team style seems to be a lot more the weak side kind of player and try to play the tanks, the Sejuanis, the Sion, why do you think that the Mordekaiser was necessary there instead of you actually flexing the Sejuani towards top lane and just trying to allocate more resources into the bot lane?
Yeah, so I said to my team, I can play Sedger, no problem, or I can play the Mordekaiser. It's up to you. If I play the Mordekaiser, it's fine to put it on weak side because the champ is obviously great from level 6 at weak siding. So it was more about giving options to my team this time around.
Well, that makes sense. Cool work. Good luck for this match against M&M later tonight. Once again, congrats on this victory, and thank you for this interview.
Thank you.
Now, any last remarks about this game before heading into a quick break, Tom?
It's just go Norway. Let's go.
I guess Chaos really did prove who the superior team ended up being. They did it.
Well, it is time to say goodbye to you, Tom and Annie. Thank you so much for joining me on this desk. We'll be back to talk more about X7 versus Chaos after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Feel the warmth arise. Close your eyes. Have faith in me and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's cold and the shadows take hold, you're soon you'll be set truly free from all those chains you bear.
We are back for a small preview of the upcoming match X7 versus Chaos. But before diving into that, I would like to welcome you, Rev and Aragon. How are you feeling today?
Well, yeah, sure. I'm feeling really hyped right now. It's the first time I'm gonna cover this group. I had a little sneak preview. I didn't watch the whole of last week's match, but it looks real spicy. I mean, except for the fact that Cabbage family exists and the rest of the group is just the gang from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
How about you, Aragon? How are you feeling today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm really excited too. I've got a lot of good friends on some of these teams, and I don't know some of the top laners, so I'm really excited because I like top lane a lot. But I'm really good friends with a lot of the players on M&M, so I hope to see them do well.
Oh, okay. Now moving towards to next game. Last week, Chaos started off really well. It was a close game with a somewhat odd draft. with a lot of peak potential and also some interesting possibilities for team fights. But even with Silas and Trundle with advantages, it wasn't enough, and X7 had a gold swing and the confidence to actually finish the game. Given what we saw that day, or given what we saw today, what does Chaos need to do this time around to get the win, Rev?
To be honest, I think they still need to overload the side they're forcing. I saw them having a really strong bot side, they're drafting towards it, and they're winning it. But you cannot leave the rest of the map on an island, because at some point good teams realize that and they try and counter your proactive move. So they're reactive to your proactive movement and they're getting even, and maybe they get it even to a lane which scales even better. So in the later stages of the game, you're gonna be suffering. If you're gonna overload the side of the map, which is totally normal to do, make sure that the rest can suffer as little as possible.
Yeah, and
you, Aragon?
just to, I guess from strictly a gameplay point of view, you've got to commend Sharp and Zandia, right? Last week, they were actually getting the better of Viking in the early game, and they almost, they had a good lead they could have used, but, things came down. I think slow Q for X7 just kind of popped off a little bit, and he has been popping off a lot recently. I think a big drawback to me when it comes to the side of Chaos is their top side. Coolberg, to me, even though he had just had a decent game on the side of, on that Mordekaiser, I think he's not utilizing counterpick very well. In their draft against X7 last week, I noticed a big trend was that they were drafting a lot of skill check, right? So you're against X7, EUM quarterfinalists, I believe, and you're drafting skill check. You've got like the Camille versus Aatrox matchup, notorious skill matchup, this sort of thing. You got Akali v Silas, you got Yasuo Trundle, and I'm just wondering why. And then this week, I was really looking forward to, I was hoping they would go back to their roots. What they won versus Cabbage Family with last week was like a standard front to back. So I want them to keep doing that, and I don't want them to give too much counterpick to Coolberg, or I wanted to step up.
Okay, so what kind of picks would you suggest then, Aragon?
So not the Camille into Aatrox, right? So if you're leaving Aatrox up, he just didn't seem comfortable micro-wise, right? I think his micro isn't the best. So stuff that's more simple. I like the Mordekaiser, not into Aatrox specifically. That matchup is horrendous, and I'm surprised he actually got away with it. We even saw him get beat up a little bit, go 0-2-0 early game. But more stuff like Ornn. He did well on Ornn against Cabbage Family, Ornn, Malphite, Maokai, stuff like this.
Yeah, the Sejuani also is a really good flex pick at the moment. You can use it in your jungle, but you can just safely blind pick it towards the top, or maybe even a Gnar. The Gnar can be punished, but hypothetically it's the safest blind pick you can get. You can kind of push the enemy laner away when you're mini Gnar, and then with the Mega Gnar look towards the team fights, or just back off, take a jungle camp and return to the lane.
Yeah, that kind of safety, that kind of comfort probably will favor them if that's the idea of trying to win this match. But talking about any specific matchup that you think that will be the way of any of the teams trying to win this game, Rev?
Well, for me, Isaac has been looking top notch. He's been chilling in Aurora Open low so far. So I think that they should look having him on a carry top laner. Actually play the X7 gameplay where you can even play pick a carry, see that the enemy team will most probably go towards a weak side and try to punish it. Viking is so good at setting up all these ganks, all these dives, so you can probably get away with 2 or 3 kills and then snowball your game onwards.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I agree with you. I think Icy Gale is probably the best top laner in the group, for sure. I think last week I'm pretty sure it's uncontested. But just to highlight a player you didn't mention, I already brought him up, Slow Q. I think this guy, every single game, he's on a Zir, he's on a Kali. These carry picks, you feel like you're on a time bomb. He just played Kassadin, I believe, versus Eminem, and he popped off, right? So I think if you just give him the resources, give him counterpick, I think he'll do well.
And you can also flex Aatrox to him. He played Aatrox. Nobody plays Aatrox mid for the last, 8 months.
Yeah, that is interesting to think about. And what would favor them the most? It would be a team fight comp, a pick comp? What kind of style are you expecting?
Well, to be honest, when you're the better team, there's this philosophy that you will out team fight your opponent, so you can just pick scaling. On the other hand, you need to show that you are the better team. I think there's a fine balance between that. You don't want to get ego checked, like many of the teams might get in this tournament, or even in Worlds. We saw T1 get ego checked 2 games in a row. And you want to have something that can team fight later. So 1, maybe 2 strong laners, get a weak side so that lane can suffer and be useful later, and play for the team fights.
Yeah, I mean something similar. I do agree. Typically, we like these champion pools for the top and mid lane. Typically, their pools actually suggest that they should play a 1-3-1 comp. Like that's typically what I'm seeing. You got the Azir, Kassadin, and then you got the Fiora, Camille. So I do think they should potentially draft that way. But yeah, I think every single game comes down to a team fight too. So maybe they should have that influence it too.
That is interesting. Really quickly. Okay, never mind, we do not have time, so let's toss it to our casters, Don, Jake, and Veteran for the champion select.
Yeah, you know what time it is, baby. It's Don, Jake, and Veteran. This is the peak of Great British broadcasting at the moment. What are you telling me, Veteran?
I mean, I'm telling you that I'm ready and I'm rearing to go. And I'm actually really excited for this particular matchup. It's been a long time since I've seen Sharp, and he's doing it all. So I'm just ready. I'm pumped. I'm hyped.
We've got some new faces here for sure. When I look at a guy like KT, I know this guy for his Kalista. This guy's probably one of the best Kalistas in the world. And seeing him on the competitive stage, I know he's been kind of dwelling in the X7 sub bench for a while, alongside players like SlowQ as well. Getting the chance to see them really in action, for me, a really big showing here that I'm excited to see. For you though, we've heard these are guys on the analyst desk talk about the priority picks that they're excited to see. I know you're an aficionado, especially of 12.18. What are you trying to see? What would impress you? What would be enough to suffice?
Look, you know me, Donjo, right? For me, this whole split has all been about the farming jungles. So imagine my disappointment when Sharp goes against Viking and you have one of the biggest ganking junglers that we've seen in the NLC very, very successfully with Viking. This man plays for team. This man plays very, very well on a wide map state for his team. And then Sharp decides to match him on that. And the analyst S was right? He was actually very, very close to outplaying and winning the game through jungle there. But Sharp, right? This guy normally does do that carry jungle style. He can do that very, very efficient style of play, and I want to see him go back into that again in this series. Like I want to see the farming jungler versus the ganking jungler play, and maybe soon try to do something with it. On the flip side, like you're pointing about with KT, he loves his all-in champions. He is the Kalista guy, and so far it's being Samira, MF combo lanes. He wants to go all in and ham, so maybe playing for bot's gonna be the name of the game. Otherwise he'll just ream all over Sharp's team, but we'll see how it goes when we get there. I'm hoping they play for Sharp because I want to see him do that.
I think also important to kind of play ear service to some of the other players in this team. It's nice to see. I feel like it's a given at this point. The respect ban, obviously, Icy Girl very known for his Rengar, known for his Yone as well. I know he's reached like top 20, top 10 challenger multiple times with these champions. The MFB one, I wanted to talk to you about this because I've seen this in multiple groups now, having so much priority. What do you think about it? Fraud or not? Is it fraudulent?
I mean, MF is actually one of the best blind picks that you can be doing. You can go into all kinds of a build. You don't have to just play purely for your ultimate. You can do very defensive styles of play with her as well, with the new build with a Bloodthirster second, even Bloodthirster first, in lanes where you might think you're going to get severely poked. She works really well with full crit-based builds with the recent changes, so you have a variety of things you can do. She's not just your poke machine or your AP poke machine, or Leandri's even, so she's actually a very good blind pick. And again, KT loves his all-ins, and we see the Camille coming in. This is a full combo team. They have the option to go into those split pushes, but they can easily play out team fights with the Camille threat. And you see the Vayne being hovered, the Cog being hovered. Okay, well, I like the Cog there. You can also flex that, and it's a very, very strong level 1 on the bot side. There's gonna be the Aphelios. It's much more standard.
They've pissed up the wall, Veteran. They're about to win some real points on the broadcast from us. Because I know you've talked a lot about Vayne as a champion. I know you had a big tweet the other day, especially when it came to like world stuff with the Cogmore, playing it mid lane, playing it AD carry. It's so good to some of the champions that are prevalent right now. They do go for standard, but standard's been the game so far for Chaos, hasn't it? We've seen the Maokai come out for them. This is a champion that's really rose in popularity. What do you think about what Chaos has built in contrast to X7 so far?
Well, I mean, we see Shops intending to match Viking again. They're like, round 2, boys, let's go. It's the same matchup even with Maokai versus the Sejuani. But instead of trying their weird Yasuo bot, I guess we can block MF ult later. We can go really, really ham in the opening levels on them pick. They've gone for the Aphelios pick. Now, this is interesting because this is a pick you can more or less abandon in lane in certain circumstances. Everybody knows Aphelios is a lane bully, but look at how teams like G2 have been playing it at the very, very highest level. They play it to give the excuse for their support to be able to match map plays around the map. And if you're going to have Sharp playing a very, very active role, we could see him actively unlocking his bot lane and trying to play really heavily around the map, maybe towards top side, which is where a lot of X7's advantages have been happening. Obviously, you risk a potential all-in on bot side if that's the case. But Aphelios, he actually has outplay potential in those scenarios. It's not the easiest thing to set up on him, so I think we're going to see a very active map chaos here with Sharp in the lead. That's the game style that they're going for. They're trying to match Viking at his game and be like, you have Tabby here, not Kasing, you don't have as much experience, maybe we can do it. Or are they going to flex and go into Sharp's
This was going to be my
buy?
next question for you.
Ooh, okay, so I like Jarvan. I don't like Jarvan early pick because it's quite easy to counter. The Trundle. Okay,
Into Sedge, very good matchup.
Yeah, but this can also be a flex, though. We have seen Trundle bot lane. The last time that they were into X7, it was actually Trundle support with the Yasuo, so they could still be looking to do support Trundle or jungle Maokai, but the big thing, John Jake, you don't know. They don't know, and they're on blue side, and they have to be blinding right now. But Trundle...
Also, I'm actually quite impressed for a team that sort of obviously has experience on them, but a few members that like we won't have seen, to have so much flexibility in draft is really quite an impressive feat, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sharp used to do a lot of really good Twitter videos on the game itself. He's a very big game knowledge guy. He studies the game. He approaches it from a very analytical perspective. I would expect a team like him to be thinking in these sorts of terms, to be actually decently well prepped. This is a classic X7 bot lane. This iteration of X7, of course, I'm talking about. MF and the Renata Glasgow bot. Trundle, I think you had to pick up there as well, because if they left Trundle open and said Trundle were able to play into the Maokai, it becomes much, much harder for you to play your game out. But this is a very aggressive bot side still, even though they don't have the Yasuo in early levels, and they can translate that into unlocking support around the map. Looks like they want to think about utility for top. This is something that we've seen a lot before, or maybe they're... I don't think you'd want to be putting Trundle top side, so maybe it could be Trundle jungle, Maokai top, and Karma support. Yeah, so it looks like that's got... I even right now, I don't know which way around they're going to go.
I think just due to the nature of the matchup as well, it would be Trundle into Sejuani, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so full priority bots, a heavy duelist jungler into the Sejuani as well. We're going to see Sharp playing very, very aggressively into enemy jungle this game. It's difficult for them to get priorities on any state. Top's the one where they could try to make things volatile, but Maokai, we've seen from Worlds how heavy a scaling champion this can be, and he sets up ganks really, really easily for the Trundle, and doesn't give you very good build paths. You want to go the Mercs Treads into the Trundle gank, into the Aphelios? Try doing so, please. Be my guest, you know? This is a very good draft.
It would be remiss of me to sort of not comment on the fact. I think we've been very excited by a lot of what Chaos has built, but Gwen mid, not exactly something we see every day. I know a lot of teams. I remember, like for example, Caps and Wunder would swap this between mid and top a long time ago. But what does it really do for this team in this game? Because for me, you've got a lot of like melee champions that want to get up in your face and kind of play that kind of bruiser style.
I mean, they're trying to get into a situation where they can pick something into Silas, and it has to be something AP-wise, and it has to be something that they're comfortable playing very heavily in that midsection. And think about slow queue. What are the kind of champs he plays? What are the kind of champs that got banned? It's the Akali, it's the Kassadin, it's the Yasuo we associate very heavily with this guy. He loves these melee all-in champions. So it's a combination of comfort. It's a combination of wanting to play something into the Silas that isn't going to just give him a free ultimate, and playing within the damage structure that the team has right now. But it does put the ball very, very heavily in Chaos's court. They have full priorities. They're going to run their support around the map. They're going to try to win bot really early. We're going to see the aggressive Sharp again. The question is, can they close it out this time?
100%, and it can't really be emphasized more that for this team to come in this group against a seasoned Div 1 organization that were a competitive outfit at EU Masters multiple times. They've got multiple members that were part of that iteration. Well, I said multiple, it's actually only just one. Forgive me for saying that. But in any case, you've got players here. Slowkey, I remember him playing for Riddle in NLC. I think this guy was criminally underrated when he played. For me, probably in that top 4, top 5 mark. This is when NLC was like very competitive for me in mid laners.
Yes.
This is when NLC was like, you were thinking, is Senkux even like top 3? I think that really speaks to the kind of level at that time. So I'm intrigued to see him play. He's obviously spent a split out, having not played. So I think his form must still be there. The hunger's there. He's a very young player still. I'm intrigued to see how he plays.
I mean, you're taking me down a trip down memory lane there. Back then, the talk was basically this Fury guy, he's coming, he's been really, really strong. Yeah. Who's the next guy? And the next guy, Slowq's name was everywhere, right? And it was 100%. Very, very deserved. This guy was making heavy outplays. Remember his champ pool at the time, being the champs that we're seeing banned. This guy played things that you expect to make comebacks on. If the enemy is mispositioned for even the second, this guy capitalizes on it instantaneously, right?
100%.
And it led to some insane highlight plays.
100%. I'm thinking about an Akali game. I can't remember who it was against. There's certain players at this level where you sort of think of them in an attribute sense of like, what does this guy have? This guy's got that clutch factor. He's got that. He's got that dog in him. Do you know what I mean? This guy's got that dog in him. This guy's got that dog in him. 100%. This is a guy that will be able to find angles. And I think one of the things I know that, so we did a bit of work together with Ruddy, my team, in the last split. And one of the main things we were trying to teach our support, which was kind of difficult, is that kind of what people don't understand when you're playing support or like engaged champions. It's that ability to actually, the analogy I'll use here, in archery, for example, in archery, a lot of the time, if you need to, like when you're in Olympic archery and you're trying to pull back the thing, a lot of them don't release it of their own volition. They have like a technology thing that releases it at a random time, because the ability to mentally focus, to be able to like pull it back and throw it or like release it is so difficult that often they just get the position and it lets itself off at a random time. That is very much a skill set you need in a lot of these like Akali support things. It's that ability at the very fraction of a second see the opportunity and seize it with no hesitation, and it's really a skill that you don't really get from League. You sort of have as a person, and for me that's very much an attribute that Slowq possesses.
I mean, if you don't have, I try to say to people all the time, you can't necessarily coach a different personality in the guy, right? Yeah, like either you have the kind of personality players champions or you don't. You know your leaders, right? And you know your Slowqs and you know all of that lot. And it is a very different way of thinking about the game from like the people who begin as mage players. But Slowq always had that attribute. And you know what? I don't think you were necessarily that wrong when you say that there were multiple, because Slowq was an official sub for X7. They saw the potential in him. Now they're seeing if he can start for them. He was sub behind Chasey, and maybe if he'd started, there were certain games that would go differently. This guy's not just going to be a swing one trick in the mid lane, right? And hopefully we can see that sort of clutch factor now. You compare these kinds of players to like dogs, and this is definitely a guy you don't want to back into a corner. He has always performed very well in those circumstances. We're seeing bot lane get the priority first, but we're seeing a bot to top start for Sharp, which is definitely not what I expected.
Yeah, because one of the things we talked about, wasn't it? We talked about the nature of Sharp, his kind of his cerebral nature of being able to read the map states. Will he match Viking like he did in the first game? Will he go in a different direction? Talk to me about what this pathing indicates. Is he matching here? Is the idea to go towards top and sort of play to Viking's volition?
Well, I mean, he skipped Wolves as well, right? So I think he's playing under the impression that, look, we have this Ignite Camille topside. Camille might look to go heavily aggro. If Camille looks to go aggro and Kohlberg is allowed to take potentially bad trades like you've seen here and just delay the map state, maybe I can go for a cheese. This feels like a decision that was made between Gromp and Wolves, and you're seeing it happen.
To look at this top lane, Kohlberg playing very close to the edge here, playing close to the bush. Sharp is here though, Sharp, and he's sinking his teeth right into Icy Gale at the moment. Might be feeling the winds of change. It's first blood for Sharp, and the play has been set up. We called it, you saw it, and Viking is nowhere to be seen.
A lot of people, they try to think of cerebral junglers and they think it's all about like some plan that they made in loading string level 1, but it's in these moments where they shift depending on what's happening on their lanes, that you know you're talking about a truly smart jungler, or maybe even those kinds of rare intuitive junglers like Jankos here and Sharp. He saw between Gromp and Wolves, okay, top lane state is going very, very aggressive. I have the option to skip my camps here and be there on a wave where Coolberg will have traded enough health to at least delay the wave crash, but not enough that he can't be useful in this gank. He capitalized on it, and it's turned into an early lead for Chaos again. We saw this last time. Again, the question is, will they be able to close on it, right?
Those moments of supreme brilliance that can pay dividends. Slow Q going quite low here. Zandia gets engaged upon, but Sharp is here once again, flushes over the wall, trying to find Slow Q, but can't quite manage it. Viking going quite low here. Can they take him low enough? Yes, they can. It's a second kill of the game for Chaos, and the dominoes are falling all in place, so to speak.
And you saw there just before the gank happened, Zandia was actually on a 3-for-3 wave state. He could have even backed off there, but Sharp was approaching, and he was like, no, if they're here, I'm covering you. We have the HP advantages. We win this 2v2. At the very least, we win the wave state. There was a no-fail play open here. Sure, he hasn't reset every camp on the map, but he has won the map for his team, and that's what you want to see here. More aggression on top side, but the wave's good for Coolberg here, and he's not going into heavy aggressive trades now. He's just going to look to soak everything on the tower, but I think you'd want to defend this against the potential dive. So you see Trundle moving towards the top side. If he doesn't move towards top side here, Maokai just gets dived in a 2v1 scenario. It could still happen, so interested to see what Sharp does.
At the moment, it's been Viking, kind of the seasoned Div 1 jungler versus Sharp, the former Div 1 jungler that we saw a lot of time. Kind of dipped down into the lower divisions, playing on a lot of friend rosters, kind of, and it's a problem, isn't it, veteran? You're only as good as your last split in a lot of these things. I know a lot of analysts that kind of engage in that thought pattern, but speaking of thought patterns, Slowq's made a little bit of a dividend towards the bot side here. Gets stunned up by the Karma. Random has to flash away. Lovely bit of footwork from the young man himself. Means he manages to pick up KT in a 3v2. Goes dastardly wrong for X7.
That's an absolute disaster. We talked about Aphelios being a difficult lane to gank, but that's mostly a post-6 thing. Here it was just pure 2v2 supremacy. They read the map like a book. They knew our jungler has to be playing topside. The calls came out. They knew they had to play differently on bot. And X7, in their desperation, in the pressure that they feel because of Sharp's control of the map, they made a huge mistake, and it's going to cost them dearly. But I like this map setup they've done. They have Gwen catching on bot side. They have Misfortune catching on midsection, so they don't actually have any economy being lost to a significant margin. But you have to think Sylas is going to get a free roam here, so even though top lane thinks they might be in a good position, honestly, it looks to me like you have a wave getting pushed in, and Sylas may be able to just lean topside, and that will already prevent you being able to farm. And you see the Sylas lean right now.
I agree with you there. You can see he's rotating up towards the top side, like you said. But from this point onwards, we're talking about a Team Chaos that have come out of the gates really storming. They've found all the angles for themselves, obviously capitalizing on quite a few mistakes here. What do they do from this point onward? What is the main point of victory? What is the win condition? Where do they find it?
I mean, Viking needs to play very sacrificial at this point. I think the obvious time when you're going to be able to do something significant bot is going to be level 6, but you are looking for these flip plays. We are at the point where if X7 go for a 50-50 that you may think is unnecessary at an even point, I'd say you pretty much have to do it here. All the advantages are there for Chaos. I think maybe even you'd be thinking about just shifting your bot side, letting them drop a wave in towards mid, have mid shift towards top, and just do a full dive around the Camille. The Camille is your win con. She has the ignite. She can delay the game to the point where this kind of a lead doesn't really matter anymore super late. And then you can rely on outplays from Slowq and Camille by constantly splitting the map. But it's playing around this Camille that's the name of the game. How they do it, I don't know. This is the example of a kind of wave where in a better situation, I'd want Viking to be bot side to fix this. But here, really, you could just see them be like, all right, have the freeze, we'll shift mid, and we'll just let our team play top side for this Herald.
And for a team that is so characterized by its individuals, we talked about Icy Gale, Slow Q, KT, these sort of solo queue prodigies, only one of them really having that competitive pedigree. For a team that is so characterized by these individuals, it is ironic almost that this effort for them to get back in this game must come from team play. It must come from, like you said, veteran, shifting and working as a cohesive unit. Whether or not they have that in them, I've seen a lot of their games so far have come from just these individual prowesses they've been able to embalm upon the opposition. The random goes aggressively on towards Tabby. Renata may have a bit of safety from that W. We'll have to see as they're aggressively pushing the bulwark of the bot lane backwards.
I mean, I have to praise both side lanes of Chaos here, right? Like, the moments that... Ooh, maybe a play coming here. Nope. Okay, should be a good way for Slowkey to just absorb under tower, which means that this is going to be a easy Herald contest of Chaos, maybe? Nope. Viking got it.
Managed to take it. Can Viking get out? Coolbug flashes in. Q from Viking. He's going to have to flash over the wall, though. Ultimate comes out, but too little, too late, you feel. They're going to be able to walk out of this. Daylight robbery, in some ways, I feel.
I mean, Coolbug's in a good wave state here. They're not really playing around him. They're just playing to delay Camille's spike and trying to make sure Camille can't accelerate. But every time Viking is sighted topside, I wanted to praise Eski. He immediately went in when Viking was sighted topside, and I love that a lot. And here's the potential cheese.
Here we go. Vikings delayed his reset. He can smell trouble in the water, so to speak. Or trouble in the river. Sharp is waiting in the wings to take another bite out of the opposition. So
it was
far,
a good
so
wave.
Good.
It was a good wave for Coolbug. Your mid laner was off the map. You know jungler was last sighted top. That was a very risky play. In normal circumstances, you wouldn't even really go for it because you know you're not winning this. You have a level 6 Trundle on top side. Coolbug doesn't really need his flash here. You have no mid, so if it goes into an extended play, and with these champions it will, you will lose out over time. But he has to go for these things, right? He has to try to find some things. He needs to assume that Chaos are going to make certain mistakes. And at this level, you'd think you could, but Chaos across all lanes and jungle, they are a fortress right now, and X7 are failing to penetrate it.
It's a fortress, and most certainly X7 could be said to have taken a gambit in the early game. They've not brushed up on their mid game though, because they're slowly falling apart at that piece disadvantage. You quite often hear the quote, "My kingdom from a horse," but what will X7 sacrifice to get back in this game? We shall have to see. Next thing up on the map is the dragon.
My kingdom for a horse, but Chaos banned Hecarim in champ select, so we're not even going to get that on the side of X7. I have to try to get my praise in on these side lanes, because now that the map state is much more open, we may not necessarily see it again. I do love the rotation from Camille into mid, but again, the wave is good there for Slowkey. But what we saw from Maokai really early on, ooh, this could be a contest.
Renata's coming out of base right now. I'm not too close. You'd imagine, you can see Viking wants it. He's got like trepidations of anger within himself. Just trying to look for it. Might look for a steal any second now, but it's pillared out. That's going to be the Q from Karma. That's going to be a secure from Sharp. First dragon of the game goes over the way of Chaos.
I mean, the moment that Camille appeared topside, I think Chaos felt very, very happy about it. Camille's lean in towards midsection could have translated into a lean towards bot for all they know. But once she appeared topside, they knew there was no risk there. But Maokai's doing it again, so this is very, very simple. But I've never seen Coolbug in lane in a situation where he doesn't have to be in lane. And I've loved it. I've seen him go in to defend the jungle as Trundle comes out and know that that will allow him to get the defense on the Crash About on top side. He doesn't go for trades that he doesn't have to do. Right here, he's looking to see if he can delay it a bit, but because he has bone plating up here, he doesn't take as much damage from trades as he otherwise would. If this guy wants to burn mana, he can, but this could result in Coolbug just pressing S here and trying to hold it. No, he doesn't, but he can insta-reset with E at this point in the game, so he managed to do enough to see. Full reset on the wave, he managed to do enough damage to it so that he can still defend here. The trades were there with a purpose. He was trading through the wave against Camille, which meant that the HP deficit didn't really matter so much. He bought himself another wave of time, and now Torun can come up here. This kind of discipline has been evident the entire game, and I'm very impressed by it. It sounds simple, but so many teams, even at the highest level, mess this up. But these guys are in permanent communication with each other. They're backing each other up. They're very, very sure about how much they don't have to do, not just how much they do have to do. Aggression on the bot lane, somewhat passivity on the top lane, but it's all calculated. They know when to use their spells. They know when not to. It's great team play that we're seeing from Chaos right now, and that's what X7 is losing to.
And let it not be, I just want to tackle onto your point here. This is a team that came in from the Division 3. I mean, in terms of how some of the seeding works for this, you get all the Div 1 teams, all your Div 2 teams, and you got the certain, like, top, I think, 5 or 6 Division 3 teams. So you talk about this team coming in at this level from the position they come in, looking up at the Titanic giants, for them to be able to stand on the shoulders of the inaugural X7 that won the previous split of the NLC, run that spring split, for them to be able to contest them in this way is truly impressive. He's trying to save it here in the middle lane. Viking, Zandia might have gone a bit too close here. You can see Sharps use that subjugate, trying to get on towards Slowkey. Can he find him? Flash over the wall from Viking, trying to find that, but that's a heal from the W from Zandia. Conqueror is stacked. He's got to try and get away from it. He's found the stun. with the Karma shield. KT flashes forward. One more auto will do. Has to use that ultimate. There's multiple members here. Tabby's here with the hostile takeover. It's going to mean that a lot of damage goes on to Random, but Shark and the Random are here, and they make X7 look like the Randoms in the jungle. Icy Gale's here as well, trying to deliver something on towards Shark. He's used that ignite. He one-shots the Random. He's been getting stunned any second now. Can he play around that E cooldown? Not quite. And when all's said and done, it's a rather even trade on the bot side.
Full disengage right there, and we're seeing from the replay, the Karma's already come in here. It was an amazing play from Chaos. The fact that they were all on board again, there was no hesitation for Karma to roam up. The only little bit here is that maybe you could have had the Random flash, but his flash is actually going to be up for the Herald play, so it may have been better overall. I was definitely terrified at this point that she was going to end up with a triple kill, but they know to disengage. That's all they have to do here. They've already won the play. Hit him with the thumbs up and be there for the next round with Aphelios with flash. If they want to separate Aphelios from the rest of the team and just have him pick up farm bot while they go for the Herald on top side, they can do that much easier now. It's not necessary, really, for him to have to survive the Camille one, especially given the massive advantage that they got from that team fight overall. But I'm interested to see how they play this Herald, because they have a lot of good summoners up, and they have the economy to do it. And they're starting bot. Do we want to shift this bot into mid, into top? What's the play here?
Metamorphosis of macro. We'll have to see how this transcends in the oncoming minutes. For the very moment, X7 seem to be at least contesting the prio, pushing that in for the burgeoning dragon that's up in around 50 seconds or so. We'll have to see, like Veterans just mentioned, where do Chaos put that priority on towards? So they put it towards that Herald, are they trying to contest it? You can see Karma's moving in, which would at least suggest to me that they're looking for it.
Yep, so there's a wave reset available on bot side right now. Looks like Aphelios is actually leaning more towards a slow push, which could have to be covered.
I'm feeling a bit of deja vu here.
I mean, they see them all playing on mid, but the wave is good for X7 to just back off for now. But this does give Chaos control. They can go to either side that they want. It looks like they want this Drake much more than they want the Herald, but they can choose now, in which case the slow push on bot lane is good, because you're going to have your team leaning towards the defender anyway. And if you have MF pin like this, you have open position in towards River, and they can keep her pinned off of that control. The river is just completely black right now for X7. They want absolutely nothing to do with it. And Aphelios gets to just crash this wave in because X7 cannot contest. And now it's another free Drake. Every single contest here, X7 have actually had the numbers for. Even that initial Herald, Viking pretty much had to cheese it. He didn't have priority mid. He didn't have strong top side. He had to burn flash for it. And on every single objective afterwards, Chaos have also been in a position to be on it first. So, very, very good control for them over the whole game. Again, these are quite simple map plays, but they're executed so consistently that they're just winning the game off of them.
And that's all a man could really want in this world, isn't it? The power to choose. They're sort of having what I like to call the Hannah Montana, Mary Antoinette paradox. You know, have your cake and eat it, best of both worlds. Bit of a mixed metaphor there, but in any case, they've taken the dragon. They're on towards the Herald as well. Vikings looking on in quite dwindling anguish as he watches both the neutral objectives get taken. You can imagine some frustration is almost besetting him at this point, but it can't really be stressed enough so far, Veteran. Chaos are running over this game. They are completely in control in the inaugural 16 minutes.
Yep, I mean, we were thinking, okay, they're choosing the Ocean over the Rift Herald, and they were like, why not both? They got the Ocean, they got the repush on bot lane, then Trundle appears mid, then they get the pressure on midsection again, and then they just lean top and they're first on. At this point, Camille didn't even try to contest Maokai's lean there. There was just no point. They were already 2v1 on it. If she gets held there for too long, then they might just peel off the Herald and get her. There was no winning play for them. So you're seeing a state of shock almost on the side of X7. They can't find anything to do. They're just staring at these objectives being taken, staring at these players doing whatever they want. They need to try to get themselves back in with a heavy all-in on one of these sieges, on one of these contests, but they're never grouped for it. So you're going to have to see some wave sacrifice. You're going to have to see some quote-unquote inefficient play, but that's the only way they can start getting the numbers advantage they need to get the map in a state where they can do something again.
It's that Muhammad Ali moment, isn't it? When you're sort of up against this young competition and you as this great gas giant, this once great Orion, are just perplexed as to being knocked out by this underdog. Here's Xander in the bot side. Picked up the Sejuani ult here, but gets hit by one of his own from Viking. Flashing away now, needs to play around that W any second now. But it is an acquisition in the side lane, but what can Chaos pick up? They get a mid lane turret for themselves.
Now, I mean, them opening up the mid lane turret gives them much more freedom around the map. Even if you are winning on side lanes now, it's very, very easy for Chaos to put a stop to that. It's very, very difficult for MF to just freely clear the wave from, say, the mid section of the lane, which gives you full access towards the Raptors, to everything, to the bot side jungle, to the top side jungle, wherever you need to be defending against side lane from. So that method, the 1-3-1 method X7 would want to play in mid game, or the 4-1 method they want to do to stall out, that isn't really as open to them. So I think I take that trade every time if I was Chaos. X7 got a kill, but I think Chaos got the map from this.
Oh, there's a teleport in the bot side here. They look setting up for a play here. They've gone on towards Viking, caught him out here. It's important to note that multiple members are here for X7. This could get gory rather quickly. It could get gory. Here comes Shark. He's been set into the hostile takeover. It's a big ultimate on towards Zandia. So there's going to be the Zhonya's. He's going into a stasis. He's chasing the status at the moment, but not quite. Teleport comes in off to the side from Coolborg as well. They're trying to find it. They found the stun on towards Tabby. Eski's here. They're going to need to flash on towards Tabby to get that. Maokai ult comes out. Can it quite clips out KT? It's a bad cleanse. He has not cleansed the sins of his forefathers. And he's going to get taken out. Chaos turn a fight in their favor.
The very, very final hill there from Maokai must be one of the most tilting things about the current patch. We've seen the one they utilize it, and now we see it utilized by Chaos. But this initial play here, I'm thinking, this has to be a fast play. There's no way you can think on durability that this is going to be a fast play with just those two picks. But apparently they know something I don't. They know that the Karma, they know that the Maokai is going to be enough with the speed, with the lockdown, and with the damage coming in from Aphelios to capitalize on it. They knew they could chase them into tier 3 towers if they wanted to, and they're able to clean up the fight anyway. But still, you're seeing there, when they don't have these clean early game states where everybody's locked in on their 1-1-2s, they're not quite able to picture how fast the fights are going to go, and that just happens with experience. That could have gone very, very badly for Chaos very, very easily. This kind of visualization's escaping them. It's a visualization that comes with experience, and X7 have much more experienced players than them. In mid-game, this could be where they bring it back. We're used to seeing these kinds of upsets be about huge early game leads that then get thrown against a more experienced team, because the league is a marathon and not a sprint, and we might see Chaos start to run out of breath. That was an indication, potentially, of things to come.
It's a slight desperation, wasn't it? At least for KT there, from what I saw, had his very Denzel Washington Macbeth moment, because is this a Maokai I see before me? Can't wash the cleanse off of my hands. As we, to stop the metaphor very briefly, Coolborg goes in, gets engaged upon by the Camille ultimate, but he can have a lot of healing, gets exhausted as well there. That's a major cooldown being burned on towards him, but he's actually been taken out here. Camille goes forward as well. They're looking for it. Sejuani any second now. But they've lost a vital member before this third Dragon veteran.
I mean, this is the first proper contest we've actually seen all game. Chaos have messed up, and you can see right there, they are running out of breath. I was holding my breath that whole time, but when the Maokai W'd inside the Camille ultimate, I had to let my breath go quite clearly. These guys are not able to visualize these fights, as we were saying, and Coolborg, he saw a potential opportunity, didn't realize the situation he was in the first place. They aren't thinking straight now. They may be thinking too easily with the lead that they might have this game in, but they need to get their heads back in the game, or they're going to keep throwing these fights. We said that it might be indicative of things to come. That seems to be coming true. I hope they can reset their mental and try to close this out, or it's going to be the same story 2 games in a row against X7, and no one wants to see that.
Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble, screw your heads on, or let your dreams of being X7 descend into rubble. That's going to be the name of the game for Chaos, going towards next objectives. Dragons in 4 minutes, Baron very much available. How do they screw their heads on? Is it about keeping a level head, just resetting, playing the waves out normally? I feel as if some of these engages they've been looking for, I think particularly towards that fight in the bot lane, although it went well when they got KT from a bad cleanse, it was marred with desperation, was it not?
Yeah, it was. That play could have definitely gone way, way worse. Just one cleanse. They were one cleanse away from losing that fight as well. Here right now, their teleport's about to come up again. Every single time TP has been up, Chaos seem to have felt pressured to make a play, even if it's not objective-based. So I want to see them play more patient with this, only go for surefire wins. They do have good scaling. It seems to me like they feel like at some point Camille just becomes unbearable for them, but Maokai becomes even more unbearable.
That's a big compliment.
Well, I mean,
you know you're good at a champion when you become so synonymous with it. Icy Gale flashes right into the Maokai ult, but he's still going to chase in any case. Doesn't quite land the E. Coolbug's got some time to play here. There's a 4v4 breaking out on the top side as well. We'll have to keep a track on that as well. But for the meantime, Icy Gale definitely winning the exchange here. Coolbug's going to have to keep walking away from it. Can he dodge? No, not quite. Gets a heal from the W. It's a big fight here. Nothing is descended upon the midsection just yet, but Icy Gale still after Coolbug, the deer in the headlights at the moment, chasing and lampooning against the unburdening, relentless Icy Gale, but he can't quite find it in the end, and Coolbug is able to keep it cool and move away from that.
Classico, the one they from Coolbug right there. Classico, the one they. But it is so strange to me. We talked about opening up this midsection means you can't go for those extended side lane plays anymore. And yet when Camille went onto Coolbug, Chaos thought, oh, this might be an opportunity for Baron. They're thinking about that late game objective, but they're thinking about it more than the immediate opportunities that they have on the map. Once these late game objectives happen, we talk a lot about how in the ERLs it seems like they feel they have to contest all of them. Chaos seem to feel that they're more rushed to take that objective than they are. They could have just leaned bot side. Camille wouldn't have been able to extend the trade against Maokai. If she had, she would have been caught ages ago. And then you can lean Maokai into your midsection and do a full 5-man over there and force X7 to think, do we slow down our Camille scaling to contest this or not, right? But instead, they were like, let's go Baron. Maokai was just left there on his own. I don't think that's how they should be conceiving the game right now.
Well, it's, such is the reverence of an idea, isn't it, Veteran? You pay so much credence to it. We talked so much about Chaos's ability to contest X7 in this early game. We talked about kind of the cerebral nature of Sharp in this early game. But, when you start to really acknowledge and you break down the iconoclasm, you kind of, look at the idol worship, you can start to see some of the weaknesses of their game. And that is definitely some of the finer concepts, some of the finer things in life for them. Is that kind of rabid dog energy of an underdog. It's kind of incessant hunger and need to fight on every margin.
I mean, there's one way where I could say that I'm actually impressed that they went straight for the Baron like that. That was a very, very clean call that they made, but it was the wrong one. They're thinking very, very well about far too simplistic concepts. I think they need to look at the advantages they've taken and look to push through that. That mid turret being the main one, the Baron one would have been up regardless. Question how the mid turret changes the game. They haven't been. It's amazing to me that this Camille is able to be so far up. X7 are not a fast Baron team. You're not thinking I lean bot side for 5 seconds and Baron's gone, but X7 are in control of the map because they're not viewing their advantages properly. They're just trying to view the game linearly, and that is something that will come with experience and will come with more games, but they have no more games against X7 after this. They have to win now. They have to advance now. Sharp has to step up.
Certainly, the random is here that gets hit immediately with a Sejuani ult, trying to do a bit more damage to help out his teammate. He's going to avoid Icy Gale. They're going to avoid the E here. How much more damage can be done? Bullet time from KT. It does enough time to serve the sentence. Coolbug sent back to base for 40 seconds or so, and the Dragon is up. Continually, Chaos are faltering at the final hurdle in this game.
And it is their frontliner that they are leaving to the wolves here. We were talking about the aggression, the aggressive dogs that X7 had in their carry lanes. They are being given free food in the forest here against the big tree himself, and as a result they have to play these fights with no functional Maokai, no functional frontline. This guy could be feeling so much to them, but he's the guy that they're sacrificing. Just because he doesn't do damage doesn't mean he's not a very important part of a composition that has a Enchanter support right now, and a Trundle who's very dependent on Sejuani to be that frontline for you and be that kill.
KT doing so much damage there. Teleport comes in aggressively. Coolbug as he turns to the fray for one last final battle, you feel as if the next fight in this game could prey pivotal for the ramifications of our near future as Chaos descend upon the reins of Baron, the big purple worm, the arbiter of fate for them in this game. They've started it now. 10k is the HP mark. Look towards Viking. He wants to get involved. He wants to get in the pit there. That's a big Sejuani onto Zandia, but doesn't do much more beyond that. It's a big cooldown. And so the dance continues, Veteran.
That was good for Chaos, though. That's the first time they've actually done a 5-man contest since these late game objectives have been up, and now hopefully they feel the power of that and they understand they can sacrifice Maokai a different way. Be like, you don't need to contest all this economy on bot side. We contest it by forcing Camille to come to us. You're still at that point until tier 2 tower goes down. Keep this Maokai with you as much as you can. Lean bot to release him for you. He doesn't need all of the farm. They might just be sneaking this themselves, though. Aphelios actually can, even with these guns.
Okay.
Do
Sejuani's off to the side. Coolbug's done a very good job here.
Nice.
They've seized the Baron. They have felt Infinity, and they take the gauntlet of the Baron for now. Slow Q is in with the ultimate on towards the random. He will not be able to get out, but how much will Chaos sacrifice here? Zandia walking away now, trying to find his way out of this. Avoids the Camille ultimate, and they manage to escape with 4 members. What will they sacrifice on the tempo back foot?
The Chaos right there, they felt the presence of Maokai once they realized how strong they were of him, and they were like, mate, alright, let's just clear mid and have you come back here again. If they contest, we can win these. And look how useful the Maokai was when you finally had him grouped and didn't just let him be your initial sacrifice for some complex map play. It's not that complicated a game. Get grouped, use your advantage and win and prioritize that.
He's got a Gwen ult.
Yeah,
Zandia's Viking.
On slow Q, he heard us talk about aggression, and now he's showing that he is actually the aggressive one, and that he can make it work.
Indeed he is. He's got another E to play with any second now. Sharp look towards his pillar. Will it be a pillar to separate the team from whence it came? Not quite. They are looking aggressively, though. You feel as if with that Baron power play, they felt power. They are reminded what it feels like to be powerful in this game again, veteran. And that is a very scary feeling for X7 to have to come to terms with. You feel as if the momentum has shifted. Look towards this. This was the Baron taking.
Yes, I mean, Kohlberg just stayed on Viking the entire time. He made it basically impossible for the guy to get on like an actually successful armor play. And Slowku, he's trying to look to turn the game here, but he can't get on any of them on time. The Karma is a very, very good tool for these guys to get out fast. All they were able to get was the random. They wanted the other 4, but they weren't going to get them today. Finally, a good play from Chaos. I hope we see more repeats of it. I hope they take that emotional feeling they got when they saw how strong they were of the Maokai, and they chase that little bit of dopamine again for the rest of the game, because this game is still in their hands.
Who are we but slaves to dopamine by playing this game, veteran? A very apt point indeed. Yes. You know, make sure you guys buy the new token event or whatever they're releasing at Riot Games. I'm sure it'll be worth your time. Get that new prestige skin. If you could get a prestige skin of any champion, what would it be? It'd be Malzahar probably, no?
I mean, it was honestly, it would be Kog'Maw. I feel like I'm more associated with Kog'Maw than Malzahar. Yeah. AP Kog'Maw's my baby since 2014. AP Cog Mathematical since 2014, guys. I want to see that in Game 2 today, because I am casting the next game with Don Jake, alright? Any team wants to do that, I'll fully support you all the way through.
Any team wants to do that, we're going to be your biggest fans until we eventually, die, actually. I was going to say stop casting, but why stop there?
Yeah, why stop there? Until
stop there? And
never.
Potentially, depending on the kind of object permanence of reality, maybe even into the afterlife as well.
Yeah, maybe even. I mean, I'm planning to live forever, Don Jake. I don't know about you, right?
Well, we can't all be playboy billionaire philanthropists. But in any case, seeing right now, definitely a bit more of a half-life, bit of a half-step from Chaos. They've showed a bit more than.
I'm hoping Kohlberg will be able to illustrate my point of eternal life here, because they've got him grouped, and we've seen how difficult this guy is to kill. Yes. So let's see him utilize that in the 5-man situation. He's on good items here. Sharp's playing very aggressive. They have Kohlberg off to the side there.
Engaged off to the side. He won't quite find KT, but he's definitely zoned for now. He's made Icy Gale get out of there for sure for now, and this is one of the first times in recent moments we've seen a contest on towards a dragon. Zandia is constantly contesting. They're all playing it on multiple fronts. Slow Q. They're trying to get Zandia. He's taking quite a lot of damage. Hostile takeover is used by Zandia. He's taking so much damage from Slow Q off to the side there. This could be bad. Slow Q has eviscerated Zandia there, unfortunately. Random's trying to do damage, but he's getting out damaged for the moment by KT. Sharp is in, flashed over the wall by KT. KT's found one. They found Sharp as well. He's trying to chase down Tabby, but that's a cat with 9 lives. And unfortunately, X7 are going to win this pivotal fight here. Not even going towards the dragon. They look to open up the base.
Zandia was a bit too hyphy there. He felt the fight in a way that the rest of his team did not. I was looking to the Maokai, looking to the Trundle, looking to the Pill, thinking maybe this ultimate leaves too much open for the MF, but Zandia, he thought he saw the opportunity, and that may have ended up costing them the game. It's the same story 2 times in a row. They're called Chaos, but they seem to be quite predictable in this regard. Very, very, very strong early game, but then indecisions in mid game, a bad concept in late game, and that seems to have been enough. One good team fight and X7 are able to close. They close.
They are indeed, and it's most certainly an anticlimactic finish. You feel as if Chaos had it. They had it all this game.
They did. I mean, they can be very proud of the performance that they put on. They are very strategically minded, and there are very few concepts that they need to start considering for them to be able to take consistent wins against a team like this. But unfortunately, they only had 2 games against X7. They're not going to get another opportunity to prove it to them. I do wish them good luck for the rest of their games, and I wish them good luck in the future, but that was your time to shine there. Hopefully, the development comes, but it didn't come fast enough, and X7, they took the game.
They did indeed, and I think X7 just really, they're able to just weather the storm of what was put up against them in that early game. But in any case, we're going to be heading back to the analyst desk where they'll be handling their kind of commiserations of this game. We will not be able to mourn Chaos for too much longer. We'll be back for next game though. See you later.
Thank you, Don Jake. Now, on this breakdown, let's rewind and try to tell the story of this match right from the draft. Aragon, like you talked about this on the desk before, Chaos brought the weak side top. How did that fit into the team's game plan? And Aragon, you are muted. So if you can please start from the top.
Absolute classic. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, this draft was probably the best case draft that I think Chaos could have possibly gone. You know, early game agency for the mid jungle, you know, top lane on an easy, Coolberg on an easy to execute high impact champion like Maokai, you know, where he can't mess things up. Kind of did, but it's okay. And bot lane on a really strong bot side. I think Chaos had a really, really good draft, and they executed it early, at the very least. But then came the mid game, and it's just gutting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is absolutely. But yeah, Rev, as for X7, from the early game, and what were their winning conditions, and how did that ended up playing out in the early game?
Well, in the early game, they had 0 winning conditions, okay? Because it seemed that the Trundle Silas duo outplayed them at every single scenario. The gank top was excellent in the early game. They put Camille behind because Camille was an early winning condition, but it would be after the Divine Center is completed. We saw that since she completed the Divine Center, 1 second Q would obliterate the Aphelios, half HP 2-0. She would chase down Maokai in the longest lane of them all, and she would turn them up upside down. But you put her behind, you put yourself ahead, and you force the enemy team to be patient. You force them to play only with tempo plays, not play because, hey, we're better, we can outplay this. And they did. They got some really good tempo advantages around the neutral objectives. They got picks before the Dragons, got the Dragons stacking, and started winning the fights every time that Chaos was not patient enough. And before I finish this point, I want to say that I'm really disappointed in Don Jake because he didn't say Chaos Miserations.
Now, before going further into this analysis, we are joined by Viking for an interview. So first of all, hello, Viking, and congrats on another victory. Now, last week, you mentioned that fun was the main focus of your team. Now, did that change at all for this day? And how do you feel after these 2 first games?
No, I mean, I went on toilet in the middle of the game as well. Like, I didn't pause really, so like, we didn't really take it serious. I mean, it's like all fun. But yeah, I mean, people are having a lot of laughs, and I'm happy when people are happy. So yeah, that's what we focus on.
It's been entertaining for sure. Now, you had some issues during the early game. Did you for any moment thought that you had lost control of the game or that you could end up losing?
I mean, I was pretty confident we would still win because we had good champions in late game and stuff.
That's fair enough. Now, Rev and Aragon, I know that you might have some questions, starting with you, Rev. Take
Sure
it
thing.
away.
There's a thing going for the full fun gaming and just still playing to win, but it's difficult to do the full fun gaming and have some takeaways from this game. Did you take some takeaways? Sorry, did you see something that you want to improve as a team, or can you just blame it all on the for fun section?
All for fun. I mean, I think no one is really like setting up like big goals for themselves. Everyone has just come here to just play this like because I have nothing else better to do, I guess. I mean, simple as that. And I think they are doing a good job. I think maybe some of them want to show themselves good, and I think like we are trying to win, but I mean we're taking fights we should not take, and like fights I would never do in official. Official I wouldn't take, and others people too. You know, like top lane is a bit psychopath too. Also, so like. I mean, I like it, you know, and that's why I also like to pick Sejuani with these guys, because it fits with their champion pool, and we can go and fight every stage of the game, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had one question, right? So I actually have two things I wanted to say. I'm a top laner, okay? I played with you in solo queue and I griefed you a little bit, so I just wanted to apologize for that. Secondly,
apology not accepted.
What do you mean? Okay, it's okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask about Icy Gale, right? Because I played against him in solo queue and he absolutely bodied me. He played a stupid Rengar top, right? So I was wondering, are we ever going to see that? Is it banned from draft, or what's the thought?
I mean, you can ask him, but I think there's a chance, yeah. I mean, we talked about flexing Rengar, because I have 4,000 games on Rengar.
Ah,
you know?
Oh, holy moly, okay.
Who's the hyper player then?
I mean, he will be if I want it, but I mean, we'll see. Maybe a slow queue. He wants to show that he can play anything. So.
Ivan Rengar.
Yeah.
Mid lane.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds very nice. Yeah.
Aragon, I don't know if you had any other questions. You said 2 topics.
I mentioned them both. I mentioned them both.
Okay, fantastic then. Viking, thank you so much, and I hope you keep on having fun because it's been entertaining for sure. So congrats on this victory again.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Congrats.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Now, for the since we still have a couple of minutes, I would like to go back into analyzing our game. Aragon, I know that you have some thoughts about the issues that Chaos had transitioning the early game advantages to mid game. So I would love to hear you talking more about that.
So naturally, I've got to say, well done, Chaos, for that early game. Like, it's extremely impressive seeing Zandia skirmish like that, especially around that mid lane Wraiths fight. I believe he was just on 1 HP the entire time, played around his cooldowns really perfectly. I just think he was fantastic. I think the biggest problems came when it came to objective setup and just generally mid game things like catching side waves, you know. It's really reminiscent of stuff you see at Worlds, particularly in the play-ins, where you see like Brazil versus like EU, right? You see them potentially get these leads, but they just don't have the core fundamentals in the mid game that you can almost always count them out that they're going to end their lead like every single time, because they just can't close out because their mid game isn't as refined with the practice level of practice probably in their region. So I definitely do think the biggest issues were the objective setups, particularly with Kuhlberg. I think he would catch a wave too late, he wouldn't group up in time, and then ultimately this gave enough time so that X7 could just catch up and win side lane and then win team fights in turn.
I want to remind you that Brazil bodied Europe in the plains.
Okay, my bad. Maybe bad example.
Did you forget the bot diff?
Oh, true.
No, it's in my nightmares. I wake up in the middle of the night sweating because I see a panda flex muscle typing bot diff.
True.
Yeah, that is true indeed. Rev, you talked a little bit about the late game tempo management, and X7 actually had the control and ended up winning. Now, this is where I say goodbye for today. But J-Real will be back with Aragon and Rev after a short break to preview the upcoming match M&M versus Cabbage Family, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, and we are back. Thank you very much, One Ring Wraith, for shouting me out coming into this game. I'll be hosting for the last 3, and I'm with Rev and Aragon. How are you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic. We saw some interesting mid-games, not scenarios, it was shenanigans, I think, from both of those teams, and especially from Chaos. So I think the whole playing field is still pretty open in this group, no?
Gotta say the same thing. X7 looking a little bit shaky early. Coolberg and the squad looking pretty decent early game as well. So I'm really excited to see Eminem versus Cabbage. Honestly, I love Eminem. I used to play on that team, and I don't know, man. I have so many friends on that team. I really want to see them succeed.
It's a special place in your heart. It's a special place in your heart. But you know what? This is a special set of games right now. This is a must-win for M&M. They have to take the game off the Cabbage family. Otherwise, they are not going to be making it into the next round, and they will have to win later on today, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Right now, we're talking about M&M. We're talking about Cabbage family. Aragon, you said you've played with a lot of these M&M players. Are they playing to the level that you think they should be, or are they actually underperforming potentially?
I think naturally you have to say they're underperforming, right? Because they have had a substitution in the bot lane since, I don't know how long now. I think it's since been before playoffs. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but maybe they've had enough time to mesh. But I do think that there are players playing above their level, or maybe they were just that good all along. I want to highlight Mishigu and Soph. I think Soph, I played with him like 4 years ago. The man's always been cracked in jungle, like especially his early game. I think his early game, like he has some of the best pathing, like, you know, just below LEC. He's insane. So, but Mishigu, he's just complete highlight reel player this tournament. He's been playing Kai'Sa, 1v9 team fights, you know. So that's my take.
Okay, well, I was going to drop some more questions, but we do not have time for that. We're going to be throwing it over to the casters. We're gonna hand it over to a good friend of mine, Don Jake, head of Ruddy, and also veteran, the man with all of the knowledge. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys for the pick and ban.
You know what time it is. It's Don Jake and veteran time. We're back for Eminem versus Cabbage family. What are you telling me, Mr. Veteran, bro?
I mean, I'm curious what's going to happen here, because honestly, Cabbage is the only team M&M have already beaten, and every single other team has just picked full disengage into them, and they don't really know what to do. So I'm interested to see if Cabbage have checked out the other games, if they decided maybe this ain't the Vayne angle this time, maybe we go for something more heavy and disengage, because they have brought out the Xayah, they have brought out these kinds of picks, maybe the affiliates even. Let's see what they do, right? There's a strategy here. So I want to see if Cabbage do it.
This is one of those things where, like, you know when they say, like, oh, if you're a Man United fan and you're a referee, you can't cast over any like Man City games or something like that. So like what's happened here is this Cabbage family team is the team that beat my org at Insomnia final.
Oh.
It's the exact lineup as well. They 3-0'd us. They 3-0'd us. So, you know, I've got to stay as complicit in non-bias as possible.
Okay, I trust you to
no, I trust myself. I trust myself. I'll do all of my celebrations at the demise of Cabbage family will be non-verbal.
Sure. Interesting that the Aatrox is immediately down. I would assume that's something Cabbage would want to do, and it's not like M&M will just insta-lock Aatrox first pick. They just haven't had that tendency. Maokai is what Cabbage played before into M&M. I still think that particular kind of pick is good. Like I was saying, Cabbage would want disengage. I've just seen 3 disengage champs immediately eliminated. They may be going for comfort. I also absolutely despise this champion, everyone who plays it, so I may be on board with you, Don Jake, at the end of this draft.
We're getting on the sinking ship, which sinking in the sense of, you know, not necessarily for entertainment, but our jobs. They've taken the Yuumi instead.
I'm in love. I'm in love.
The only thing that makes this better is if they send it top lane, and then you'll really have a boner. Like if it goes top lane.
What makes this better? So it could go top lane, but what would make it better if it goes into support is I've been a huge advocate for a long time now, basically since the Q change of first strike full damage Yuumi. What you want with that kind of a champion is a bruiser, some kind of beefy champ that can get into the enemy team and acts as a Yuumi delivery system. And they've locked in the champion at the second most games on Season 4, Udyr. Obviously reworks Udyr now, but functions very, very well with this Yuumi combo. I want to see them do it. It's brain dead. Yuumi will end up with like 30k damage, and we see a farming jungler come out of M&M, which is very interesting because they already locked in the Sedge. I'm not sure why you'd want to reveal your flex so early, but they seem to think, all right, we see Udyr. I guess they don't realize Udyr's actually better in solo lanes right now than is in jungle. We can afford to match jungle now, but now you've just revealed Sedge. I think this is an Ornn situation for Cabbage. You have a low mobility mid laner, you have Sejuani top. Ornn is really, really good into both of those right now and will be an additional delivery system.
Zeta loves his Ornn as well. Oh, cinch. Dude, they love you.
Do it,
They
bot.
love you.
Do it, bot.
They're a big
Do it,
fan.
bot.
They knew you're on cast, mate.
I mean, you were asking me beforehand about the prestige skin. It would be singed instantly, expeditiously. Get it in my veins right now. You can run this bot lane. My singed bot lane is so feared, actually, that Soph on the enemy team had to ban it in a custom 5v5 Summoner's Rift that we were running.
Oh my god, yeah, no, I remember that actually. Yeah,
you
no,
had to ban it.
Actually,
And I was
actually true.
Yeah, and I was going to run it, Singe Yuumi bot lane. And now they have the opportunity to do so as well, but you can also play this Singe in mid. It's not the best into mage matchups, but if they play very aggressive with it, you can really make this guy's life hell. And the obvious place you can put it is top lane, just good into basically every tank champion in the game. Interested to see the kind of build they do. You do see a lot of no mythic Singe builds, but I do think on third item, the Evans Shroud is actually the best item you can go on him right now for the damage vamp across all of his spells the whole time. Really interested to see what they do there. These bans indicate to me that they want to go Sivir on next, in which case you have delivery system with Yuumi on 2 potential lanes, and then you'd have Sivir buffing up both Udyr and Singed, very MS dependent champs, so the Sivir gets insta removed from the table, and now Yone gets removed from the table, which is very interesting. We have a lot of flexes up right now. We'll finally figure out where the lanes go on the next pick. I'm interested to see. Ezreal's a possibility.
You feel as if the AD pool's been somewhat pinched as well, no? Because there's 3 champions been taken away. I'm interested to see what direction. Because you want to get it with the Yuumi, right? There's only so many champions you can really take with it. I guess they're going to wait for 5.
Oh my god, with the odds of Singed in bot lane have increased.
It's gone up. It's gone up.
It's gone up.
It's like we're playing poker. It's like, you know, when you watch live poker and the odds of certain hand go up as the river hits.
Yeah.
The odds of the Yuumi bot with Singed have gone up.
This is why the Yone is such a good ban here, because if you could just go Yone mid here, then you don't have like a terrible damage separation for team on the right, because you're going to have a lot of magic damage with the Yuumi, comboed with the Singe, comboed with the Udyr. The Vayne is a good pick here. That's very difficult to play into for all of the champions there. Just very, very easy disengage. Singed, obviously, though, if he gets the right angles in, gets the W on you, sure, you can E him, but he'll still get on top of you, right? All of your Qs are down, your ultimate space are useless.
Oh, that's Caracal's famous Taric. He's locked that in. This guy's known for his Taric.
It's technically going to be a good lane for the Yuumi, but later on you can easily see how Taric could make their very, very high DPS but low burst composition. It could easily eliminate its proper function in the game. We're going to end up with a Lucian. That could still go mid. That could still go bot. That could still go top. We're going to hover the cog more just because we love me. But we have Lucian being locked in there. I don't know any of these guys, by the way. I'm going to find out that I did the whole time or something. But it looks like it is the Singe mid into the Victor. You can play very aggressive with this, or it could just be Predator Singe, start with boots, ignore lane. Yeah, you do a little bit of damage to your Victor. I don't care. I'm zooming bot lane. Bot lane's getting ahead. I'm zooming top lane. Top lane's getting ahead. The summoners will indicate to us which way around that goes. Could be Ignite Camille top side, in which case I assume we go straight top. If it's TP, I assume it's Predator Singe straight in towards bot side. Let's see what he does. Don't go the unsealed spellbook, mate. All right, have some balls, have some testicles. Make Don Jake's life hell. Get the Singe down there. Win the game. All right.
And I'm kind of confused for me as to how Taric has sort of slipped through the cracks, because I remember a game they played. So M&M, most recently, you'll know them for defending their relegation status in the promotion relegation tournament of NLC Div 1. And I remember there was a game they played against, I want to say it was UniQ, where I think UniQ lost 2 bans because they turned up late. So they only had 1 ban. And they banned Taric. So yeah, I think if that tells you anything, it tells you this is sort of the best champion this guy plays, and I don't think he's massively impressive on much else. So I mean, as to how it's gotten through.
There are ways to think about it, right? There are ways, like, Yuumi could easily detach and just hard win the lane level 1 onwards here on bot lane, especially with Lucian. This is an incredibly aggressive lane. People have Yuumi wrong colloquially in solo queue. They don't realize she is literally a lane bully, right? We're not just talking about a heal champion that can allow you to go for losing trades and win over time. We're talking about a heal champion that can lose every trade down to 1 HP and you can't do anything about it because she is no longer targetable anymore. She can be so aggressive with her autos, and Taric has no real proper counter for it early. So I really like the setup bot lane if they are on the assumption that they're going against the Taric main. The issue is obviously later on, right? Taric hits that R, but you can also make the argument it's easier for Singed and Udyr to disengage than other champs. So maybe they can control the Taric here, and Taric's additional armor against a very
I'm
heavy
so
magic
interested to see
team.
rune choices. For me, this is actually a game where you don't normally say.
Sure.
I mean, you kind of do say that, but like, there's multiple angles for which I'm interested what the rune choices are.
I need to see what the Singed is doing. Wouldn't surprise me if they've done a pause into remake because they were going to go until Spellbook, and I chastised them for doing anything but Predator, and they may be switching right now. If you really want Bulls, mate, you go Conqueror. It's completely useless in this lane, but like if you want to go Bulls to the wall and 1v1 this Victor non-stop, that's what you have to go, right? I mean, you'll probably lose, but that's what you go, all right?
I wonder if this is a point that I'll give shout out to Eric on. I've seen it just put this in our little analyst VC chat that we've got. He's put out a point here that is talking out. What's he got? He's got a conch. He's got. His balls are so massive. They're quite literally, you can see. Can we get a pan over to Singe, please, observer, as we see this man barrel. He's got a what's the thing you carry potatoes in?
30 seconds until minions start.
What am I thinking of? No. The thing. It's like a thing you carry.
It's a thing you're not. I mean, for Singe, that's going to be the entire game. This is There's a lot of adjectives I could put at the end of that. But full respect.
A wheelbarrow. He's got his balls in a wheelbarrow, veteran.
Oh, the South Park reference. You could have just said what they did in South Park. Yes. No. For sure, I know what you mean.
For me to say beyond like what happens in the episode might not be appropriate to broadcast. So I was trying to find the words because I couldn't figure out if it was Family Guy or South Park.
No, it was South Park. I mean, like, if it was Family Guy, it almost definitely can't be said on here. The bee skin is interesting. My favorite strategy was Singe back in the day. It was actually to go the snow skin because it did the chugga 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 whenever you pressed R. So I would immediately say all aboard the choo choo train when I pressed R, and then every time I flipped someone, I would type all aboard all the time, and people would just quit the game over it. But instead of going for the bee Singe skin, I haven't actually tried out this skin or thought of any mental advantages you can get from it. It is funny though, so there is that. All of the
this is kind of links back. You're talking about the mental advantages you can sort of garner from a game. This sort of ties back to my point. Shout out to Aragon for raising this. We talk about like a player like Chimera, for me, very rigid, very prim and proper player. I wonder if he's going to be somewhat disturbed and irked, whether his kind of circadian rhythm will be disturbed by the fact that he's playing up against the Sige mid, which I can't imagine he'll have played against too many times.
For sure. I mean, you just saw on the bot lane there as well, by the way. Yuumi permanently detached, permanently autoing the Taric. The Taric had an easier time getting on the Lucian than he had getting on the Yuumi, and the Lucian was happy to soak it all up because now he's like 2 E's away from winning the trade. There you go. A trade that was initially losing now becomes winning. Yuumi is still untouched. She can absorb all her HP here. I've seen Yuumi's just 1v2 lanes. Very, very good setup she has, but we're not going the first strike full damage setup. So we are saying RAP damage is on the Udyr Singe. It would be overkill to do it. Yuumi, your utility. It's not a Yuumi delivery system on Singe and Udyr. It is a Singe and Udyr walking hospital from the Yuumi. I do like that strategy because we have a carry Singe here. Conqueror got some nerfs before. It used to be the default rune on Singe, and then they made it proc just after the Conqueror ticks go down, so you have to be very good with auto attacks. I'd normally only take this against melee, but he's like, this Chimera guy, he can take Ghost, he can take Flash, he can take everything he wants. I'm getting the autos on at some point. I don't care. I'm going to get the Conqueror up, and once you get that Conqueror procced on Singe, he becomes a complete monster on the 12 stack. Do it very easily. The Ignite counts as another stack on it as well. I expect to see the Rocket Belt because that also counts as a stack. So you're looking at like Auto E Hex Tech into easy additional 2 procs. You now have to do an additional auto than you would have had to have before. But then you'll get the easy 12 and you're coasting in every single one of these team fights, and it's going to become about that combo later on.
What I'm hearing from you is it's definitely a more selfish approach to education from Team Cabbage Family. It's more about you and me than you and I.
Very, very true. Very, very, very true. I mean, Yuumi here is definitely playing for everyone else, but that's how the champion was designed until it got to the Q change. So, I love
the blasphemic hell pit that Yuumi was designed in.
At
the deepest vestiges of the Tower of Babel. It's babbling on now. Porp's popped the Ghost, looking for top lane, looking for Calum here. He's pushed up a little bit too far. He's looking for the trade kill, but he won't find it. Zeta will get the first blood for himself, and Wave's in a decent spot. I don't know whether he can trim that or not. I don't think he can.
Look, X7 was saying that they were playing for fun, but I see all the fun champions on the right, and I'm also seeing all the success on the right now. We'll see if
Fun conquers all.
Yeah,
in the NLC.
I mean, if you look at the top there, we're still looking at X7 versus Chaos, so we'll see when that switches. But I'm seeing all the fun champions coming out of Cabbage over here. Even honestly, I have to say, like, I do love the Ruddy branding, as you know, Don Jake, but like Cabbage, like, we can't talk about a fun name, you know. I mean, I love it, right?
Well, you know, actually, do you want to know some lore here? So if I was to tell you a little bit about sort of Cabbage family.
Oh, but
oh, hello, Porp's gone in towards Calum here. He's had to flank away from the top side played previously. But looking now, he's engaged upon. Doesn't have the Ghost available any second now. Chimera doesn't have any mana, though. So Porp will walk away from this. But QQR's in. He's not doing much, though, because he's quite early level. He's got that Dark Seal. Do you remember the technology used to go on Sins? You used to get Corrupting Pot, Dorans, and then like three Dark Seals.
Yeah,
you'd be off at the races.
So the addition on the Corrupting Pot was not a unique passive, so you just got an immensely powerful Corrupting Pot by getting like 3 or 4 Dark Seals, and you were just so broken in early skirmishes. There though, like, Chimera has no real mana. I think Singe was thinking it's not really worth trying to go for the kill here. I probably don't have the ability to do so, but honestly, with Camille leaning down with the Sedge, I don't think you had to be as afraid of the Sedge. I think he could have actually coasted that and gotten a kill on the Victor. But whatever, you get your small wins. Not sure what that W at the start of the trade was, but you know, I mean, it was a W, it was there, I guess. Oh, going for it. But nothing's going to happen from it. Yuumi doesn't care. Lucian knows. Yes!
Actually might play a bit more dividends than we would have thought otherwise. It's going to mean Mishku has to burn both summoners. He doesn't have that kind of defensive combat summoner. He's got the more kind of, well, I guess Ghost is kind of a hybrid, isn't it? It's that quasi-offensive, defensive. He's going to have to burn both in any case, and that means that they lose this wave. If they play this right on the slow push, they might lose the next wave as well.
I mean, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place there. The wave was moving very far away from them. They had to try to get a trade going, and if the wave ended up good from the trade, they wouldn't care so much that they lost HP. But they almost died. One more Q from Yuumi and they were dead. I think they expected to be on like 300, 400 HP, not the 50 HP that the Yuumi-Lucian combo was able to give them. Bit of disrespect going on to my kitten over there. If you can play the champion in the solo lane, she's probably broken in the bot lane. And I think they have to remember that. It's not some kind of passive support, no skill support like Taric, alright? We're talking about Yuumi here. This champion can do like 50k damage, can lane against most melee champions in the game, alright? Like, we have to treat it like it is, and we have to give...
I feel as if I'm well and truly like speaking to like Machiavelli in like ancient Italy right now, because you really represent like a fringe political movement of like pro Yuumi. You're part of the pro Yuumiites or whatever. Like, I feel like I'm going to get arrested for having this conversation.
Look, one of these two lanes is bullying the other, okay? That's all I'm saying, all right? One of these lanes is popping off and the other one is not, all right? And it is the one
you know me, veteran. I like results-based analysis as much as the next guy, but...
I mean, here, Singe honestly had Victor in a very bad spot. No summoners there, wave moving in. Victor couldn't go full aggro. If he just goes for the auto QE trades, it's a W on him. The gank could be coming at any second. Now they're more likely to do it because they see the Udyr on top side. But Singe had such a good wave state for such a long time. If he catches
Yumi's
those
not
minions...
got 6 here.
Yeah, doesn't have 6.
Yuumi does not have 6, but Taric does. This could be a fight here. They pop the Taric combo relatively early. Singe is onto Mishiku here. Pop the Ignite already. Mishiku doing quite a lot of damage, but he's in the poison.
He's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him.
He's gonna get him. Oh my word, QQR's on the board, but it's a rampant chaos and a rampant disaster in the topside flash on towards the Singe there. Caracal doesn't get much more there. But Porp and Yuumi did die off to the side there. Our focal point was the Singe. But Eminem do strike back in that top side quadrant, and they're going to get the Rift Herald for themselves as well.
I mean, you say Eminem strike back, I'd actually prefer to be Cabbage right here. My Singe, one of the most broken champions in the game, is on the board, and Lucian has been getting plate spot the entire time. Singe reset wave mid, Lucian catching wave bot solo the whole time. That's 2 lanes of XP for 1, and Vayne has now learned what she's actually dealing with. This was never going to work out well for her. Quiet, QQR got all of the autos that he needed to get the Conqueror proc. I was counting them. I knew for a fact that this was a kill. The kill was there, lo and behold. Don't care about the rest of the map. Udyr's a useless champ, Camille's a useless champ, but Singed is on the board and in the game, and Yuumi is going to help him win the whole thing. Looks like they're transitioning to a dive bot.
Potentially are. Kalem's here, playing a supporting role. I'm just thinking, if we've got a slight lapse in action for a moment, I do want to explain to you the lore of this great house of UK League of Legends, Cabbage family. I forget what university they go to. I want to say the University of... I'm not going to say, because if I say it and I get it wrong, I'm going to get hunted by... This QQR's gone in.
No ult on him though. Just wait for the Singed ultimate and you can win this. Get the Yuumi on him and we should be good to go. But I think they are not
quite a lot of damage.
Properly.
He's gotten knocked up here. That's going to be Paul getting taken down any second now. Singed flips back Sophie, but he gets a reset from the coral.
Oh!
Sparks here as well. He's got the Lucian ult culling, but how much can it cull so far? Yuumi going to be doing a little bit of healing. They found one so far, but you feel as if the objective will be getting reneged upon.
I mean, they had to play for wave there. Udyr had to play for the wave on midsection after playing successfully for the wave on bot. Easy.
Hello. Oh my word. I mean, points for style, I think for sure.
No, I mean, a true Singed player knows his limits in that regard, and an even truer Singed player doesn't even care about those limits, alright? That's right here we have a true Singed. He's gone Conqueror in a bad matchup. He's going aggressive. He understands, or doesn't understand, doesn't care that he doesn't, his damage, and he's getting these kills. But all Udyr had to do was think, we have the man, the behemoth, the one and the only QQR. I need to fix mid-wave, and then on that timing, on the next wave, we can go for the Drake, because my monstrous Singed who has a kill will have his ultimate, and we can win those fights. Just be a bit patient, and instead think about delaying the game until the next Singed
I'm
ultimate,
telling you, let me tell you a thing or two about this QQR fella. We were not scared of him going into the finals of Insomnia when we played against him. But this guy, he might be Diamond 2, but he's the Coventry Chovy. I'm telling you, this guy is a different man in a competitive environment. 3-0 on the board right now, and he's mounting the legacy of Cabbage family on his shoulders right now.
The most dangerous mid lane you could possibly come up against is a veteran fan, and this guy has been hovering all the correct champs. He's in all the correct setups, alright? This is a man to be feared. He's my current pick for man of the match, regardless of how the rest of this goes. I just hope the team plays around him. And honestly, I'm not joking when I do say they want to play around the Singed ult, by the way. Because this champion is a bot if he doesn't have it, and he's incredibly useful.
Soph's gone in, stun with the Taric ultimate, popped any second now. Flip, Soph has been moved away from the rest of his team now. Look, he's isolated. No. Sparks in, can they find him? He's using multiple dashes. A few more autos will do the job. And Cabbage family finds Softjan. And M&M's jungler, their flag of fortune, has been taken back to the University of Kent. That's where I was trying to say they're from. They're from the University of Kent. They played for multiple years in the university scene, well known for winning Newell and multiple varsity leagues like that. These guys in this current outfit, some of them graduates, some of them still playing. Zeta's trying to escape here. Chimera's here, pop that ultimate, but it gets dodged out by Zeta. He flashes away. Singed is here as well. And so much dedication in the top side is not going to fruit anything. QQR tries to find Chimera.
He has ult. So if Zeta had some more HP there, I think they take the 2v2, but Soft, he got way too confident off of the Taric ultimate. Singed was able to delay his progression there. He was able to utilize his W against the champion's many dashes. So even though the guy wasn't there in the damage perspective, the Singed was still being useful. But Soft, underestimating the amount of power that is on, it looks like a fun composition, not really taking things seriously. But there is a logic here. There is a logic if you play all these champions to the setup. Lucian is able to deal the burst out, and they were able to do that Drake with Singed ult still up. No contest possible. They can't even finish off the Zeta kill with Singed moving up there, but Zeta, he outplayed them pretty horribly. That's going to leave a bit of a mental scar for the rest of the game.
What is Zeta? Is Zeta, for me, in my mind, it's like, Alpha, Beatrium, Charlie or whatever. Is it sort of the Z?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, it's
he's the Z factor.
That loss to the Romans made up.
Oh, I think Mishigo's got... Have you seen this lawnmower build that's been rather popular recently?
Oh,
so the idea is you go Titanic, Runans, I believe you go Ginsu's as well, and then you finish off Riftmaker 4th for the true damage.
Because Riftmaker amps all your damage up.
Yeah, 9%.
So it's similar to why I think Evan Foss is really good on Singe, not with Conqueror. Conqueror, you do need what it does for the additional.
Ooh, Zeta doesn't actually get hit by that. He might go in for this against Soft. It's a little bit over-aggressive, though, because Chimera's right there to pick that one up. You constantly can see so much action being precipitated around Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta went in for round 2 there. I mean, he seems to think he needs to keep more control of the river than he does. He needed to be a little bit more patient and then playing through
That's the Midlands. That's the Midlands boy inside of him. You know, much in the kind of Game of Thrones ilk. He's, you know, the arbiter of the Riverlands. He needs to protect it from the foreign invaders.
That is true, but just wait for Singe to be on the map, wait for your team to be on the map. There, it's not just random Singe plays, they just didn't have the numbers, and this Herald contest is easy. You have Singe, I'd love to give him red buff here, it'd be really good for his HP, but you have Singe with the ultimate. The problem is, though, with Zeta down, it's a better set of positioning for M&M.
They're stalling for time, though.
Yeah,
you can see him coming out of base. They're playing that mid wave first.
Yep. Oh, Singe went with that wave, but it looks like the fight's going to be stalled. Tarek's thrown his ult out. Singe can get the W.
It's a big tower. Probelt in from QQR. They've gone Caracal. They've gone fishing. And they come up with a big fish indeed. Get the Herald for themselves. You can see the power of this Singe pick in these kind of tightly knit corridors.
Absolutely love it. 300 gold, not the easiest laning phase to get through, but he got through it. He has the Conqueror. He has the full damage build going. He has the Zeal getting more and more stacked by the second, and they have the Yuumi for late game insurance. Now that they're actually playing with his ult, a bit early to say that they're playing around his ult. We did have that skirmish a bit before they got a bit lucky. They are winning these fights, and we're seeing the power here, but I mean, to be completely realistic, this is probably the strongest point Singe will have for a bit. Once we get into super late game, it will be really good in pick scenarios. But for a while, this one item spike is about as much damage as this guy can do, and he can do significant damage in an individual burst scenario. This is where we can say Singe actually has burst. That will lessen over the course of the game as resistances start getting bought. But for now, this is truly a monster to be reckoned with. I would actually suggest that M&M play away from the Singe pick for this point and try to control the map that way. Question is, how do you do it? You have to look at the Vayne, right? Talking about the Lawnmower build, but Vayne as a pick is the best side laner they have. They have the ability to do a 1-1-3 composition with it. Let's try to split the map here, right? And try to make plays around the Vayne and rotate Vayne away from the Singe. That's the best thing you can do, and she is your route to winning the game in a late scenario. And until that point, your victor and unlocking him to lean towards her will be the escort.
It's time to isolate the markets, I feel like, for a minute. Let's take this company global. Let's get some, you know, let's get some global influence on the map. Play it from all angles. Get your gloves on. Let's get down to business. They've played it a bit too simply so far, I feel, for a Div 1 organisation.
They have. I mean, I want to see some shifts here, but instead we have Soft just going straight bot, the aggressive man he is, and saying, you know what, Cauldron, you can unlock yourself, right? Kayla Money. You can unlock yourself.
Cauldron?
Get yourself
Cauldron?
Sorry.
I'm in Harry Potter, mate.
Right now. There's a particular kind of buzzword I want to start utilizing when I talk about league strategy, but we'll get into that at some other point, and you could actually see it happen in this game. But you're seeing Sejuani unlock top, shift towards the bot side, but the Singed is the one on the flank. We talked about the potential for Singed flanks earlier. It makes life very, very difficult for M&M because it's very difficult to just turn and engage on him. And now... Yeah, so we have
Cabbage
the Hell
family
pressing the mid again.
Cabbage family with control of the midsection, looking towards this dragon now. They've most certainly got priority. You can see Zeta's getting in towards that turret. They've had to go through this corridor here. They've had danger in corridors before. Horp is in, but he's taking quite a lot of damage. Sejuani, he comes out. Tarek ultimate. He's going to drop down. Chimera finds it. It's not a great execution there from Cabbage family. They had it all in their hands. Spark is in, though, on towards Chimera. They might just look for this aggressively, even though Tarek has burned that ultimate.
There's a lot of damage coming out. There's a lot of damage coming out from the combos that you see on the right. Maybe enough damage that M&M can't just go straight for the Drake, and the contest is still viable. Zeta again a bit with the extension. Oh,
hello. Soft actually takes enough damage from QQR there. He's on a rampage. Taking damage as a final auto for Michigu. They just need to take him down. He's got 100 HP or so. But Zeta's not going to be able to get in here. QQR, what can you do? The man of the hour. He's trying to get in. He's getting a lot of healing. Zeta off to the side. He's getting killed by Calum. Here comes Porp, though, looking for redemption. Back from base now. Experienced life as a dog in recent moments. He's only been seeing grey, but he's back to full colour. Trying to insinuate his pastilles upon the rift at the moment. The Painter taking the dragon for Cabbage Family's second dragon of the game.
I mean, M&M, they're getting a lot in these fights, but they're still not getting enough. So long as QQR is alive, has that ultimate, has the Yumi on him, has so many of the tools that the team has available to him, he is still a threat to every one of their low range or low mobility champions. They're not able to turn any of these picks that they're getting into real objectives, and that Singe and that Yumi and that Udyr are all scaling as a combo, and eventually you have to think, we're getting magic resist against these guys, we're just giving Zeta, who's the only guy we've actually been able to catch consistently, much more damage by doing so. This guy is feeling like he's in a very comfortable state right now. This Camille will be a massive issue later, especially as they're unable to bridge the gap via the Singe, which they would have thought that they would have been able to do with this setup early in the game.
He definitely could not have dreamed that Cabbage Family would be taking a game in this position, but I suppose they did do it before, Veteran, so we can't be too unwise about how they've carried out this game so far. Cabbage Family, it would be good for them to get a win on the board, though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were able to defeat the Great Rudder Esports, so it's only a matter of time before M&M falls, and they're really showing that this is an unpredictable team. If you were to look at any of the drafts beforehand, the only real thing you can say is, oh, they pick well for skirmishes. But who's going to look there and think, man, this is a Singe Yumi game coming out, even if you see the casting there?
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, no.
That's your main man, and Baron has just spawned.
That is my main man, and he didn't even go into HP at this point in the game. He seems to think I need more burst, more damage, but honestly, mate, your burst is capped right now. You just needed some survivability. So
What would you gone in this spot? Because he looks towards. I mean, when I see the blasting one, I'm thinking maybe a demonic embrace. Although I think if you're going to go, you want to pair it up with like a rift. Yeah, a Rylai's I was thinking as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rylai's first item on Singe, even before Mythic, is very, very viable as well. I'm fine with him going the Hex step because he's getting the flanks, he's getting the burst.
Hello, Zeta. Speaking of burst, very much so. Gravity field comes down from Chimera. He's looking for it. Sejuani ult will halt, and Chimera suddenly, from out of nowhere, is 6-1 and 2, 175 CS, 2.5 items, and you feel as if Cabbage Family have found an answer or found a question that will be poised to them in a rather aggressive manner in the oncoming minutes.
I'm going to say something I hear from you a lot, but Zeta is kind of in this super position where when we start to acknowledge his plays, they start to go badly. So I think next time maybe we just let it play out, right? And then we measure it after.
Let it be.
Yes,
let it be. It'll be like the Beatles, you know?
For sure. But he's
certainly no crickets in this game. It's been a very active game.
Personally, I mean, on the map he's not in a good position, but he is still in a good position the timeline of this game. The QQR catch on top side was a function of him just not having enough HP and still going straight for the damage in the build path. I would have really liked to have seen a giant spell instead of the blasting one, or honestly.
They're going to find Calum. He was looking towards the Baron here, but is he going to get caught? He is. He flings back from QPR. It's almost feel as if the Mountie is not moving. It's like putting a poisonous dart into the side of a boar. You can slowly see it start to move less and less there. They will find Calum. On the flip side, M&M are looking for this mid lane turret.
Singe ult is up. They're looking to kite away.
Yumi's got all. Chimera has to flash away. Singe, look at him. Soft.
Nice.
Tarek ult. Zeta's looking off to the side. Any second now. They found Chimera, but Chimera gets one back. Zeta's in. Who will he use his ultimate on? He's going to use it on towards Soft. Soft can't dash away. QQR, it's a massive stun from Caracal Jr. It's a win. A lot of damage, but they're going to get Michigu. And QQR's doing so much damage. W is going to flank and ward it. How much more damage can be done with the last 6? The last gas trolls of a great gas giant will not be enough to take down Soft, but they will get 2. And will they look towards the Baron, Veteran?
I mean, I think sometimes you have to make the emotional decision, right? I think they have to reset right now, but off of the damages in these fights, I think QQR is going to come to the big bull wheelbarrow decision of I need more damage in my kit, I need more amp tones, more blasting ones. And you know what? I respect it. I respect it from them if that's where we see his build path going. But this fight, man, I was so hyped that this was actually working out for them. So you didn't have an immediate numbers advantage, but QQR held the ult until they were all in that crevice, and when he went in, the damage could only really go one way, and you're seeing the hybridity of their draft here as well. Sure, Lucian can't be so much of a factor in these team fights, he's basically an ult bot at this point, but both Camille, Udyr, and Singed, the free-man comp himself coming in, how do you itemize against this, right? You need a lot of armor, you need a lot of MR, there are good bases out for the magic damage on Cabbage, but, you know, if you do that, the Camille can just one-shot your carries. It's a very, very interesting composition to be trying to Fairy Craft over at this point in the game, and it's doing so much damage to them.
Damage, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yes.
Eminem is experiencing right now. Whether or not they can find the band-aids to be able to stem that bleeding, stem that hemorrhaging. So we look towards this third dragon now. It's what Cabbage family are looking for. It's going to be a dragon's game. It's been a numbers game in some of these fights, but now it's a true 5v5 Spark. Playing with fire, QQR uses that rocket belt, stacking slowly but surely. Eden doing damage with the Q. And it's a massive engage. Big over the wall, Zetas found Michigu in the back line. It's just a time game at the moment. QQR gets taken down. They've gone too far, too forward. They found Michigu, but the Taric ult is massive. Spark's trying to dodge out. He gets away from it just about. But at least for now, Eminem have found a fight that benefits them. They found something to their liking. In terms of recipes, this could be a recipe for disaster for Cabbage. They say Cabbage goes well with anything, but I certainly don't like how this one is playing out. Pork gets taken out. That's going to be Michigu finding the shutdown on towards him. They will get the Hex deck. They will stop and stall the win condition, and they might even look towards the Baron as well.
It was death by 1,000 cuts you were saying beforehand, and honestly, that's the way that both sides have to play. But Cabbage have the walking hospital, but Eminem have the pause button on Taric. You're finally playing around Singe ultimates, though the cooldown gets so low at this point that it's very hard not to. You now need to consider the Taric ult. The Taric we were worried about in draft, there are two ways it could go. Either they very easily disengage away when Taric ult is done, and they counter the Taric composition, or they forget about it for just long enough that you end up with a Singe with an Udyr in the middle of an invincible team, and then you can do 1,000,000 cuts to them and they still will not go down. It's 1,000 cuts either way, but it's a hospital versus a statuesque invincibility button coming out from this one champ. It's going to be all about the Taric on the man, the myth, the legend himself. He knows how to use this, so if you don't know how to play against it, you will lose these fights no matter how well the rest of the game has been going.
Indeed. You feel as if the game has quelled somewhat in anticipation. Obviously, Eminem win a major victory in terms of pushing the momentum back towards themselves, but there's still bated breath surrounding this Cabbage family. Could they really do it with this insane draft? Actually, just to tap in a little bit more about the lore of this team, they're known for doing these strange drafts. I know that Nymera, for example, a big proponent, a big caller-outer of sort of these crazy zany drafts, this creativity that comes up from this team. CC immune is port for now. Caleb has that ultimate available for him if he chooses to use it. Offer's gone in. It's triple CC. Taric ultimate has been burned so far. It's a good cooldown. When fights have gone well for Cabbage family, it's come off the back of stuff like this. QQR's in. They're all scared of him, but who will he grab? Will it be anyone? He's taken quite a lot of damage here. Play it slow, play it calculated, Cabbage family. This could be the final fight of the game. They've got an ultimate on towards Michigu. So much damage. Spark will get taken out. The last spark in the sky. The last star is dwindled. And Chimera gets the Q off to the side. Never chase a Singe, but you never need to chase him. They've got 99 problems, but a team fight ain't won. Eminem will pick up a victory here and will be able to take out an inhibitor with so much time left. You really imagine what is the limits of what they can achieve here.
I mean, try to burn the Taric ult before you burn your own ults, guys. That's all I have to say. And Lucian had typical Lucian syndrome. He forgets he's basically not a champion at this point. He is still either matched in range or outranged by his opponents. He went in on lots of low health champions, but just let your Yuumi do its business. You'll heal up in a way that they cannot. Disengage and then re-engage once the Yuumi has got you all where you need to be. You have that hospital. Instead you saw Lucian going a bit too hypey. So here Singe has already burned the ultimate. He's trying to threaten them. He's trying to get the Taric ult down. Actually, this is played after the Taric ult has already been thrown down. You can see it's going effectively, but you need to allow the Yuumi to heal you all up. But Lucian, he's thinking, this is my hero moment, this is my montage play. There's the triple kill, but he forgets the other two members of the team, and they are the ones that wipe him out. And now it's easy for Eminem to just move up. They weren't given enough time. Time is the name of the game. QQR, let's see if they can fight. well, that's a bad investment right there.
No, certainly not the investment. They've ventured into capital and not come out with much else. QQR, we've hyped them up this game, but just not able to get it done in this point. It's like that Rylai's that we spoke about being so important. M&M will just pick themselves up the Baron here. I feel as if this might be some of the final nails being nailed into the coffin, but you know, sometimes as you descend, we've seen Walter White do it. I've seen it in multiple instances. You know, I've seen it in Quentin Tarantino films. Just because a coffin gets laid into the ground, that's not the end. That's where life truly begins sometimes. You know, Dios de la Muertos or whatever. I don't speak Spanish, but you know, you get the idea.
I get the idea completely, and I mean, if we're talking about capital,
You're Peruvian. Do you speak Spanish?
There is footage of me speaking Spanish, but I didn't speak it for so long that I forgot how to speak it properly. But then when I'm back,
You said that in a rather mysterious way. What do you mean there's footage of you speaking Spanish?
Because it's really weird to see footage of you speaking Spanish when you're a kid when you don't know how to speak Spanish now.
Oh, fair enough.
And I'm in that weird position where that's actually true. I've already talked about this with other people from like bilingual families who grew up in like a country like America or England where we're, you know, proud to not be able to speak any other language but our own. And yeah, it's more common than you might think, right? Like in the same way, these guys don't seem to understand how to speak Tarek's language, right? And play with his tones and play with his tools, and that's what they have to be doing. But it might be too late already.
Might be too little too late. Spark gets engaged upon. QQR takes too much damage. The Vayne really has his number. It's been added to the contact book, and the number has not been blocked so far. It's coming from an unknown receiver, but they will receive a victory of their own this game. Sop on towards Spark. He's going to get taken out. Heathen as well. Heathen, Hov, and Huff, and pull all you like, but your house will just get blown down all the same. It's a housing crisis in this market, but we're all going to be homeless eventually. But M&M find themselves at home at 2 and 3.
Said no trauma dumping, but that final team fight, M&M dumped a lot of trauma that Cabbage probably won't soon forget.
Blunt force, baby.
Blunt force right there. Blunt force right there. I'm proud of them for doing it. They did an optimal composition. They did the Singe. They did the Yuumi. They even did them in more, we'll say masculine ways. But it didn't work out, unfortunately, right? It turned out to be a bit of more of the toxic kind than of the successful kind. And we ultimately see another victory from M&M against Cabbage. They're 2-0 on this. They're now 2-3 overall in the brackets. Let's see if they can repeat these kinds of performances against other teams.
Certainly so. And what I mean, we've got to go back to the analyst desk, but I just want to say, we'll touch on the game. This game was a very good game to watch, but you talk about this is the peak of Great British Broadcasting right now.
Yes.
This is the real BBC. You don't have to pay a license fee to watch this either. You could drop a Twitch Prime if you wanted to, but you're better off giving it to us instead. Let's be honest.
Facts.
Book us for more gigs, man. Like you're starving people. You're starving people. We're going to go back to the analyst desk right now, but listen, 2 of the sexiest men in UK esports. 2 of the sexiest men in international esports. Farewell.
Okay, I don't know which 2 he was talking to about us, but we can take the thing.
Me.
We can take the thing. Either way, going back into this, M&M come through with the win, which is a huge dub for them because it means that their chance of success is still within grasp. They have one more game at the end of the day where they can potentially claim that against Chaos. So, with it being said, how are you guys feeling about their chances? Obviously, a bit of a different comp coming out from Cabbage Family.
Well, it was different is a way to state it, for sure. I thought that it was lacking in many states and that they had to continue getting picks or getting that Drake win condition, as Aragon correctly reminded me, in order to win the game, because their siege was lackluster. They could not siege whatsoever. Victor got a few freebies so he could wave clear for not even days, he could wave clear for months. All those minions were coming, getting slayed by his giant laser. And Vayne was slowly getting online. As long as she would not tumble forward and would play the fight back to front, they would certainly win. The thing is that they managed to get a lot of those picks so that the Cabbage family had some solid hope until approximately the 25th minute of the game. Because then M&M turned from a chill Corgi to that Corgi you see in the GIF just killing the Cabbage.
Yeah, indeed. And Aragon, you are muted, so we can't hear you just yet.
How does this keep happening? Oh gosh, my memory. It's okay. I just wanted to highlight once again, that Tarek pick was really insane, right? I kept saying that level of anti-dive they drafted was really good, considering the enemy had Camille, Singed, Udyr, that all wanted to run to the backline. But then suddenly, the people they're trying to target are all Tarek ulted and invincible. right? And then they just get mowed down by this really high DPS Vayne build. So I think what they drafted was really intelligent because the draft also allowed them time to scale up. Like Rev was saying, with all that wave clear, the only thing that Cabbage Family could do was hope to get really good team fights and magical picks in the side lane when possible. So yeah, just to round it out, really good draft from Eminem.
And going into the rest of the day, obviously Cabbage Family not had the greatest of time. They've still not found the win. They are going to be now playing X7. Is this maybe looking like an 0-6, or do you think that there's a way that they could potentially come back and sneak a win?
For sure, they showed a lot of creativity in this draft, and I'm not too disappointed in them. It's not like any NA team in Worlds which lost hands down. You see them fighting. You see them fighting all those weird angles where they can snatch some wins. They might be able to do it versus X7, especially since they're for funning right now.
All right, well, we are going to be going to an interview with Chimera. He is joining us here. Eminem, Chimera, how are you feeling about your victory? Obviously, you guys have still got one more game, but are you feeling positive going towards Chaos?
Yeah, I mean, every game we've had so far, we've been up around 2k gold, so I think we've just really got to control the int that's built in all of us, and then we'll have no problem. So yeah, feeling confident.
Yeah, fair play. And I've got to ask you, obviously Aragon was saying that you are a player that is quite like, you like some standard League of Legends. You know, you're quite a proper player, some people would say. How did you find playing against Singed mid?
So at first I was like, okay, guys, I'm going to go full scale Emeralds. He's going to just roam about the map with Predator, but, you know, it's fine. But as soon as he goes Ignite Conqueror, he's playing for lane, so it means it's kind of more straightforward. Like, his roams are not as efficient, so he's playing for lane, and then I'm just getting free scaling with First Strike, just play for my first item, so I didn't have a problem once I saw that, but, you know, if it was a bit more chaotic with the Predator, then maybe it would be a bit of an issue.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you quickly, before I hand it over to the other two to ask their questions, how are you feeling about your next game? Okay, obviously you've got to win against Chaos to go to a tiebreaker to play them again. Are you feeling hopeful? Are you feeling a bit nervous? What's the vibes? I
mean, similar to my first answer, I think because we've had around 2.5k gold leads for all of our games, I think we all feel confident. I think we've just been hitting like a bit of a burnout with, you know, playing the full split and then screwing for a whole month and then relegations, which are another like 2-3 weeks, and now we've gone straight into the Winter Cup. I think the biggest thing is just making sure when we're in these games that we can remain disciplined and staying like playing on our terms rather than just feeding into the chaoticness of a game and throwing our leads. So we feel fine. As cliche as it is, it just feels like we're kind of playing against ourselves and don't give in to the inner demons of fiesting it.
Indeed. And Aragon, any questions from yourself?
Honestly, will you draft? Right, so back 4 years ago, I played with Soph, right? Okay, and there was this meme about the Soph Elise. I don't know if you remember it, but he used to die a lot around Crab. Do you think we'll ever see the Soph Elise ever again?
Soph Elise, ooh, that's a good one. I think Soph just abuses this champ at 5 AM solo queue when he wants LP.
That makes sense.
But I don't think we really see it as good of a comp champ. I think
when he pulls it out in competitive, it just doesn't work any ints, right? Is that the explanation?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I think if you see that in competitive, then he's just given up and he's just want to have some fun.
Got it. Thanks.
From you, Rev, any questions?
Yeah, for sure. I gotta tap in that proper player, normal gameplay player that Aragon told us that you are. Did that weird composition and all those early game shenanigans kind of tilted you? How was the mental and the comms behind the scenes?
For this game specifically, or?
This game, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it was fine. Like, I think maybe Aragon's oversold it a little bit too much. Like, I think there's like a right way to play League and a wrong way to play League. And I think if you think you're the better team, it's better to play to your strength and control the game, play the macro that you want to, rather than reacting to what the enemy do a lot of time. Like if they're overstaying for a wave, then, you know, abuse that at the fact that you're going to have like a bounce and play around that talk in advance. So it doesn't tilt like that doesn't tilt me when things go wrong early. I just feel strongly that you need to make sure there's plans and you need to be talking ahead of time, and that's what we were doing. Like some of the ints were unfortunate, but we didn't change the way that we were communicating around like Herald, playing with Prio, etc. So yeah, the game felt good. It just needs to be a little bit more clean with the discipline.
Okay, well, I got one final question before I let you go, and this is about your Ari play, to be honest, because you played a lot of the Ari in the season, and you played it even against natives. You haven't played it yet, but I want to ask you, you say you're a proper player, you say you have a way to play League of Legends, but you dispute the build on Ari a lot with popular caster Nymera, who loves the Ludens book build. You yourself go for a bit more Everfrost build. What's the answer to this?
Okay, I actually have an answer to this. I think the best build that you can go in Ari is Ludens. If you can have a game where you can go Ludens, Shadowflame, Magic Flame Boots, I agree with Nymera. I think it is the best Ari build. However, the problem with this build in comp is because the games are a lot less Fiesta and solo queue and chaotic, it's harder to find these easy engages. And Ari really struggles to play the game without setup. So if you have like a Nautilus or an Ali or a Rakan, something that can set you up to guarantee you land your charm, then you can go Ludens. But if you don't, then a lot of the time you have to be kind of your own setup, especially if the champions that you have to be hitting are these carries like a Sivir or a Jinx, for example. If you don't have Ludens, Everfrost or a setup, it's really difficult to land a charm, which often means that when you miss your charm, your champ's not particularly strong. So that's why a lot of the cases you'll see me go Everfrost is because I need the setup to play the game, or I need to be an engager of some sort. But there were, I think, two, 3 games where I did go Ludens last split, and those I think were really, I do think that's a really good build, but it is extremely situational. So I think that's what you need to look out for.
All right, well, thank you very much for your answer there. Some good interview coming out from you, and good luck later on against Chaos. Obviously, you guys need to pick up the win to go to a tiebreaker. So with that, we'll say goodbye.
Great. Thanks very much, guys.
Okay.
I think that was a really trap question from you, Jeriel, because you know that Don Jake is still hovering around here somewhere. You've heard what he has to say about Ari builds.
Have I heard what he has to say about Ari builds?
He says, and I quote, his favorite build is Conqueror, Riftmaker, Spirit Visage.
The Drain Tank Ari build, yes.
Yeah.
Jake
I don't know if that's one or not. I feel like someone clip that and send that to Nymera right now. I want to know what the take is on that one. I don't know.
There's a clip. For that one. There's a clip. He's reacted to it. Okay,
look,
so
your source of information is a new one trick, so just keep that in mind. It's
that is true.
Okay.
But with that being said, obviously, we are probably going to be going to a break in a second. Okay, we've been told that we are going to be going to a break, so we are going to be going to a break. We will be coming back. Cabbage Family versus X7. We are going to have to say goodbye to both Rev and Aragon, but I'll be joined with 2 new faces. You don't want to miss the next game. We are back. I said that we had some new faces. Welcome, Veteran. Welcome, Torg. Hope you guys are both doing good today.
I'm doing fantastic. Don't worry, I'm doing fantastic, Trevor. I'm just in awe at the fact that I get to cast both with you and with Torok, one of the greatest coaches ever in the NLC's living memory.
Absolutely. Fraud Watch has nothing on me. I'm extremely excited to be casting a veteran. Here with you, Jay Real, as well, one of the stars of the XL content this year. So it's just so many brilliant personalities. I can't.
I'm glad that we've moved past the Torok out movement as well. You know that's.
Oh,
we've
kind of now. Oh, that's good.
We've surpassed that for now, I believe.
Well, is that why I'm LFT? Is that why I'm LFT? It was too effective.
But either way, before we do get into what is the next game, because it is going to be X7 versus Cabbage Family, we do have to give a shout out to all of the streams that are popping off on the Aurora Cup today. Obviously, you have the Rate Gaming. You also have the big NLC with Artrum leading the desk. There are a lot of good talent. We look on Rooted, I believe, are casting at the moment. And that is a huge game, by the way. Monster versus Ruddy. We've all been in the video. That's the one you got to watch out for. But let's bring it back to this stream. Also, Eldorado Esports at twitch.tv. So check out those streams if you want to see some other games. But this is where you want to be right here, right now. I believe we were told, are we going to be going to draft? Oh, no, we're going to the standings. Sorry, we're going to the standings. So the standings of today's group. We have X7 taking the top spot, locked in now, 5-0. We have Cabbage Family, unfortunately, 0-5 at the bottom. Chaos, Eminem. Big game coming up, game 6 after this one. It is going to be potentially for a tiebreaker. If Eminem were to win, we go to one more game, and the winner of that will be going through to the playoffs. So, bringing it back to what we have right now, we have X7 versus Cabbage Family. So, no changes in standings will be had from this game. Do you expect some slightly different drafts? Start with Veteran.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping it's similar to the last game. Shoutouts to Cabbage for picking Singed mid while I am in fact casting. Obviously they're at a point where they're basically praying for a 5-man illness on the first two teams for them to get in. So we could see some fancy stuff for them. But honestly, I want to see them close with a win, right? That's what I want to see from them. And
it would be pretty nice. It would be pretty nice, but let's get the pick and bans up as we do go into this. So far, Camille banned away from Cabbage. Not anything crazy, but obviously we're going to be waiting for the picks. Torok, what would you particularly like to see coming out from Cabbage in this game?
Well, these guys are the university scene experts, right, from the UK, and whilst they haven't managed to put together a win so far, right, I think they definitely have that ability, as Veteran said, to try and get a win on the board. I think we all want to see it. So, especially whilst X7 might be doing a little bit more of the for fun gaming, this is Cabbage Family's chance to punish, come in with maybe some more veteran-inspired picks, such as Cogmore mid, and we'll be good to go. So, I think that's just the way forward, really, for this draft. But, I mean, Aatrox being taken away, makes perfect sense if you're not going to play it, and draft is off to a normal start, I think.
Yeah,
and we also have nothing crazy, but you do see KT being targeted with that Kalista ban. Off of that, you normally see X7's bot lane look for very heavy all-in. I like the Samira. I haven't been able to cast it yet, but I'd like to see if KT brings that out here. I'm expecting something very heavy and very aggressive.
And so far, so good, right? Maokai locked in.
Heavy. They got some heavy. And now we've got some interesting Nyla being hovered there. I don't believe that one's locked just yet. Or maybe it is actually. They did. They insta-locked the Nyla.
And that's respectable, right? I think insta-lock Nyla, they knew what they wanted to play this game. Maybe it'll be Nyla Yuumi. It's pretty common. I think probably one of the strongest combos, something that Maokai can't really cut through as well. But picking Neela or Nyla, I'm not sure how you say it, like this does leave you open to a potential bully lane as the Singe get locks in as well. Okay, it's going to be a banger. X7 are coming here to play, and hopefully Cabbage Family come in for the ride as well, because we might have a really entertaining game on our hands.
All right, I called out Viking a little bit on his interview in the last game. I was like, you guys say you're playing for fun, but these are the guys breaking out the Singed. Viking, my man, if you do Predator Singe in the jungle, you can do a free camp start on red buff, recall, get topside, get that Predator boots in, and snowball the game, all right? You want to prove to me you're for fun, man? Do it, lock the Yuumi in as well. Really good with both of these, and you play Singe jungle, Yuumi top, you've got it incoming. You want to prove to me you're here for fun? This is your moment.
I would love that if he's just writing that down. Like, okay, yeah, got that. We'll take that off the list. But either way, we've got Zillion, we've got a Veigar being hovered here. So again, some picks that we don't necessarily see all of the time. Maokai, the only pick that I think we've seen in more games.
All I can say is that a force of nature from the side of Singed right now is looking hella nice versus what's being locked in from the side of Cabbage Family. But I mean, as you said, right? If everyone was taking notes from Veteran, then Cabbage Family should know Viking's exact path as well. So perhaps we'll see some advanced metagaming here from the side of Cabbage Family. But I mean, Fiora, if it gets locked in, it's respectable at the end of the day. Very
he had
OP
the
champion.
Rengar chance. He could have locked in Rengar here.
No, come on. Like, if he gets one Rengar pick and pops off, it's banned for the rest of the tournament. Like, he's got to keep it on the down low for the knockout. So
I don't know how down low his Icy Girls Rengar is. Like, you only have to look at one. He has 3 OBGGs. I looked at 2 of them, and Rengar is still the #1 pick. So I don't know how hidden that pick is going to be.
You're severely overestimating the ability of these teams to look at a champ like that and think anything but, I can play into Rengar. That's what they do. That's what they do, J-Will.
Well, we'll see what happens up in the next ban phase. Right now, we're going to get the Jace banned away from X7. If you're Cabbage Family, what do you pick into this comp so far? Because obviously, it's not picks that you normally come up against. Nyla is pretty unplayed. So is Singed, wherever this is going to end up going. Fiora is the only thing that has been consistent, and I'm guessing you probably don't want to Maokai into it.
Let me give you a little hint, all right? Cabbage Family looking for AD, all right? Because right now we have a real issue compositionally. So whatever it's going to be, hopefully it's some AD champs. Picking into Fiora with AD is very tricky. There's not many champions that do well into Fiora on that side of things, in which case they kind of have them in a pin. Usually you're looking at cannons and stuff from the more western side of things versus Jax, I guess, or Aurelia perhaps from more of the eastern regions. So I don't think we'll see that from the side of Cabbage Family. I don't think Zeta's been known for going that hard in top side, but I suppose we'll see. There's always a chance, but at the end of the day, if you end up picking a Jax, then you're versus Singed and you're a very sad boy. So I don't think there's too many good picks left, and it's really going to have to be some flexibility in draft, I think, from Cabbage Family to round this out.
Yeah, the ribbon has been hovered a couple of times. Maybe that's what they go to lock in. Tarek is also still up and also really good with Nyla. Do you feel like maybe it gets picked up here by X7?
I would. Well, this is not the pick to be going into the composition on the left end. By the way, like Azir is very strong in lane into the Veigar early, but when it comes to any of these contests, you're basically looking at a 4-man dive composition into a Veigar cage into a Maokai.
I also have a feeling it's Zilean Veigar bot, by the way. I could be very wrong, but with how that was locked in, I think there's potentially room for double AD solo lane counter picks here from the side of Cabbage Family. Oh, maybe not. But maybe not.
You never know. It could be AP mid Kaiser. You know, it could be anything these days.
You know what? It has been seen before, but yeah, I think they've deviated back to just Kaiser Maokai bot. Question mark? It depends how they decide to round out everything. Can be Kaiser Zilean, for example, as well. But the sound Janna. I mean, it's just a craziness in the draft, actually. I'm not going to try and predict this. I'm not going to try and follow it. Okay, Vayne, that makes more sense. They did need something to try and cut through Singed and balance out their team composition. So it will struggle versus the Azir range-wise, but if they can get it out inside lane later on, does very well versus Neela, does very well versus Fiora. I think there's maybe some scope here that, Vayne has use since Veigar wants to sit mid, and it's a very interesting draft coming out from Cabbage Family actually, because they've locked in double AD carry with a Zilean, with a Maokai, and both AD carries they locked can actually go side lane. So it's very interesting in the mid to late game stages.
It's top lane Vayne, by the way. The only champion here that can jungle is the Maokai. So the Maokai is going into the jungle. The Zilean has to be going bot, in which case you're looking at Kaiser or Veigar mid ADC, either one mid ADC, and then Vayne going in towards the top side. There's the last viable top laner, unless they want to do something truly crazy. The Senna pick's very interesting. Actually combos really, really well with the Nyla. Yuumi is the obvious one that we were thinking about, but honestly, Senna in this situation, given that you are against so many decent tools into the Yuumi, I think is really strong. X7 have a fun composition. Wait, is this actually...
Are they swapping roles, or are they just playing
jungle? Well,
who knows? Either way, casters, we're going to hand this one over to you because, it's your turn to break it down. So, Craze, Anifa, take us away.
Thank you very much, J, Real Veteran, and Torok. To quote Torok here, Anifa, to start us off, I think this pick ban is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad the analyst desk is doing the drafts because I have no idea what's going on here. I mean, It's at least interesting that X7 is switching roles for the last game, invoking sort of a Mad Lions thing where I remember the last time that happened, Elyoya played Kiana mid and he was absolutely bodying whoever it was on the other side.
That game?
I don't know. They still lost, but Elyoya was bodying everyone with the Kiana. It's a very hard to redraft. I mean, Cabbage Family kind of shot themselves in the foot with the forced rotation, so I am very interested in seeing how Vayne is actually gonna play from the top side.
Well, we'll have to see, we'll have to find out, as it's Cabbage Family versus X7 for the 5th game of the night. Just a reminder that both these teams are locked in their position in this group. X7 guaranteed first, Cabbage Family sadly guaranteed last, but I mean, by the looks of it, they want to go out with a bang.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been preaching for Cabbage Family from the start of the day. Just go with something completely bonkers, completely ridiculous, and see what you can do from there. I mean, it's not the first game they're doing this. I mean, this committed, yes, but it's not the first game they're doing this. But I'm really interested in seeing how they can pull this off. They have a lot of scaling and a lot of team fights. Capabilities. The front line isn't always the most reliable. It's simply a Maokai, but if they do get ahead in this early game, which I find it really hard to do, I do think that Cabbage Family can probably pull off a very good amount of mid-game team fights.
Well, a good start would be a successful invade right here onto the blue buff. That's exactly what they're going to do. Some saplings will be spawned, and now all of a sudden X7 find themselves stuck between not a rock and a hard place, but rather a blue buff and a hard place. What can Pulp do right here? The smite, the buff is not taken that, and Pulp can't even secure it. Meanwhile, QQR and KT are also fighting. Spark gets flipped over. The poison trill will do it. And it will be Icy Gale on the Nyla that will get that first blood. And Viking isn't done yet. Wants a second one as well. 2 minutes in. Does take 2 tower shots. Needs to be a little bit more careful there. But Icy Gale just flashes forward to secure it. The healing is not enough, but it's an execute. So really doesn't matter for X7. I don't think.
That almost worked perfectly in any case. I don't think X7 are mad about it in the slightest. Double flings, Viking completely annihilating this level 1, well, level 2 for him since he actually got the smite. And Pop, he doesn't really measure the damage. I believe the Neela is very strong in this in these level 1 interactions because of the way that her Q works. She gets a lot of extra damage out. She gets a lot of extra range. As you can see, Pop is getting decimated. Tabby, a lot of sustain as well with the piercing darknesses, and as soon as Spark comes in and he gets flung, you just know this is an absolute disaster because QQR obviously can't do anything with the Veigar. The Zillion is only there for moral support, and then Viking gets the chase for the last kill as Icy Gale flashes in for it.
And Icy Gale now gets himself that call as well as that long sword, and Viking with the Predator immediately picking up those boots that he can use. So I'm expecting a lot of productivity from the X7 jungler in the next couple of minutes already.
Yeah, I want to see how the Singed actually works. The double assist was pretty good. Of course, the Predator boots are going to be imperative in that situation, but this topside matchup is really interesting as there's a heavy trade. Icy Gale can get this.
Yeah, Icy Gale already 2 kills, make it a third. Tabby will be able to get out alive. Spark now in such an uncomfortable position right here. Icy Gale can just chase this one. Oh, well, actually, Spark will be able to survive that one with the flash. Meanwhile, 2v2 in the top lane, Viking taking quite some damage from Zeta's Vayne. Was able to get quite some damage done. Needs to be a little bit careful and respect the meat wave. Even the flash.
From what?
Great question. Anifa, analysis.
Wait, I think he saw the sapling and thought the Maokai was on the enemy team? That's the only explanation I can give in that situation. I have no idea what's going on. This game is so hectic for no particular reason. But, you know, I'm all for it. We were expecting this. This is what we've got in hands, and KT is going too far.
KT walks into the event horizon, walks into the hands of Paul, but is actually just also going to be able to walk out of it.
Oh my god, that cannot be happening. This is a disaster for Cabbage Family as, you know, X7 are bringing the heat. So are Cabbage, but X7 are just getting I wouldn't call it lucky, because League of
Sure.
Legends is one of the games with the fewest RNG. Like, aside from crit values, there's really not much to it. The elemental drakes are also a part of it, but there's not much luck involved. There seems to be luck involved. It's just limit testing. X7 are getting the better half of most of these plays, and they shouldn't be. Icy Gale has a huge lead, which is probably the best way you can actually play the Neela, because she's not exactly slow, but she's hard to pull off in the early stages.
Yes.
She really needs to commit to deal that damage, and as soon as she gets the Serrated Dirk, even with the Kalinda inventory, you know this Neela is always going to be better than the Kai'Sa at any point in the game. Of course, in the late game, things can equalize again, but I find it really hard to believe that this game is going to make it past 20 minutes, because either team can completely smash this out of the park.
Well, currently it looks like X7 is smashing a Cabbage family in the bot lane, because Viking was there as well. A trade for AD carry so far means this shut down. Going over to Spark, Bob looking for a little bit more onto center, onto Tabby, but Tabby will be able to survive. Heal as well, but a double stun coming through from Heathen. Tabby will not be able to, well, he will be able to survive that one. I thought he was done for, but is able to survive that.
Also, quick side note, Tabby is a she, but yes, she is able to survive in the end.
Completely right.
But yeah, she actually got the piercing darkness at the end to survive that double bomb, but Viking almost got her killed for no reason with the fling, because the Zillion was completely out of range, but we'll see exactly how this started. Icy Gale, of course, closes the range very fast, but Pop was nearby, and I don't think X7 were expecting that. Because of that, Tabby is forced to flash instantly, but Spark still dies. Problem is, Icy Gale doesn't have the damage or the sustain on his own to actually out-sustain the damage that's coming out from the other side. So eventually he also dies, gives a huge shutdown, but it's still a very positive trade for X7, because this shutdown is not going to mean anything in the near future.
Absolutely, and Tabby, she should be feeling very, very comfortable right now as well. 2-3 onto the center. I don't think she has backs off yet. Hasn't been able to spend all of that money, which probably has in back pocket, but with that red buff, should also be feeling
Icy Gale!
Icy Gale going forward with the slipstream, secures the kill onto Heath, and that's his 4th of the game. Tabby will be secure. Spark as well with the ultimate. Meanwhile, Grand Challenge issued in the top lane. Zeta in a little bit of a rough position. Slow Q not able to find the killing blow. Still has the flash available. You need time as well. Going forward and gets the outplay. But now there's Paul to make it all right for his top laner. Although you think, well, no, the sapling doesn't decide to do it, and Slow Q gets out alive.
That could have been much cleaner from Slow Q. He hesitates. So he goes back, then lunges forward, actually hits the turret instead of Zeta, and because of that he almost dies, but still, he still had a riposte, so it was fairly obvious that the Fiora was going to turn it around, but we're going to start by watching what Icy Gale did to poor Heathen, and that's unfortunate, an unfortunate situation to be in, and Tabby was already level 6 for some reason, because she's been alone for most of the laning phase, and here, Slow Q, he decides, no, I'm not going to go for it, but wait, can I? And of course he could, because Zeta actually overcommits, and that last auto attack almost came out, but with the riposte, I am fairly certain that there was no chance that Zeta was ever going to get that kill.
Now, was perhaps feeling a little bit overconfident after seeing that Fiora take a couple of tower shots, and again, Paul perhaps a little bit unlucky on the Maokai gank so far.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that Pop is doing the right thing, being so proactive on the map, because his lanes really need to get to a place where they can shine. And right now, I mean, they're a bit far behind, but you want the Vayne to scale, especially if she goes through that the why not build that we saw last game with the Titanic Hydra, Ginsu's Runon's Hurricane. We'll see if that's the case. But yeah, the Kai'Sa needs those 2 items to actually start functioning. Veigar, basically the same. He just wants to scale until he gets those 2 items. But
Tabby, you didn't want to face check that bush. Shut down going over to Paul. Finally gets himself on the board. Icy Gale now looking for the 1v3. He gets their Paul services on to 3 members. But Icy Gale, you're not too strong to take them all out. Low health are sure, but the Chrono Ship will be able to make sure that everyone on the Cabbage family will get out alive.
If only Heathen was not level 6, but these supports are extremely inflated in their EXP because of the way that bot lane has been going. Extremely hectic. Zeta with the final hour? I don't think he can do
going
anything about
forward.
it.
But Slowky can also just dash away from that. No trouble should this Fiora have at any given moment. Viking just walking past the turret. Yeah, just secures that kill for his top laner.
Yep. Singed with Ghost, with the Insanity Potion, he's completely unstoppable, just runs in through the turret, gets the kill. Predator boots to add insult to injury, and in the meantime, while all this action has been going on, Viking also took the time to use Slowq's pressure and KT's to an extent to get this first Herald. Now, all of his lanes are so insanely ahead that it doesn't matter where he puts his Herald.
KT might be in some trouble. Dawning Shadow has been used.
QQR?
KT, no, sadly not getting the outplay. The biggest outplay button, of course, is the Vega with the Primordial Burst, but Viking might be looking to get onto Heathen, will be speeding away. Meanwhile, Spark finding a solo kill on Icy Guild. That's actually quite big. As Tabby now on the chase, she connects it. No, not quite, but Heathen still has a long way to run. Although I do see Zeta walking as well.
He's out.
He will be able to survive, actually.
Okay.
Or will he? Tabby.
She doesn't know where he is. She thought he was inside his own jungle. That was not the case. Heathen makes it out, but yeah, it's interesting that as this was happening, that Icy Gale actually got solo killed, because that kind of equalizes things in the bot lane, because look at the CS. There's 30 CS difference between the 80 carries. Spark is actually not behind at all as he finishes the Kraken Slayer. Heathen.
Yeah, even in that top lane, looking to shut down Slowky right there. Issue the grand challenge. Will one auto attack be enough? It will be Heathen's auto attack actually that will secure that kill to the Fiora first death for Slowky, and a 6 kill for Cabbage family as Tabby just able to survive that horizon.
He makes it out, but yeah, that top side, Slowq keeps getting into places where he doesn't want to be. He either commits to the play or he doesn't. He can't just be at a standstill. He can't just stay in the middle as Viking looks for another pick.
Looks for Paul, but Tabby there as well, but got stuck into that event horizon. Now needs to be able to hold the distance. Will be able to use Viking. A little bit of an awkward position, but so is Spark, even more awkward position. Will find his grave as well. Viking gets slowed down by Heathen. How much do those bombs do? Not that much onto this Singe. As X7 also take away the red buff as a little bit of a bonus.
It's so sad that Heathen is actually building Shirelles, I'm guessing. Because, you know, it's a for fun game. Everyone has already realized that. The draft shows that. But you could at least have some fun with the builds, too. You could go, like, full Ludens or something like that. Like Tabby, she could have went for the Kraken Slayer and just destroy people with on-hit damage. But Slowq, he's actually slowed.
Slowky definitely slowed, but is barely taking any damage. That Zillion really not popping off. Honestly, I would have gone for a Lunen's build right there. Yeah.
It's just so much more poke. It's so much more fun to play in the lane and outside the lane. But yeah, I mean, to each their own. Not gonna judge.
Well, I think we've judged plenty of the draft.
That's our job.
Pauper in some trouble right here. Does have the Chrono Shift on him for another couple moments, but X7 doing very well to wait it off. Icy Gill now also looking for the out. Says onto 2. That is gorgeous. Tabby securing that kill onto Heathen. Meanwhile, so Slowky on the top side of the fight, looking for Zeta, but finds QQR at the end. X7 can just do whatever they want with the Cabbage family. Has them for dinner. They haven't had food yet, so they want to get into some lettuce.
I mean, Cabbage family, all they can do at this point is basically try to disengage for like for the foreseeable future, because X7 are so far ahead, and their carries with these items are unrelentless, as Zeta actually makes it out. But yes, X7 can just run around the map, not really focus on objectives or anything, and just get kills. That's what Icy Gale wants to do.
Icy Gale wants himself another kill, dashes forward, gets it onto QQR. No Primordial Burst available on that Vega, and now Viking is there as well. Finally, a fair fight for Icy Gale. Bob now on the wrong side of the map will fall shortly as well. Question mainly is who is going
Surely.
to secure
There it
that
is.
kill. It's KT getting his second kill of the game.
KT gets his second kill, and he's actually fairly okay on this Azir. That's not usually what I would assume an AD carry player likes to play, but he's doing a great job in this situation. I say that and he misses the shifting sands. Doesn't matter. He's still doing a great job. I'm not gonna jinx it anymore. X7, they are exerting their pressure throughout the entire map. There's not really much to say here. I mean, Cabbage still have those carries that still want to scale. The Kai'Sa is kind of... She's going to take a bit more to get to that Phantom Dancer, if she's even going to go for the Phantom Dancer with that serrated Dirk. Slowq wants a 1v1 again.
Yeah, Slowq meanwhile looking for that solo kill. Grand
win?
challenge has been issued.
Oh.
A nice Kadam Slowq going forward, and it's the healing that will survive. Honestly, that was closer than I expected.
Again, it's mostly because Slowq is spacing out his Qs, and I don't think he should be. He should stay, like, in melee range of the Vayne, because that's where she can actually shine the least. In any case, Slowq still play that well enough to ensure the kill as Viking comes to the rescue, but he's stuck in the baby cage, dancing a little bit. He knows that this game is in their hands, but they still need to make sure they don't throw it, because Spark especially can be there to catch it if he doesn't get caught.
Spark now also grounded.
Missed it again.
And now Vikings just running around with the poison trill will be able to also force flash from him. Actually, less kills than I expected. KT is there as well. Spark now really in trouble town. Kill will go over to Tabby, her 5th of the game. And now Cabbage Family can only just watch and run, and a nice snipe coming over from Tabby. She told earlier today that she felt comfortable on the Karma. I think we can add Senna on that list as well.
Yeah, I mean, she said, oh, Karma and Rel are pretty much the champions I want to play, and the Renata Glask, they both got banned this game. She had to go something different, and I gotta say, I don't think Neela and Senna are the most productive bot lane, but they definitely work together, and they're definitely showing their cards as QQR takes a little bit of damage. But yeah, X7 with this advantage, all they gotta do is keep fighting, honestly, until a new objective shows up. They take the objective, repeat. There's really nothing to go wrong here, since the Vayne is so far away from actually being a champion, and the Kai'Sa going for this collector is actually not going to have as strong of a 2-item power spike, because she's not going to have the E, which is so important when there's a Singed running at you. If you can't get invisible, if you can't get the extra movement speed, you're going to get absolutely blasted.
Yeah, and just a reminder for everyone that just joined in or that might not be familiar with X7's usual roster that they play with in Aurora Open. They have role swapped. So, Icy Gate is usually... Oh, Icy Gate, I should say. See, on my screen, for some reason, it looks a little more like a T than like an L. It's usually their top laner, and now playing AD carry. KT, usually the AD carry, now in the mid lane, and Slowq. That's usually their mid lane, and it was all of a sudden in the top lane. KT, however, now in the top lane, forces flash away from Pop, but Pop, it gets scooped underneath the tower. KT might still be in some trouble right there. There's a 1v3 situation, not even Tabby will be able to get him out alive.
Here comes Viking!
Spark, but there comes Viking still. X7 find themselves in a 2v4 situation. Tabby now also will be taken out. Another shutdown going over to Spark. Icicle looking for the hero play. Finds the kill, is now on a rampage. Viking once again on the flank. How much can he tank? Quite a lot. Flips over QQR. Nice double stun coming through from Even. Also the event horizon, but that's not stopping Icy Girl. Now Slowq has joined the fray as well, and a triple kill for Daniela.
Daniela is completely popping off right now, and KT, I think he had E and Q. I don't know why he flashed the initial engage from Pop. It was kind of weird. He probably didn't have the Azir senses in him, since, well, he's an AD carry. In any case, X7 actually pull it back. Icy Gale completely whips the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. He completely traps the enemy team into Viking, who grabs QQR, and he actually earns a lot of time with that event horizon. In any case, it's not enough, because first of all, you can barely damage the Singe because it's so easily to itemize against the magic damage. And second of all, he is already so far ahead that he does have those items. He does have those health bars that you need to get through. So the Neela actually capitalizes on the time earned, gets the triple kill, and honestly, I can't see a world where Icy Gale will ever be stopped in this game.
Yeah, Icy Gale really becoming the biggest of threats possible. 3 items strong already on the Neela. 11 kills and also 7 assists, 18 out of 23 kills. He has participated in very strong showing on a pick that I wouldn't expect coming into today, but still, if we continue seeing performances like this, I really do not mind.
No, not at all. I mean, Icy Gale has been a monster throughout the group stage, but Slowkey was caught.
Slowkey indeed caught, not even the Dawning Shadow that will save him there. Spark also getting another kill, and if we keep donating kills to the Kaiser, we're making it extremely difficult for ourselves here. Now, Cabbage Family see this as an opportunity to start off the Baron. 4v5 coming in. Already low health on the side of Cabbage Family. You would imagine a big play coming in. There goes the Zillion in the Chrono shift, but Viking will be taken out. Is he the one picking up that kill? Eyes on Icy Gale. What can he do onto this Neela? Cabbage Family might just want to disengage because those health bars are becoming incredibly low. Katie also called out from Audio Burst. Not enough, but Spark goes forward. The Madman just secures the kill, and all of a sudden, Cabbage Family has found themselves 3 kills. But look at the top lane. That's a teleport. That is Slowkey coming back.
Oh, do they know? Do they know? They don't! QQR makes it out, and Cabbage Family don't lose a single member throughout this entire skirmish, and they're 10k gold behind. Crazy. How are they doing this? X7 go a little bit too far. They have no vision whatsoever inside of the enemy jungle, and KT gets thoroughly punished. Spark gets over to the backline and gets out very easily, and they'll just recall like it was nothing. And if these fights keep happening, maybe in 5 or 6 fights, Cabbage Family will actually be ahead.
Yeah, no, it was a 4-3 in the top lane earlier now as well. 3 kills going over to Cabbage Family. This is starting to become problematic on the side of X7 because you do not want to continue on giving over these kills for free and nothing. And as I'm saying that, Cabbage Family is going for round 2 on the Baron. Slowkey sees it. No one else from X7 nearby. They were all setting up for a Drake. So Cabbage Family might just be able to take this one down, but how many people will leave with the buff? Slowkey just gets picked off. No, nothing he can do there. And Cabbage Family now with the Baron power play going over to them.
For absolutely nothing in return. X7 just walk in like 30 seconds late, and Slowkey was like, guys, are you coming or what? I mean, they already got Baron. Do we disengage? And they end up just getting punished for it again. X7 are not being mindful of the space that they're actually giving Cabbage Family. And because of that, they are actually giving them way too many resources at this point in time. But still, they managed to get a grasp on the dragons. Just need to be careful to not let Cabbage get any more of these. I said 6 fights, now it's down to 5. If Cabbage can win 5 more fights, I'll give them the win.
Well, this might just be one of the 5 as Vikings called out Spark on a killing spree now. As these picks just keep on going through, but look at Katie, might be looking for a flank, might be looking for a big Shurima shuffle, but won't be able to find it just yet.
Ends up not being confident in the possibility. Cabbage also have a huge Baron minion wave. They take down this turret. Objective bounties are coming in. This gold lead will become very short, very fast, especially as Icy Gale loses his flash, and he's very important to his team. Without the flash, he can't even deal with the wave. It's gonna be 3 turrets in a row for Cabbage Family.
AT and Slowkey both in the side lane. Spark going forward, finds Tabby. Just barely survives right there. The Void Seeker just barely dodged out from... I'm questioning what X7 is doing. Look at the teleport. KT is teleporting from behind. He's looking for the hero play. He's looking for the monstrous Empress Divide. There he goes. That's 1 man. That's only 4. And that's not enough. Spark kills KT immediately. And now the re-engage from Cabbage Family. What can CT do? Spark dashes forward. Tabby incredibly low. But what can Icy Gale do? Goes forward. There's the grand challenge. There comes the healing. That's a double kill. Going over to the Neela. Gets himself a triple kill, but is stuck in the event horizon. And finally X7 find the fight.
Icy Gale manages to pop off with the QSS on the event horizon to make sure he can carry on with the fight, but Cabbage still looked a lot more confident in that scenario. I mean, Spark just goes forward, and it was actually very smart of Spark because it's very hard to actually get to him as X7. They don't have a lot of point and click CC, and that's exactly what we're gonna see here because, I mean, it was a good flank by KT, but it feels like everyone was expecting it. He immediately gets nuked, he only gets the ult on Pop, and Cap just know that they can go for the fight. Unfortunately, there it is, Icy Gale QSS's the event horizon, gets the Kaisa, gets the Maokai, and Zeta is also stuck in there with him, and because of that, this is a lot closer than it could have been.
A 3-for-3 in the end, and I do want to give a quick shout out to Nymera for the race, bringing in 24 people.
Thank you, Nymera.
Very much appreciated. I hope you had a good stream, and hope you're enjoying the action that is happening on your screen right now, because this game is turning out to be a lot more exciting and explosive than perhaps most people anticipated.
I mean, not me. I completely expected a bloodbath, and this is exactly what I'm getting. The only thing I didn't see that I might have been expecting was a TSM XD on the bans. Apart from that, I got exactly what I wanted, so Tabby...
Spark, oh dear lord. Yeah, that's Tabby out of the equation. Now it's a 4 versus 5, and look, Cabbage Family, they're running it down through mid. They're going for it.
Oh, everyone is out of base. X7 need to defend this.
Yeah, they need to. Icy Gale, what can you do? You've had so much impact. Meanwhile, Viking on a potential flanking position, looking to clear out some of these minions. No Baron buff this time round for Cabbage.
Yeah, and it's exactly what makes difference in this situation. Without the Baron, they can actually push forward, so X7 can actually breathe a sigh of relief. They did not throw the game hard enough yet for Cabbage to actually pick it up, but the game is very much still in their hands. They still have the advantage. It's just really hard for them to play side lane as they would want to, especially with Cap constantly pressuring KT. He survives.
Oh, QQR might be in some trouble. Has chrono chips on him, and now Slowq going in Nature's Grasp, not finding anyone really. KT still alive. Viking will fall to the hands of Spark. Already finding a double kill, but Icy Gale with 2 men Apotheosis and just cleans house. Can Spark get the outplay? He is the better AD carry in this fight. He gets a triple kill himself, but gets shut down by KT, and now Tebby is going through with the chase. Even that is the wrong side of the map, but obviously it is very difficult to chase down this Zillion, but Tebby wants it. Tebby wants to get this kill, but I think she needs to give this one up.
Yeah, I think Heathen is completely safe in this situation, and it all starts with QQR trying to one-shot KT. He does not have the damage to do so, and so KT can actually turn around, but Pop, he is completely caught because KT does the same thing again. He Emperor's Divide into the back, but he only gets the Maokai. Problem is, Icy Gale has complete backline access, but the moment Spark flashes, the Nila's out of range. The Nila can't reply to those auto attacks that are actually ranged from a ranged marksman. So at that point, Icy Gale, without flash, without any way to close the gap, without the slipstream, he is gone from the fight, and if Spark played that a little better, that could have been the ace for Cabbage Family.
Oh, Cabbage Family looking for another Baron tick. It goes so incredibly quick with the Vayne, with the Kai'Sa. Viking, can you steal it away? Can you stay longer in this game? Gets stunned. That was beautifully done, and also gets taken down because Spark and Caesar can just auto attack go over the wall.
Wow, I mean, I don't think X7 should have even tried to contest that the way they did. It's the second Baron contest that makes absolutely no sense from them. And you know what? I lost count on the team fights that Cabbage are actually pulling through. I'm sure it's way past the 5 because they're ready to finish the game.
Now, you also talk about fights. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, there was a 5-man ult from him coming through from Icy Gale. They gave false hope to the Cabbage Family, but he is the one that takes it home for X7. Triple kill for the Nila.
How many triple kills have we seen Icy Gale go for? QQR, you should have E in a moment.
Yeah,
He's
QQR
gone.
also down.
Wow.
Unofficial quadra kill going over to Icy Gale. Finally an ace for X7.
Dang, X7 just completely bounced back. And you know, again, this isn't completely unexpected. They were still ahead. They were just waiting for the right moment. And I do think that Cabbage family felt a little bit pressured to finish the game. They didn't have to in that situation. They could have waited. They had the Baron Nashor there, constantly getting closer and closer to the enemy team. So they didn't really have to finish at that point in time. And because of that, it might have just thrown this game out the window. Their only victory in this group stage that could have arrived in that precise moment might have just ran away.
X7 picking up 2 inhibitors and do not need to overstay right here because Cabbage family, they do respawn rather quickly. But my god, what a game have we got on our hands.
Yeah, this game is absolutely out of control for either side. I don't think either team actually knows how to like pick it up and try to set the pace, because X7, they're just ready to fight whenever. Cabbage family, they're not really sure how to finish the game. They are very unsure on how to split the map as well, because they know that X7 are probably better when it comes to this to these individual matchups, and they know that their base is in shambles, so they can't linger around for too long in the enemy jungle in front of that river line. So as soon as they realize that they can't reach the enemies, that they can't actually set up a death bush, they need to go back, and X7 just have a lot more space to work with at this point.
Yeah, definitely, and they can send down QQR without any
And
trouble.
there's Viking.
While Spark gets
Oh.
flipped over, but does have the ultimate
He's
to
out.
get out himself. Ghost also used by Viking in that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Viking, he's fine with using the Ghost there. I don't think he's too pressed about it, but it is rather large cooldown, especially without the Ionian boots of Lucidity, and Spark will get his ultimate rather soon too. So probably he should think before he forces these plays. He should try to actually have a flank setup or something of the sorts. Just running into Spark just isn't cutting it anymore. He's not at a Kraken Slayer Collector. He is full build. He has the double evolve. He is more than ready to run away from this Singed. And I mean, X7 are kind of running out of options. Their team comp can't really be proactive besides the Singed running into the enemy team. So they're just playing around these side lanes as they should, because the Fiora is clearly unmatched. The Azir is clearly unmatched. And with the pressure from the 2 inhibitors down, it's way easier to knock down these turrets. But if they actually want to fight, it can be pretty hard unless they get a miracle.
KT might be in some trouble right here. Uses the shifting sands to get away there, so we'll be able to just recall just finally. But it is what you're saying, obviously, Onifa. You now have those 2 inhibitors down. You have so much pressure around the map. You can really try to pick wherever you want to, put some extra emphasis in. Where do you want to play slow queue? He also has to teleport. Same goes for KT. They can really make everywhere on this map a dangerous place to go to. Cabbage family going for this Drake, but look at slow queue. Just continuing the split push, forcing the teleport out of QQR.
And that's completely worth for X7, because at the moment, they're in Soul Point. They can give away as many dragons as they want to without actually risking the game or any future plays. Just one Cloud Drake is not going to make a difference, so the pressure that they get on the side lane while Cabbage family have to invest so many members into this dragon is absolutely worth it. But what they could have done instead is actually buy time. They couldn't do that. They didn't try to do that. If they actually tried to force Cabbage family to come out as 5 when 2 of their inhibitors are down, that would have been so much better for the situation. They probably would have earned enough time for the waves to crash in the base. They could probably have set up some play with teleports, since they are both up, as you mentioned before. So they didn't do that, which is... It's not optimal, it's not awful though, and I do see what they were going for, but they could be accelerating this game a bit more, and they're still risking Cabbage family having that one perfect team fight.
definitely. And one perfect team fight is all that you need right now to win the game. Now, I just saw QQR's stacks on this Vega. He's got over 300, so he should be scaling up quite well as well, alongside the Vayne and the Kai'Sa. And take a look at those inventories. That's a full build Kai'Sa. That is looking incredibly scary, and it could probably melt through this Baron. This is the third time Cabbage Family are going for it, and they might just get away with it again.
Oh, Viking runs in, but the Maokai is so hard to get through.
Slowq on the flank, KT walking in as well, redemption being used. Slowq doing so much damage. Emperor's Divide finds them this time around. That was gorgeous from the AD carry in the mid lane, but Spark is still alive. Can he find the incredible hero play? But Bob can't, sadly. So the Baron goes over to X7. Bob, nice, cute little attempt right there. Zeta now on the run on this Vayne in a 1v4 situation. I don't think you're going to get out of there. I see Gil godlike on the Nyla. And with this Baron buff, X7 are looking to close it out.
If there ever was a moment for Spark to 1v9, this is it. But he gets out of the base. He wants a flank. He's going to kill Tabby.
Tabby first on the list. That's one of the three. And also killing the minions.
That's the wave.
Incredibly clever from Spark, but now he's looking at Icy Guild. That's a different beast to take down. Flashing forward, Apotheosis also used. Spark now in an incredibly awkward position as X7 just resort back to the top lane, where they do have minions.
Yeah, I don't think Icy Gale actually wants this 1v1. The moment his cooldowns are down, Spark could turn it around, but Viking, he definitely wants to go for it.
Yeah, he wants it. Can he get it? No, he can't,
wow.
but Icy Gale can. Legendary now.
Legendary on this Neela. Full build as well, and just dealing so much damage, so much sustain.
Oh no, Icy Gale, you don't want to go in there. But he is able to survive so much damage, actually. But there's a cordial burst, so that's the shutdown going over to QQR. KT and Slowq now in a 2v3, making that a 2v4 once Zeta arrives. KT does get one killed. Yeah, but the Vayne does so much damage in that exchange, and all of a sudden, it's only Tabby alive for X7.
Yeah, X7 that actually got a very positive fight over on this Baron Nashor. Yeah, it's so hard to get in with Zillion, Veigar, Maokai. No one is going to let you through that river, but eventually Spark gets caught. Slowq with a great lunge riposte to stop the Event Horizon from stopping him. And yes, Spark makes it out, which is probably why X7 couldn't end the game right then and there. But Pop also dies trying to get back into the pit. Zeta cannot run away fast enough, but in any case, Spark saves the match. Zeta, he's at 3 items. This Vayne is very much a threat, regardless of how the early game went, and at this point, crazy, there's just no need for looking at goal leads. Everyone is full build. X7 can't force fights. Cabbage Family, they can't leave the base. It's just such a standstill, and any kind of creative play that can be shown from either team can probably decide this match.
Oh, definitely. That is going to decide this match, I think, and I will give props to Slowq for playing that fight incredibly well, getting onto Spark, proccing the Guardian Angel, but still able to get out alive. But now we're looking at this Cloud Drake. 15 seconds left. Spark even sold his boots on this Kai'Sa. Now has 6 full items. Icy Gale stuck in that baby cage as we're holding our breath for next upcoming team.
KT is gone, but Pop goes in.
Viking looking for it. Why? Viking?
I don't know.
Why? Please tell me.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm the analyst. I should know. I don't. I cannot tell you why that happened. I mean, I guess X7 are desperate. They don't know how to force a fight. And as I've said before, the only way they could actually force a fight is with the Singed running into the enemies. But they didn't need to force anything. They could have just held it. As I said, they wanted to stall. The minions are running into the base, so they actually get almost a Nexus turret out of it. But now they can be forced to fight. It ends up not being the case, but Slowq is nearly dead. That stance makes him actually fall, and that's a Guardian Angel popped.
There's a Guardian Angel down. Cabbage Family now through the bot lane with these couple of minions that they have got, looking to break open yet another inhibitor turret. Teleport coming through as well. Second inhibitor from X7.
It's down.
Going down.
Wow.
Oh my days. Somehow, the Cabbages have done it. Cage coming through. That is Ice Cube being stuck in there, but a great response, and he's able to survive through the Grand Challenge. Icicle, that's a wrongly timed QSS right there. Won't be able to survive. That's the Nyla down. Slowq doing whatever he can, but it will not be enough. Zeta and Tabby, KT and Tabby rather, you need to do it right here because there's only 2 members left. Spark being one of Spark fashion forward. That's a huge mistake. Only QQR survives on the side of Cabbage Family, and he must run from the Singe as fast as possible. But there's a teleport coming through from KT as well. That's not to kill QQR, that's to end this game.
That's to push the mid lane. It's Inhibitor down versus Inhibitor down. Super Minions versus Super Minions, and QQR, he runs pretty fast, but does he run faster than a Singe? Let's find out.
He is a Predator. He can run from, come on.
There's still a cage. There's still a cage. There it is.
There's the cage, but that is the grand. Oh no! KT
the shield
being able to survive that as well. QQR thought he had it, but luckily for him, his teammates are slowly but surely responding. But will it be fast enough? X7, they should not be able to close this game out just yet, but they will be able to take down a 3rd inhibitor.
3rd inhibitor down. They can actually. Oh wait, Pop wants something out of this.
No, Pop doesn't want something out. It's QQR that wants something out of it, and Luca has arrived as well. That's Zeta. Viking will shortly fall. Tabby as well, forced to use the flash, but I don't think that's going to save you there, buddy. Tabby is down. It's Zeta that gets the kill, and Viking, yeah, he just sprinted away from that fight. That's just Singe things, really.
Yeah, that's what Singe does, and I guess Cabbage Family did study their workbook because rule number 1 of League of Legends, don't chase Singe. Exactly. Pop ends up going for the engage here, and X7 actually turn it into their favor, but Icy Gale, he gets too exposed. He is a melee champion after all, and he ends up getting completely bursted down. Problem is here, Spark doesn't have much mana, neither does QQR, but Spark still goes for one last supercharge, ends up dying, and now the Baron is getting done by Cabbage!
Yeah, they get it as well. Icicle once again in a lot rough position right there. How much damage can he do? Not that much. He doesn't even get a single kill. Cabbage Family, they found 3. But meanwhile, Slowq is in the base. Are we going to get a base race? It's QQR that has teleported back. There's 1 Nexus Tower for Slowq. He just dashes forward. All eyes on that turret. The Demolish should do quite a lot. Slowq in a 2v1. Is he actually going to win this one? That would be such a big surprise. Everyone is going to be there. 2nd Nexus Tower falls as well. But so does Slowq. Meanwhile, Tabby in a 1v1 with Zeta. Zeta just barely survives, and so does Tabby. Tabby holding on to the base of X7. She needs to clear those minion waves. 20 seconds on her team members. It's going to be Tabby versus the world right here.
Everyone is running into the base. Heathen with the Shurelias. Everyone is ready, but there are no minions. But I do believe Pop can tank this. Pop can tank this.
Bob can tank this, and especially with the redemption. Tabby, you can't do it. And X7, they had the miracle run in their sides, but Cabbage Family goes out in style and wins against the NLC champions.
I cannot believe this just happened. What a close match. 43 minutes on the timer, and what a crazy draft. What a crazy game, and what a crazy cast. Huh.
Shut it.
Yeah. Whoa. Anyways.
I'm a little bit lost of words. I thought we were gonna have fun in this game. You know, it's gonna be all giggles. You know, X7, they're gonna win in 25 minutes, maybe with some funky drafts that we did in fact get. But the way that this game played out, you said it yourself, Anifa. Like, there's no way Cabbage Family are going to come back from this, you know. You need like 6 more fights for that. And
they got those.
They got all 6 of those fights.
And it was still hard to finish. It was so unbelievably hard to breach that final barrier. They were not playing through sides. They were not playing with their heads. They were just, okay, we can finish this. Let's do this. They were so excited to actually do it. The draft from X7 did not favor them in any way, shape, or form.
Well, let's see what the analysts can make from this. Let's head it over to J-Real and the boys.
Good luck, guys.
Well. That was a game of League of Legends, and X7 have lost. Torok, you look kind of sad about that. What's going on?
I don't know if I'm sad about X7 losing or the fact that I had to watch Sin's jungle lose. I was sat there with Veteran in the backstage, just hearing how sad and how poor and destitute the man felt after watching his Singed jungle fall apart and rip X7 at the team.
Both Singed games have lost.
There was such huge hope of the win rate of Singed increasing after this game, and unfortunately X7 didn't manage to deliver it. So it's really just something which, I mean, fair play to the Cabbage family, but I'm a sad man after watching that happen.
I mean, I have to take issue with the death there. I feel like any draft with Singed jungle severely favors the Singed jungle team, all right? Like, at the very least, you've won the mental edge all the way through. There's no way that these guys have practiced against Singed jungle before. The ball's in your court. And Viking, from level 2, just with one buff, already doing the ganks. What's Maokai doing? Behind in farm and ganks as well. We saw the true power of the Singed pick, but he had to rely on everybody else on his team, and that's ultimately where it ended up failing, right? Like, if you told me this was an AD carry playing mid lane, I'd fully believe you, right? If you told me that this was like an ADC playing on like top lane, I fully believe you, right? Like, this was all over the spot here. This didn't feel like a team that was really playing on their comfort, except for maybe the support area, right? And definitely, obviously, the jungle. But we saw another layer on the cabbage patch peeled away, and finally, after 6 layers, we see one that is a win, and I'm happy for them for it, not taking anything away from them. In fact, to beat Singed jungle makes it all the more impressive to me.
No, indeed it does, and like I gotta ask you the question, right? You're pushing Singed a lot, right? It's almost like you're getting money every time Singed gets played, but Singed has lost both the games now.
Well,
in 2 different roles.
Don't hate the game, hate the player, you know? That's all I'm saying on it, you know? Like, Singed had the opportunities to win. We've gone into very in-depth how we could have done so, you know? And ultimately, it's a question of execution, right, you know? I hope X7 stick with the pick who's clearly working out for them, right? He's out-clearing the Maokai, he's out-ganking the Maokai, he's winning the early games, right? And then maybe just figure out how to play around the Veigar cage more, or figure out how to play around the Taric in the earlier game of Singed mid, right? Like, the potential is there, you know? And I invite people on the next game to just insta-lock it again, so 75% of my cast had Singed involved, which will lead to a formal apology to the rest of the tournament, but yeah.
Well, we'll see if they do decide to lock it. Immediately, I believe that we are supposed to be getting an interview, but the person that we're supposed to interview hasn't turned up yet. So I don't know if production are going to advise me as to whether we're getting that one or not. But either way, we're going to continue with some more questions until we find that out. So Torok, from this, obviously, X7, they came for a little bit of fun. You know, this wasn't a full serious game. What are their expectations, though, for the rest of the tournament? Do you see X7 as a team that definitely could win this?
Well, I think they have a roster that's really interesting, right? Because they kept Viking from their NLC split. They are using a lot of players from solo queue who have a lot of potential. And, for example, KT has never really played competitive before, but he's known as one of the best Callistas in Europe. Icy Gale, a very good carry top laner who's played well in Division 2, I believe, in the past. So, and Slowq naturally has had success in NLC Division 1. So it's a really interesting blend of players, and whether they're necessarily a favorite to win, I'm not sure, but they're definitely in the mix, right? There's a fair amount of teams that I think they'll be able to go up against, and you know, looking at some of the teams that progressed from the other side of the group, so you know, Bifrost, JDXL, Dusty, for example, I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility that X7's able to take on one of those teams in a best of 5, and so it'll be really interesting to see how this group of players, you know, when they're not having to play for fun, you know, they were 5-0, right? And I think they've definitely got a good chance of progressing in the tournament.
Indeed, and I believe that we are going to be getting the interview coming through very shortly. If they can just jump into the Discord, then we would be ready to go. And expectation-wise, Veteran, I guess I could ask you the same question as I asked Torok about how you feel X7 will move further into this tournament.
Slowq's the man I'm looking at. This man has been a top 3 NLC mid laner almost every split that he has actually played in the NLC. He was X7's man in the substitute position, the guy that they want as a successor to Chasey. I want to see his clutch factor, his clutch plays, his melee champions, his aggression. I want to see that come out and carry them to some wins. Maybe if you give him the mid lane role, that would be best, right?
Yeah, that would probably better their chances of winning games. Yeah, also maybe not having as crazy a draft as they did. Or I guess, to be fair, their draft wasn't as insane. It was more about the roles that they played into. But they also probably are not going to be playing into like a Vayne top with a Kaisar and and all of the other things that we had so far. But I believe there are some technical difficulties with Spark. That's why he hasn't joined us just
the poor
yet.
guy is still trying to recover from all the flings that Viking was throwing out last game. He's like limping back across the map to try and make it to the interview, but unfortunately, it's just it's too difficult to escape the.
I guess let's do some catching up, right? So just for you guys at home that don't know, Ruddy have made it through. They are going to playoffs. They beat Monster Rugby Gaming, so it is up the Ruddy. You know, shout out to Don Jake and his whole crew for getting through to the next stage of playoffs, and obviously some really good casting over at the NLC as well. But let's also give a little bit of a PSA, you know, to people that are in solo queue. Veteran, why should you pick Singed in any role?
I mean, honestly, if you pick him as a melee mid laner, he wins a lot of matchups level 1. If you go Conqueror plus Ignite, and you wheelbarrow it out. In terms of Singed in the jungle, like the Predator free camp is a safe way, and the enemy team ain't gonna know what they're up against, right? They're just not gonna know what they're up against. Everybody does chase the Singed in solo queue, probably definitely at your elo they will chase the Singed. Something I will say, something you haven't seen today, Evan's Shroud is the best default mythic item for this champ, but you build it after you've already built your Rylai's early. The Rocket Belt's the best if you're going Conqueror. Phase Rush and Unsealed Spellbook are also viable. They're honestly more viable runes than Conqueror. You only go Conqueror if you know for a fact you're going to win level 1. That's my advice.
Okay, there you go. Torok, you agree with this?
Oh, I was taking notes. Quite literally, whilst everyone was doing that, I'm ready to send them off to Dan. And speaking of players,
here we go.
We've got interview going.
We got a person that's chosen their name based off of one of Pikachu's moves. This is going to be a very speedy interview with that, so no quick attack. It's Spark. Welcome in. How are you feeling after picking up a W against X7?
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. Obviously, bit of a banger game. It wasn't like the most serious game, but had some good moments, and it was a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, fair, but you had some pretty close games earlier today as well. You almost took off a win against, I believe, Chaos.
Mm-hmm.
How are you guys feeling about your performance so far in this tournament? Obviously, not the greatest run in playoffs, but still pretty good considering that I guess not many people have had high expectations against some of the teams like X7.
Yeah, I mean, I think external expectations were pretty low on us, but obviously we have higher expectations for ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was a bit rough timing because obviously university started two weeks ago, so we haven't had the most time to practice compared to like when we were at Insomnia and stuff. But considering what we were working with, like we've had some pretty close games. I think like if we were ironing out like our team fighting and mid game rotations, would be honestly taking most games.
Yeah, indeed. And Top, any questions from you?
Well, as you mentioned, University started 2 weeks ago, and you are the current, champions of Insomnia and one of the best University teams known to man. So, how are you guys feeling? You repped the University scene here. Do you think you did it justice? Are you far and away above the UK University scene? What is the view of Cabbage Family on the University scene in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're tied to that like University scene. I don't know if it's. Like, I think it's like a bit of a negative rep put on University League of Legends. Fair enough, like it's not great. I wouldn't really call us like a uni team per se, even though we met through uni. I think we're a lot better than just like your average Newell team or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I wish we could have done a bit better. I think we're much better than what we actually showed, individually and as a team.
Fair enough. Any questions for you, Veteran?
I mean, first off, congrats on the win. I thought the spark had vanished in Game 5, but you came back Game 6 really strong. On that Game 5, though, can I ask who the architect behind the genius picks in that draft was?
Game 5. Wait, what was that draft again?
That was the Udis.
The one you just did.
Yumi.
Okay.
Honestly, like after game, like the third Game 4, I guess the first game of the day, we knew we were basically out. I'm pretty sure, and we were just like kind of winging it. We had a few more draft ideas. We had like Pike Tarek in mind. We had what else did we have? We were gonna go like Yasuo bot, but this game it wasn't great into Nyla and stuff. So we were kind of just like Game 5 and 6. We were just winging it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, congratulations on such innovation. I hope it works out for you in the future.
Yes, thanks.
No, indeed, and well played, to be fair. Shout out to Cabbage Family, indeed. I feel like you guys did actually put up a really good display of your talent, and obviously, as we've said, you guys picked up the win in Insomnia as well, so you know that you've beaten a few of the teams that are in this tournament. So with that being said, thank you very much for the interview, Spark. Do you want to shout anyone out before you go?
Just shout out to everyone. Like we're all doing this ourselves. Just shout out to everyone on the team, and to Tui as well for subbing in.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for the interview. Sorry, it had to be a bit of a speedy one.
All good. Thanks.
Okay, so with that being said, I believe... Well, actually, production, are we going to be going to a break? That is the question. Okay, we are going to be going to a break. We're going to throw this one over to a break. We've had the fun and games. We're now going to go to a break. When we come back, M&M versus Chaos, one that is a very important one, potentially tiebreakers after that. We are back, and things have got a little bit more serious than they were in that last game. The marshmallows that are on fire, are they going to be put out by the stormy chaos that sees them? That is the question. Let's just get it off the rip. Torok, who do you have predicted winning this game?
Well, I mean, it's really simple, right? When you look at these two teams, there's only one team you can take. You know, Chaos have been exceptional in terms of playing around that early game, making sure Sharp on these on these farming type junglers is able to, make his way around and get himself into the game, right? And I think as we see them develop throughout the tournament, that's such a good style to have versus a team like M&M, who have basically a mid and jungler who are purely enablers, right? Chimera and Soft, they're just always moving out of mid, trying to make plays to facilitate their bot, facilitate their top. And if Chaos are playing well enough, then what they should be able to do is miss all these sort of roaming windows from Chimera and just outvalue what M&M are trying to do. So, with a game at fever pitch where both teams have to execute on their style, I think Chaos have shown that ability to come in and play such a good game versus M&M.
Yeah, Veteran, are you of similar opinion on this matchup?
I mean, for me, there's absolutely no doubt that Sharp's going to be able to play out the early phase of the game, and the team's going to be able to play with him in a way where they'll have a lead. For me, the question is what happens in mid-game, because you might think M&S mid-late game might look a bit shakier than the teams that they've already played against, but when it comes to what they do well, they do look to do those groupings, and sometimes I have seen Chaos extend on this wide map state, and in those scenarios, M&M, maybe they're not playing optimally, but they might just be playing well enough to push through and stop the Chaos snowball in their tracks. But I am an advocate of Chaos Fury along with Torok here. I think the longer the game goes on for, the more likely Chaos are to win. But I don't see it as one-sided.
Let's see how the drafts give us. See if they change our opinions at all as we go into this one. As we see a Janna banned away really early on. Not what I was expecting. I feel like things like Aatrox, Maokai maybe a little bit more useful to ban away.
M&M are coming with a plan, right? Yeah. They've got this Janna ban set up. They're going to have this is a must-win game for them, right? And so when you're looking at a draft coming in that's been tailor-made, they've had plenty of time to prepare for Chaos here. You've got to imagine with the picks that Caracal likes to play, stuff like the Taric, right, which doesn't do very well into Janna, doesn't do very well into Nami, right? I think M&M are trying to target towards the support pool to enable Caracal to get away with those champions he really likes. And I mean, on the flip side, Aatrox is being removed for them by Chaos since they're on the red side.
I mean, and you saw Chaos earlier pick that Kami in the bot lane with the Aphelios. They are fully prepared to go against that kind of Taric pick. I'm surprised that Taric isn't banned. This feels to me like I can just play around them kind of draft idea. But honestly, this Taric allows M&M's overactive groupings to be viable for them. It is a Maokai top.
And even more so, let's remember, Maokai Taric, overactive grouping, right? These guys, when they're together, you're looking hella good. So, I mean, the only thing that I can imagine here is that Chaos might look for the Caitlyn here, something with a bit more range on bot lane that deters a Taric pick, right? And hold that counter pick for support. That is the power of red side. Caitlyn being hovered here by Sharp, please do it. Makes me look smart. But obviously the Sejuani being locked in as well, a typical matchup into the Maokai per se. So just matching on that tank front, that brawl ability. And I guess that's also a flex for the side of Chaos.
Yeah, so far so standard, right? We expected Maokai, you expect things like Caitlyn, like Sejuani, nothing crazy at the moment is going on. Just for you guys at home to know, if M&M win this, we go to a tiebreaker between these two teams once again. If Chaos win, no tiebreaker, they go through to playoffs. That is the stakes that are set before this game. Jinx being locked in. We haven't seen this champion for a while.
Well, in fairness, it's been a while since we've seen such heavy Caitlyn priority, but Jinx was an old school pick into her. She has more control on the wave in Super A levels because of her rocket AoE from level 1 onwards. Because she can contest these waves so well, she can get to a point where she can then mitigate Caitlyn's big range advantage and start winning fights, and you already have the front line being enabled. Jinx, this is such an old school composition with a Jinx, and it's such an old school method of using Jinx into the Caitlyn pick. I'm thinking back to season 4, season 5, used to see this all the time. And now I'm wondering, given that you're going to be contested on the wave, do you go for the Lux or do you think about the Trundle here? That can mitigate a lot of the front line. They're going for the Lux. They're all inning on the
They didn't even hesitate.
Yeah.
Well, that is the combo of choice nowadays, right? Lux, Caitlyn being very popular at this tournament. It's been a very good combo overall with the Caitlyn buffs. Lux naturally being able to bring more of that threat to the lane phase that is just so oppressive if Lulu or Jinx manages to get caught by the Lux binding. And, you know, the way that Chaos is setting up now is saying, well, yeah, you've got the Jinx Lulu. You will be able to outscale us going into the late game as sort of this death ball melee comp that we can't really kill. But if we manage to get our tempo going as Caitlyn, which is dubious versus the Jinx, but if we do, you guys can get run over by just the sheer amount of damage that Caitlyn Lux is able to bring to the game. So, I mean, a really interesting juxtaposition from both sides here. M&M very much on the death ball, and Chaos trying to play a more structured game, I think.
Looking into the future of the draft for M&M, let's start with them. Let's start with Chaos, because they're the ones that are going to pick next. What are we looking for to round out that comp, give them some extra values? Obviously, they could be throwing Sejuani into the top, it could be jungle, but what solo laners are they kind of looking for to really boost what they already have?
I mean, the immediate thing is still going to be the Trundle. I think that has to be a must-ban for M&M. You're thinking about going for, like, a Viego, a Jarvan, but those picks aren't so good into the Lulu Maokai composition. A farming jungler like this can play better into it, but you want to be playing for your Caitlyn Lux lane. You can't be having your lanes play for jungle here. You have to be playing heavy for the 2v2. So I'd rather something that doesn't require as much efficiency, but it looks like Sharp's feeling it. He's feeling the farming jungler, and he's feeling the comfort there despite the trundle that we saw earlier.
And if the Nocturne gets locked in, which it may not, Scion instead, I think that's potentially for Sharp or Kohlberg or Zandia. I mean, Scion can be a 3-lane flex, same with the Sejuani, right? So, I mean, you know, for any Scion jungle connoisseurs anyway, but I mean, this is definitely an interesting draft now, right? You've got all of these flexes set up around the Caitlyn Lux. There's still that possibility to go for a more enabling jungler the veteran was mentioning. I think you do really need to do that. I think Scion or Sejuani will be one of those in order to make sure that your Caitlyn Lux can hold up, and the Trundle has been nicked away versus 2 tanks. Azir as well. I mean, it's quite a flawless death ball composition being put together by M&M to just disrupt that Caitlyn Lux, taking away all sense of mid lane priority, taking the early game fighter. And I mean, Cog might be able to fix it, but it's still very difficult to operate if you are Chaos here, because you're saying, okay, our Caitlyn Lux, you're abandoning them if we lock in a Cog more.
They're hovering a few champs. There are a couple assassins, a couple Lissandra-looking type people, but we'll have to see what they do decide to lock in. We're not going to fall for any baits just yet. Veteran, so far, are you pretty happy with M&M's comp as we do get the final lock in? That is Talia.
I mean, Zandia favors a lot of dive-heavy champs as well, and M&M's composition destroys any kind of attempt to do that. So he's gone with the Talia. I do prefer it. I'm glad that they identified the Trundle into the double tanks here. Ultimately, for me, this is a draft win for M&M, but it's going to be a very aggressive early game from Chaos, and we'll see if maybe Sharp can just get out on the map ahead of Soft and try to win the game early.
Okay, with that being said, we're going to throw it over to the casters. So, Craze and Ifar, over to you for potentially the last game of the day.
Thank you very much, J Real and Du Bois, for that incredible draft breakdown. I think there was a lot of praise going to both drafts over here.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the conservative look on the side of M&M. They are going back to basics, not trying to actually push too many boundaries. But on the side of Chaos, it's a lot of comfort. It's Kulber back on the Scion. It's Sharp playing with the Sejuani, where he can actually run around and do things in that early game. And we know how much of an importance is given to Sharp in that early game for the team. We do know how they like to play around the bot side. We know that Random's Caitlyn is very, very good. So I do like both drafts. I will say one thing, that the Jinx Lulu are pretty effective at dealing with a Caitlyn Lux lane, of course. But I am expecting jungle attention to shift any kind of aggression attempts from either side. Not that Jinx and Lulu will actually be able to get the push in or actually try to shove in the Caitlyn and Lux, but they can heavily out-trade them if the Caitlyn and Lux get too greedy. So I am expecting jungle influence to shift that matchup. I am expecting, most of all, the mid laners to actually try to play through sides, because Talia was an okay R5. I was expecting something like a Galio. You don't really need too much damage there. I would have preferred to see something that can impact the side lanes a little bit easier, but against the Deathball comp, the Talia is perfectly serviceable.
Exactly, you have that little bit of extra peel if you be able to get that extra work ground onto the map, or great seismic shove to get rid of a pesky Maokai or Trundle in those teamfights. It's going to be an incredibly important game, because if Chaos Esports wins this game, that means they are through as a Division 3 team, may I add. Not a lot of Division 3 teams have been able to do that so far, and M&M being that Division 1 gaming, perhaps a lot of eyes on them. If they win this game, they force a tiebreaker against Chaos, and we'll see another rematch of those two teams right after this.
Exactly. So it's going to be tense minutes for both teams. I think both teams are going to be playing in a very conservative manner. But like, of course, I said that the draft from M&M doesn't try to get too much done. They're just trying to absorb pressure, get to that mid game where they can actually team fight. But from the side of Chaos, they do need to step up. They do need to keep up the tempo. But in any case, they will probably try to make as little mistakes as possible, because any slip here can turn into a fall.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a huge contrast compared to the previous game where we already saw the double kill happening at this point in time. I don't think we'll get those crazy shenanigans, even though in these games you sometimes do want to get a little bit creative. You don't want to just sit back and just watch the enemy team get a lead. And that's what we see Soft do right here, already invading in his own level. Sharp finds him, however, does have the red flashes onto him. Soft, great flash over the wall, but aggression coming out from the Chaos Jungler.
Yeah, Sharp was ready for a flash for flash. He knew that he couldn't actually kill Soft there, and he knew he had to flash to get the last auto attack in. But getting the flash out of the Trundle should be more than good enough, as Zandia goes for a pretty heavy trade into Chimera. In any case, Soft did get the best of Sharp on that blue side jungle. He did get a pretty good invade with that level 1, so he tried to force the vertical jungling. Sharp was just attentive enough to know, okay, the enemy bot lane came a bit too late into lane. I know that I might have lost a few camps, and now there's a flash from Karakol.
Flash forward from Karakol, gets the slow onto Eski, still has the flash, is going to use in the end, but that doesn't matter. But a return kill should come through from the random, but no! The healing and the shielding is enough coming through from Karakol. Absolute MVP Lulu in that fight.
What a great start for MNM. Great pressure from Soften. You know, Chaos did know that the Trundle was bot side. They can't afford to have that kind of wave management as Caitlyn Lux. And again, this all goes back to the invade. If you know that Soft is trying to vertical jungle, you know you can't have the early push. You need to let Michigo and Karakal do their thing. The moment that you say, okay, we don't care where the enemy jungle is, we want to play this Caitlyn Lux as aggro as possible, you are bound to get punished, and that's exactly what the Marshmallow team ended up doing.
Chimera found into that seismic shove, but will be able to shuffle away. Sharp also showing his face, loads of pings coming out onto that Chaos Jungler, but we'll get 2 Scuttle Crabs here as a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Basically. No way, Karakol actually stole it.
Wait, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh no! Oh, what a disaster! There was a single auto attack from Karakol.
I don't think I've seen such a good Lulu in such a long time.
Wow, you know, it's... well, that's impressive. I mean, I guess that Sharp won't get the consolation prize after all. He's still fine when it comes to the jungle. He should be trying to get more done, but it's pretty hard at this point. In any case, Eski and the random are fine in the bot lane since the bounce back is happening. Michigo and Karakol could be potentially exposed, but this all is trying to point to the fact that the random and Eski should know that they can try to force a freeze, should know they can try to force a gank. Problem is, MNM also know that, so Soft is trying to guarantee that their bot lane gets a crash. That won't happen on this wave, though it seems it will, because the random lets it crash as he wants to get the bounce back to contest the Drake. That's the only reason I'm seeing here.
Exactly, Hextech Drake started off sharp, showing his face around. Okay, Michigo already taking quite some dragons. Remember, the Hextech Drake hits kind of hard.
Oh, yeah.
This early game.
Also the slows, they're just very annoying. I mean, the Ocean Drake is more annoying, but yeah, Hextech Drake deals a lot of AoE damage as Coolberg loses trade, but in the bot side, Sharp and Eski actually managed to do what I was saying. The only reason to not, to actually let that crash there is if you want to create a slow push for yourself or to actually push back as fast as possible to contest the Drake. They did it successfully because Eski could actually move. Karakal and Michigo, they're still a Jinx Lulu. They can't exactly skirmish the way they would want to. They can't exactly control that zone the way they will want to. So in the end, Chaos just buys some time and keeps playing the Caitlyn Lux lane exactly as they want to.
And the Jinx Lulu, they will need some extra time to have full impact. But once that Jinx gets excited in a late game team fight, those health bars will melt. Now something that did catch my attention is that both these top laners have used Flash while they have been isolated most of this game. So not sure what quite happened there, but I'm pretty sure that it was Caleb making the engage, starting off the action in that top lane. So perhaps an opportunity for both these junglers, even though you're looking at what your top lanes are. It's a Malphite, it's a sign. It's not really necessarily a win condition. A Sharp might be out of position, but there comes the unstoppable force. Caleb is caught. That's also decimating special. Doesn't quite get the knockup, but there is Zambia as well. That one will get the kill, and that's also the one you wanted on this side of Chaos. We're now officially on the board. Caleb also gets slowed, not once but twice, but will be able to get away.
Makes it out. Zanya is not very healthy here, so he needs to be careful with the Azir in the bot lane. This is exactly how this lane usually goes. It's not that Michigo and Caracal usually get the best of trades. They just need to respect the range that exists on the other side. They're just a bit better at dealing with the waves, so the pressure on the turret isn't going to be as big as it would be otherwise. But as I said, Zanya needs to respect Chimera's damage. That summon Airy is very annoying. As Caracal... Okay. Is that still the best Lulu you've seen?
Well, perhaps once. Also comes around. The random taking so much damage already from Michigo. Should be able to still kite this one very well. Flash away from the Zap, but Soph also has to flash follow through. Crankle also flashes, and Soph, it gets himself another kill for Eminem.
Soph is doing a great job at covering through his bot side, and that's usually what we see with Caitlyn comps. As we see another wet noodle fight in the top lane. Also, curious enough, yes, they both use their flash, and that is interesting, but they both have culls. And they're both absolute tanks. I mean, cull on Sion, yeah, I see that every now and then. Cull on Maokai, impressive. They just want to get a little bit ahead of the curve, a little bit of extra dueling power. Not that that matters at all. So it's a pretty good item overall, regardless of it giving AD or not. But back to the topic, as I kind of went on a tangent there. That bot lane really needs to get ahead, but the way that Brandom and Eski are playing is if they have the jungle attention, which is not happening. And usually teams struggle to play around these kinds of strong side bot because you don't necessarily need to play into their lane. You don't need to gank a Caitlyn Lux. They'll be extremely far up all the time, so you either dive or you just let them be, but you need to cover for them. Whether it is with vision or with presence, and neither of those is happening. So Eski and the random, they're trying to push advantages, but they're always getting punished for it. And Chaos, they either need to do something about that to let the Caitlyn and Lux get advantages, or just accept that the random and Eski won't always be as far up as they could be.
Both hit level 6 right now, so it's going to be even more obnoxious to play against this combination. If you look at Chimera also making his way down bot, same goes for Soph. Sharp does have the Rift Herald in his back pocket, deciding not to use it, as both Sharp and Chimera are spotted on that board. Now back to the
Oh yeah, I'm loving the zoom ins on the Maokai versus Sion. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I must say,
look at the technical prowess.
Incredible.
Amazing.
I mean, two calls. I mean, especially on the Maokai, you said it. I find it extremely respectable.
Oh,
very, very respectable choice coming through from the Eminem top lane.
Zanya a bit of a heavy trade, and it's interesting that he actually brought the first strike into the Azir. Usually it's a bit hard for the Taliyah when the enemy plays behind the wave to actually get that first strike in, but if you get that that E over on the floor, it should be a little bit easier. In any case, I don't think it's perfect for this matchup. I do think the Azir can contest Taliyah's range pretty well, so I would have rather seen Unsealed Spellbook probably. I think that would have been better, a little bit more utilitarian if needed, as the Herald is probably going to take down the first turret, but the random could get caught.
Look at board, or is it Michigo that falls? Because you don't have a tower left anymore. I saw that Glacial Prison fly out through my window. That one absolutely no one. Eski flashes forward. Once you get the kill, so Soph has the Subjugate available to flash forward from Sharp. Once you get the stun off, does get it, and it's random that secures that kill. Chaos, they put an extra bit of tempo in this game.
I mean, Michigo didn't really cleanse at the right time, but fun fact about cleanse, it gives you tenacity after you use it, and that was more than good enough after the initial... You see, he used a cleanse before the light binding, but because of the tenacity, he managed to flash in time as to not get absolutely bursted down by the random and Eski. Soph Still got caught because Sharp was in range to stack the permafrost. Eski, excellent flash Q, but both mid laners are dead. What happened?
Why not?
Okay.
Little awkward. Honestly,
one for one mid lane. Yeah.
I'm trying to see like if junglers have been invited to that party.
I don't think so. I think they both died close to Zandia's turret, so maybe Chimera went a bit too far.
Honestly, also quite respectable. Both mid laners now in line entries in their back pocket. Very close in CS as well, but perhaps Sandy gets a little bit more ahead with that first strike. But I think we'll see more of those mid laners in the later stages of the game.
Oh, definitely. Oh, if that Q hit, Chimera could have been in trouble.
I hold my breath there.
This is... Okay, I don't really like Crown of the Shattered Queen, but I think this wouldn't be a bad game for Chimera to build it, given that he gets hit with a Lux Q, he can't get instantly bursted. So that's actually a pretty good upside. Also, if there's an ace in the hole coming up, I mean, Chimera won't really care about it. He can block it without too much of an issue. He just needs to make sure that he's not in range of the Q from Talia. But in any case, I think the Leandris is obviously very valuable. He doesn't need to build it because I think the Sejuani and the Sion can die anyways, as Chimera takes a bit of a heavy trade with the flash. Fight incoming.
Lot invested from Chaos already to try to kill Chimera down, and Soft can just run Sharp down. Caleb as well going forward. That was really, really nice to shut down the Chaos AD carry. But now Zondia has arrived. What can he do? Coolberg does get the first kill. There comes Unstoppable Force, but can't get onto Chimera. Flashes forward to get Caracal. Has also used the flash already, but that's a light binding. That's the chain CC. See ya later, Lulu. And now Chimera and Soft are going to get out of Coolberg. He wants even more. Streamer Shuffle being used, but that one doesn't save you there, my friend. Eski gets himself a double kill.
Eminem kind of forgot that Coolberg was still around the corner, ready to dive onto that turret. But yeah, it was a great initiation by Caitlyn, honestly. Getting onto the random, the Caitlyn can't really play the game at that point, but too much HP was lost on the way there. So Coolberg gets in with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Eski, he just doesn't miss these Qs. He impressed me with the Pike earlier, and now this light binding after light binding is actually doing God's work. Chimera also falls down, and Eminem did try to get a lead there, but Chaos are just getting further ahead by the minute.
Yeah, and it's definitely those early tower plays that they've been able to capitalize on 14 minutes in, and they have secured themselves a 4,000 gold lead while they're only one kill ahead. But you look at the objectives, they already have Drake, they had that Rift Herald, which they were able to take that first tower with, and also Blades in the top lane, Blades in the mid lane, CS leads here and there as well. So overall, it's a very good look from Chaos. Everything that Eminem really wants right now, I think, would be time. Time to get Michigu on some extra items, and same goes for Chimera.
Yeah, let's see if Michigu can actually get there, because this Kraken Slayer is not going to be enough for now. As I was saying, like, the Jinx can probably deal with the tanks just fine in the late game, but still, Divine Sunder, Leandres, all of those are going to have extreme value into the Sejuani and the Scion. In any case, on the other side, you have so much burst and still the DPS, because this Caitlyn, she might not be the best hyper carry, definitely not comparable to a Jinx, but she's still very, very good from 3 items on her. She's just way harder to execute, but she's still very powerful, so we still need to keep an eye on what the late game from this Chaos team could be, because, yeah, they might not have an Azir Jinx, but if they get there fast enough, it might not matter, as Eski takes a heavy trade against Chimera.
Yeah, might be in trouble, uses the flash to get out of there. Also, just to make that for a good tank by random, that's good. Well done, random. Meanwhile, the entire top side of Chaos, or I should say, mid-jungle duo, has been sat in that top lane, taking down 2 towers as an exchange for that Mountain Drake. Chimera's just kind of looking at what he can do right there. Sharp, you know, let's call it a wrongful prediction right there. With the ultimates. But you want to know what? If you are so far ahead and haven't landed that many ultimates as a Sejuani, you're doing quite a good job. Meanwhile, Michigu in so much trouble in the mid lane. Sharp might secures the kill and says, "See you later, alligator."
I mean, I think the kill would have went through anyways, but that was style if I've ever seen it. Chaos with a great collapse onto the mid lane. Even Karakal almost dies as Chimera evades the light binding, but the turret is gonna fall. Chaos are just taking everything they want. The Rift Herald on the top lane even got to crash onto the tier 3 turret that is so low right now. So M&M, they are losing their structures. Like, minute after minute, they're falling so far behind, and Chaos aren't exactly trying to force fights, nor do they need to, but M&M really do need time to actually start playing the game.
Yeah, and I feel like M&M, they started off this game so well, Sop being able to cover for their bot lane, finding successful ganks. M&M even had a 1,000 gold lead quite early on, and Chaos have just been able to recover so incredibly well from that until this point. And they currently hold such a firm lead over this game. They want to continue that. They want to continue in the Aurora Open, get themselves into that knockout stage. And as far as I'm concerned, it's looking good for them.
Oh, it is. The random reach is that second item, the collector. Very, very important on this Caitlyn. A lot of damage, regardless. I mean, a lot of people go for the rapid fire cannon. A lot of people go for LDR second. My personal opinion is that LDR works with Kraken Slayer specifically because the mythic passive and the extra stats actually complement the attack speed that you do need for that Kraken Slayer to be relevant with the LDR for the DPS to actually stay up with Gale Force. Your DPS actually falters a little bit because you can't hit fast enough for the LDR to matter in a mid game where there isn't enough armor. Oh wait, okay. Well,
Soft to be able to get out of there. Gets the shielding from Kirkle, but it's not gonna save him down.
Oh,
no, it is. It's Sharp that actually falls. My bad.
Wow.
Meanwhile, M&M, great response time on this play set up by Chaos.
Yeah, I just think that Zandia probably didn't have the best target selection. Wow, Coolberg. Oh, Coolberg.
Coolberg now in a 1v4. Flashes
forward
with unstoppable force. But mid lane CSing is so much more exciting than that, obviously. Coolberg will fall as well. M&M find 2 kills in quick succession.
I do know what happened there. I think there's a spectator bug where if you're following a Cyan when he presses ult, the camera goes into directed camera instantly, so he could just flicker on its own. It's very annoying. So, yeah. In any case...
It's not like we missed that much.
Exactly. He just hit a tree, unfortunately. Shouldn't have been driving under the influence. In any case, he ends up getting stuck, and he does get caught. But Chaos are still applying a lot of pressure on the side lanes, particularly that top side, and the teleport comes in. Coolberg doesn't want to give up as Caleb loses all of his HP and mana, only to shove up that top.
Yeah, Caleb having a little bit of a rough time on this Malphite. Might be a wet noodle fight, but I think one of the noodles has turned into a sword. In that case, it's Coolberg that has the sword. Well, it was rather a hammer. You see the Phage picked up by this side, also taking away some jungle camps. And that's a little bit what Chaos wants to do right now. Try to take all the resources that M&M have in their jungle. Try to make sure that they extend their gold lead, hold on to it. And that doesn't necessarily have to be by force of fights, honestly.
Not at all, as Coolberg actually misses the minions. I don't know if he thought he could hit them or not. He's trying to get money for that hull breaker, so he can actually play the side lane a bit better, but Chimera says thank you for the leash as he actually last hits that one. But yeah, Chaos don't need to force their leads by fighting. They don't want to force their leads by fighting. They just need to slowly choke out the enemy, and right now they're doing a great job as long as Random doesn't get caught.
Random's fine. This time Sharp is around to cover for him. Uses 90 caliber net to get to safety. Eski also nearby, and honestly, every time with this bot lane, especially at this point with the items available, it's just one binding needs to hit and you're absolutely blown off the face of this earth. I mean, that's also what I like personally about the collector here. It's just an extra little bit of lethality that adds a little bit of an extra punch on that Piltover Peacemaker.
Yeah, especially into squishy targets, because yeah, you can make an argument that the collector isn't the best item if you want to deal damage to the Maokai, if you want to deal damage to the Trundle, but if you want to
do that,
obliterate a Jinx or an Azir, the collector does deal more damage in this case, at least for now, so that's definitely why you should also go for that option. Obviously, There's also the execute, not that it usually matters. It matters because usually the AD carry gets the kill, not because the damage is going to make any difference. But yeah, I do think that the random is ready to get those picks. I just think that Chaos's vision setup hasn't been the greatest. They don't have the map lit up in any way, shape, or form, and they do need that vision if they want to force picks. So since they don't have that vision, they're just sitting around waiting for waves and possibly waiting for objectives. They just got this dragon very, very fast, but I don't see them going anywhere if they don't try to make something happen soon, because just this Scion playing side lane with Hullbreaker shouldn't be enough.
That's gonna be useful for the next couple of minutes, I'm sure, but it's perhaps not gonna win feud again, even though I will tell you a little tale from the Benelux region, because that's where I'm from.
Yes.
We have our incredible top laner named Robber. I don't know if that rings a bell.
Yeah. Oh, it does.
Any EU Masters viewers will know him because he's been there multiple times.
Yes.
In the spring split, he won by simply ulting down into the bot lane. He was the only one standing on his team. I'm also quite sure it was the 5th game in this series.
Wow.
He was able to close the series out in his passive form. Meanwhile, Random is able to get out with his guild force, and Chimera is dead. He was looking for the play. Michigo is the next one on the list. Zandia joins the fray as well, but might be a little bit too far forward, as Zoff will be the one that's on him. Eski also needs to flash away. Zandia will actually be able to survive that one with the help from Eski and co. As now Coolberg still chilling in the bot lane. Can actually get a good trade over here.
Let him out.
Coolberg just taking all the tower shots in the world. And obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if Coolberg will be able to outplay this one, grasp after Undying. You hate Maokai, I think Coolberg does too.
Oh my, that is not something that should happen. He has so much ability haste with the frozen hardening. Oh, Sharp! You need to smite that down. And he does live. But yeah, that was a great team fight by Chaos, regardless of Coolberg falling down in that side lane or not. I do think Zandia had a great performance. Of course, Chimera kind of gets baited by the positioning of Random and Eski, because they are a little bit out of position, but the Gale Force and the 90 caliber net into the Glacial Prison from Shark actually lands for the first time in this game is perfect. Chimera gets instantly blown up as he should. Zandia survives because the Random switches targets only to make sure Soft dies before he can take down his net.
We don't have much more time to analyze that fight because we're going into the next one. Kalem forced to flash away from Zandia from that seismic shove. Chaos applying more and more pressure to this M&M lineup.
M&M are forced to recall even, and there's that Lucent Singularity making sure that they have to take a little bit more time to actually get back to base, and Soft just ends up walking to base. He's done with the Lux poke, so Chaos are just gonna take the dub, take the mid lane turret, and rotate really fast to bot side. But still, I am not seeing enough vision control from Chaos. They are not showing their supremacy over the jungle, and that could come back to hunt.
1 second. Random might be called out here. Nope, it's Soft that's called out.
Wow.
Oh my dear, that was so much damage. Great Stromima shuffle from Chimera, but that will not be enough. You only take down the Random by doing that. But Michigo gets excited, gets a lot of damage done, but also gets knocked up. Gets blasted by Eski's laser. And now you need to get through this tank, and that without your 2 carries, that's going to take a very long time. So instead, they focus their attention on the tower. Glacial Prison does land onto Caracal, but he'll be able to get away with it. Kalem might not have the same luxury as his support, but...
Oh, he does.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I always forget that Maokai and how incredibly tanky that champion is, how much he can regen from that. Still, Chaos will be happy that they've taken all the towers outside of the base of M&M.
Yeah, Chaos are being kind of sloppy in their execution, as I said, but it ended up working okay. Soft dies at the beginning, but Chimera, excellent flank, hits the 2 most important members of Chaos, and the Random ends up dying. But Yazir is also gone, which means Michigo needs to take over the fight, and he actually does. He takes down Zandia. Problem is, the tank's deal more damage than him at this point. So, Coolberg and Sharp end up making an excellent decision to lock down the Jinx. Eski with the follow-up damage is more than enough to burst her down. And so the fight is won. The dragon will be taken. The turret was already taken as well, and Chaos are on the path to victory.
Chaos looking good, feeling confident. Will go to Soul Point and securing this third Cloud Dragon for them. I want to take that attention, or take a look at those inventories as well, as Zandia is a full Rabadon's Death Cap ahead of Chimera, his lane counterpart. This Talia, if he looks out for the positioning, you know, watches where Chimera is, where Mishiku is, and where Kairam and Soft can be hiding and seeing him, this Talia is lethal. We saw it in the previous team fight how quickly Soft just disappeared from the face of this earth, and he might just be able to do it again.
Yeah, as long as Zandia hits his skill shots, that should be a sure thing. But yeah, he has been doing a great job. No, I have faith. I'm just saying he needs to do that. You know, he does. He kind of does. If he doesn't, then it's pointless how many items you end up having.
So recipe for successful Chaos, Zandia, hit your skill shots.
Exactly. I mean, but that's the case with a lot of champions, you know? If you hit your skill shots, you're good. If you don't, you're bad. That's why we don't see Ezreal as often as we could, because he's just completely useless if you don't hit your Qs. And, you know, it's hard to make sure that you do hit them in a meta with a lot of mobility, and there's a lot of tanks.
I was about to say,
don't make any difference. Also, but that also makes a difference because the tanks have a bigger hitbox, which means you don't hit the people you want to hit.
Interesting.
So that's a thing. So that's why Frostfire Gauntlet is so broken. It is. Bigger hitboxes make a difference, I swear.
Anifa is here to Frostfire Gauntlet and forget Coolbear didn't go for Frostfire, and he might just have to pay his life for that. Isn't a 2v1 right now. Soft should be able to melt through this sign quite good with the Subjugate active, steals those resistances, but Coolbear flashes over. Doesn't even use the Unstoppable Onslaught, as now Chaos pressuring top, pressuring mid, as Eminem did invest those two members into that bot lane, and both top lanes are still having that weapon.
Yeah, that's to be expected. I don't think Soft should have invested so much into Fulberg as he ended up doing, but Zandia could be in trouble.
Sharp, great Glacial Prison saves the life of his mid laner. Zandia will be able to kite away from Soft, as I said, Coolbear and Kalem were, during that whole fight, that whole exchange, he was still having that little one-on-one in that bot lane. They will now recall as Chaos take down the tier 3 in the mid lane.
Tier 3, that's more than enough. Again, I don't think M&M should have invested what they did in the bot side. They basically guaranteed that Chaos always has superiority in numbers on that top side. And Chaos, they don't go for Baron. They're looking to bait, but the Q misses.
The Q misses,
so sad.
Sadly, from Eski.
Told you they had to hit skill shots.
Yeah.
You know? It's all
because we analyzed it for you. Come on, man. We know you better than this. Anyway, Chaos setting up for this Baron, or is it just one big bait? They get sandwiched. Eminem, that is. Kalem in a little bit more good position. Gets Seismic shoved into Chaos. Decimating Smash as well. Another stun coming through. It's not the final blast that will kill him off, and Kalem with the Wild Growth will be able to survive an even bigger Christmas tree, and it's not even Christmas yet. Chaos now turn all their eyes onto the Baron.
Yeah, honestly, this time they actually set up the vision really well around the topside jungle, so Chaos were free to do this Baron already. They were just trying to see if they could catch Eminem trying to face check, trying to find what was actually happening. They kind of did. I mean, they forced a lot of cooldowns, but Kalem just walks away as the Maokai he is, and they end up not getting the pick they were looking for, but they did push Eminem away for some reason, and it's very hard to actually contest the Baron from the blue side in this situation. If you're on the red side, you could just stay behind the pit, and the enemy team can't actually get to you unless they face check. In this situation, you're the one who has to face check. You're the one who has to walk into the enemy, and if there's a Caitlyn, a Lux, and a Talia, you can't really do that, so it's way harder to contest a Baron from this blue side. Eminem end up deciding not to, but now their base was already so gone. Chaos already had so much control over the game that maybe they had to.
Oh dear, that's the streamer shuffle invested, and once again, so many members to just shut down Coolbug, but I don't think that's the one you want to invest your resources into.
That's
Eminem.
Hullbreaker. He's unkillable. He also has Frozen Heart. He has a Sunfire
Unkillable.
that's dealing so much damage because he has so much health. It's like over 5k. It's tanks. Yeah, you love to see him. I mean, Chaos get the last inhibitor turret. They are on the verge of getting the mid inhibitor, and
Michigo, ace in the hole is enough. That's the 80 carry gone, and Chaos they might just be able to close this game out from that one pick.
Yeah, that should be over for Eminem.
Yeah, there they go. The CC lands on to Kalem, but he's very tanky. He will be able to survive
Chimera,
for much longer.
he's gone.
Chimera won't be, however. Zandia somehow still surviving on this to be on a sliver of HP. And a clean fight from Chaos secures them their well-deserved spot into the knockout stages of the Aurora Open.
Chaos Esports get the victory, a very convincing one, actually, against Eminem, and they knock out the Div 1 team, and it was very interesting to see this game, actually. I mean, Chaos did a good job at slowing down the pace. They did a good job at playing side lanes. They didn't try to force unnecessary fights, and that's very good, especially at this level. Even sometimes you see at a professional level, at like the highest echelons of competition in the world, like people just force fights for no reason. I mean, Chaos kept their cool. They played to their outs, and even though they did mis-execute sometimes, they did miss some of the vision in the enemy jungle, they did miss the setup for some objectives, they never took their foot off the pedal, and at the same time, they always made sure they were capitalizing on something, whether it was Coolberg on the side lane, or the random just mindlessly shoving that mid lane. So it was a very impressive game from Chaos, and I can't wait to see what they do in the next stage.
I definitely agree with you. Chaos looked very convincing to me, and I can't wait to see what they can do in the knockout stage. Perhaps a nice run will be on the cards for them. But that is it for the games for us over here. And I thought it was a pleasure being here on the desk with
Likewise.
you. Perhaps we'll see each other another time. But for now, let's send over to J-Real and the boys to analyze that final game of Group B.
Okay, well, it doesn't end up being the Eminem win. I guess you guys were both very, very clever indeed in predicting Chaos to pick this one up, even though draft did look so good for Eminem.
I mean, it looks really good, but ultimately a lot of it was based on how well they would be able to stall out the waves and how well they would be able to play it as a straight 5-man. And honestly, we had a lot of praise for Chaos early on just for how they were playing the map and how they were playing as a unit. The better players and the better team ended up winning. It's not always going to come down to better draft. And I'm very, very glad that they were able to pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment we saw the Caitlyn Lux be locked in, and it was laying down a gauntlet, right, to that Jinx Lulu. Are you going to actually be able to survive lane versus us? And we saw so much play from Chaos, just driving through the bot side of the map, hovering around for those dives, really making the Caitlyn Lux look like a lane that they were very comfortable with and moving around it very well. So even though they were locked into something that was perhaps more early game oriented with having Talia, Caitlyn, Lux, Sejuani, something that would definitely have been outscaled if all was even at the 25-minute mark. The fact of the matter is it never got there, right? And I think they managed to really just find the momentum to close out this game, playing very, very well, and they should be an interesting team to watch out for in the round of 16, no doubt about that.
Yeah, indeed. We kind of talked a little bit about X7, how they would do. We'll maybe talk about that in a minute, but I believe we are going to be going for an interview with Sharp himself. So let's welcome them in for this one. Sharp, I love the bucket hat to start off. How are you feeling about the wins today?
We're pretty happy with the wins. Obviously, we had maybe a bit lower expectations than the other teams because we're coming from third div, but we're really happy with how we managed to go up against the first div teams.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously putting on some pretty strong performances, almost finding wins over teams like X7 a little bit earlier, but it wasn't to be. But you still came out pretty strong, 4-2 to finish the group. Looking forward a little bit, obviously there'll be some more questions from Veteran and Torok as well, but looking forward, how do you guys feel about the next stage of the tournament? Do you feel like you're going to perform pretty well? Do you maybe even see yourself getting to the finals?
honestly, after our games against X7, I think we gain a lot of confidence that we can at least compete against good teams in the first 20 minutes, or the first 15 rather. So I think if we can clean up our mid game, then we can actually go far in the tournament.
Indeed, indeed. And then I want to throw it to my analyst. Veteran, do you want to start off the questions for Sharp himself?
Okay, so we characterized you as a bit of a farming jungler, but honestly, you matched Viking Anton both games on much more of a gank-heavy playstyle. This game, you were doing it all again. Do you feel like the team adapts to the way that you play, or are you more in like the driving seat here? Because the way your early games have gone on any of these cells, your team has done the exact best conditions for you to get your win condition off. Are you in the driver's seat? Is it a team effort? What's going on there? Nice glasses.
Thank you. I think most of what we do is based around our bot lane, winning lane. So it's usually them doing well, and then we play off of that either by playing for dives or just facilitating them to do the best that they can. Like in this game, it's just I have Lux Kate in the winning matchup, so my job is just to be wherever Trundle is. So that he can't interfere with that. Obviously, that didn't go too well early game, but ended up working out.
Happens. Congratulations, and good hat, by the way.
Well, you're getting all the fashion
Do you have any
compliments.
questions?
Absolutely. I mean, so Sharp, you are obviously a jungler who's been around the NLC for a long time now, but it's been a while since you've been competing with some of the higher division teams. I think Nordavind was your last stint, I want to say, in NLC Division 1, right? So how do you feel now you're stepping into the round of 16? I don't know if you know your opponent yet, but you've naturally got some of the bigger heavyweights coming your way aside from X7. Is that something you're excited for? Is this where you feel like you should be? And how far do you think Chaos can go going forward?
Yeah, I think with everyone, once we face an opponent that is better than us on paper, we get really excited and we kind of focus up, I would say. So we play to our level, our opponent's level, like that. So, which makes us a really dangerous underdog, I think, going forward. I don't believe we know who we're playing, but I could see us definitely going into the top 8 and top 4.
Sounds good. I'm wishing you the very best with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Congratulations on the wins here. Obviously, good luck in the rest of the tournament. I want to ask you, because we've seen a lot of picks come out around these parts today. We saw some Singe mid, some Singe jungle, we saw some Vayne tops. Are there any particularly crazy picks that you guys are willing to say that you might have in the wheelhouse?
Ooh, I can't reveal too much. I guess we showed Eski's Pike, which isn't that common these days. So people are gonna have to be looking out for that. But other than what we've shown, I think we're a pretty standard team, so not too many surprises coming from us.
Okay, yeah, hesitated a bit there, so maybe that is a little bit more under the surface. I'm not fully sold with that one. I don't know if you guys on the analyst desk are as well, but either way, thank you very much for coming for the interview, Sharp. It has been a good series from you guys, and you've made it through to the next stage.
Yep, thanks for having me.
And with that being said, we are going to be moving back to the analyst desk. It is now just the three of us, and we've had a game of days. Chaos and X7 making it through. Is this kind of what you guys expected, starting with Torok here?
So, funnily enough, actually, when you were looking at this group being formulated, I think it was definitely fair to say that Chaos were in with a shout, right? I know they said they were characterizing themselves as underdogs, but they looked so good in how they were playing in sort of the summer split and then moving into this tournament. It wasn't unrealistic to expect they'd be able to take on a team of the likes of M&M, who did have a more difficult summer split, to say the least, right? So I think they've come out and absolutely proven that. They've definitely done themselves justice in making themselves so far, and well, I have to say, me and Veteran did both believe in Chaos for the final game, so I guess the result did go as we expected, right?
Yeah, indeed it did. And I believe we have a look at the standings now, or sorry, the schedule of the day. Obviously, it was a pretty good start for X7 there, kicking it off with the 1 win, and Chaos then following up in the next 7, making sure that Chaos felt the heat a little bit. M&M ran it pretty well into the end of the day, but it is going to be Chaos all the way. And I don't know if we have the actual standings for the group as well, or if it's going to come back to us. It will come back to us. So I guess, Veteran, I'll ask you as well about the Chaos and the X7. Is this kind of what you expected? How are you kind of feeling about them moving forwards?
I mean, a tournament's a marathon, right? And you have to think about the kinds of conversations that these players are going to have. Not everyone has as great a coach as Torok to facilitate those kinds of conversations, but you do have sharp minds like the man that we just had on our screen right there. I think you could always look at this team and be like, yes, this is a team that can find an identity, find a key unit, adapt when they find issues, just from the 5 players that you see. And we've been seeing that on the screen. I'm very glad we're seeing that. I have hopes for them for the rest of the tournament. They will be underdogs moving forward. And I think they could pull off some upset wins. They have some improvements to make, but not that many. And I believe in the conversations that they're going to have.
Indeed. Well, let's pull up the standings quickly just for those at home that didn't get to see it. 5-1 X7. They lost in the end to Cabbage Family, who Cabbage Family kicking up their one win. It was against X7 in a Wild Western game, I guess we could call it. It was definitely something. Chaos going 4-2. M&M going 2-4. Chaos taking their way up to playoffs, as we said. So we bring it back to us. It's been a good day of League of Legends. It's been a good one for Group E as well. Any final thoughts from you guys? We'll start with Veteran, then to Torok, and then back to me.
I mean, X7 showed that they could bleed. I think they also showed that the assumed top tier of the tournaments can be taken down. It's just a question of whether you can get that first game off them, then maybe you can get that second game. And these guys are very, very close to starting those dominoes falling. I'm very excited to see the round of 16, and I will be seeing it with you guys. And I'm excited for the rest of the tournament.
And Torok, any last words from you?
Nothing other than very excited to see the tournament progress. I think we've had some great games, and the better games that are on the horizon, let's say. So the best of threes will be something to behold, and I'm sure everyone watching will enjoy that feast of games coming your way. So that's all I've got to say, really. I hope we can also perform ourselves. So a lot of fun on the way.
Indeed, there will be. Obviously, if you want to keep up with all things Aurora Cup, make sure you follow NLC on Twitter. Also, follow EUniverse on Twitter, because I'm sure that they're going to be dropping off a lot of stuff to do with that tournament about who is going to be playing next. I want to give a quick shout out to our producers, both Arlo and Jirai, for being such stars. Once again, without them, there would be no production. It would be impossible. Shout out to the guys in chat that came through and all of the teams that played today for putting on such a good performance. And obviously, shout out to all the staff that we had. One Ring, Wraith, Tom Kick, Anifa, Dino. We had Veteran, the man himself, Torok, Aragon, Don Jake, Rev, and Craze and Anifa as well. So, thank you. Good shout to all of them. We'll be saying good night now, and we'll see you in the group of 16.